Elgar
Here.
and Commissioner Moore.
Here.
Commissioner Richards, Johnson, and Koppel are present. They just have not entered the chambers yet. Commissioners, first on your agenda is consideration of items proposed for continuance. Item 1 for case number 2016-001313 CUA at 2141 Chestnut Street is proposed for continuance to January 12th, 2017. There is a typo on the agenda. Item 2 for case number 2016-005713 CUA at 224 Townsend Street, conditional use authorization is proposed for continuance to February 9th, 2017. Items 3A and B for case numbers 2015-001277 DRP at 3772 20th Street and VAR at the same address for discretionary review and variance are proposed for continuance to March 2nd, 2017. Commissioners, further, under your regular calendar, items 16A through E for case numbers 2016-014590 CRV at 1412 Market Street, 2012.1531C_3 at 54 4th Street, 2015-010755 CUA at 447 Bush Street, 2014.0910C at 432 Gary Street, and case number 2015-010747 CUA at 972 Sutter Street. We, in the 11th hour, received a request for withdrawal of these applications.
Okay.
Under your discretionary review calendar, item 20 for case number 2015-015904 DRP at 1825 Webster Street. We've received a request from staff due to the adequacy or inadequacy of the plans to continue this matter to January 19th, 2017. I will only state, Commissioners, that although the applications for item 16 have been withdrawn, well, they are on your agenda, so you could take the matters up, but the applications have been withdrawn.
Okay. And do we need to vote on to accept the withdrawal, or?
You should vote on the items proposed for continuance and the withdrawal, yes.
Okay, great. Let's do that separately, or, okay. So is there any public comment on the items proposed for continuance? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Moore?
Move to approve items continued as noted.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. Then on that motion to continue items as proposed, Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0.
And is there any public comment on the item, plural, that have been withdrawn? Okay, not for item 16? Okay. Not seeing any public comments, closed. And Commissioner Moore?
Move to accept withdrawals of items 15 and 16 as noted.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners, on that motion to accept the withdrawal for item 16, A through E. Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
And Commission Chair Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Thank you, Commissioners. That'll place us under your consent calendar for item 4. All matters listed here under constitute a consent calendar are considered to be routine by the Planning Commission and may be acted upon by a single roll call vote of the Commission. There will be no separate discussion of this item unless a member of the Commission, the public, or staff so requests, in which event the matter shall be removed from the consent calendar and considered as a separate item at this or a future hearing. Item 4, case number 2016-010889, CND at 1353 9th Avenue for condominium conversion subdivision. I have no speaker cards.
Is there any public comment on the one item on the consent calendar? Not seeing any public comments, closed. Commissioner Moore?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion, then, to approve Item 4 under consent, Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
And Commission President Vaughn.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously, 6-0. And places you under Commission matters. Item 5, Commission comments and questions.
Commissioner Moore.
The tragic events of Oakland have brought back for me the serious question of how we're dealing with PDR protection, and the amount of displacement we are seeing here in our city. And while my heart goes out to Oakland, it raises many questions of responsibility and oversight for us. And I know the city will do everything to maintain control over so that those kinds of things cannot happen here. But if Director Rayam has any comment on anything you are intending to do, I'd appreciate hearing about that.
If there's nothing further, Commissioners, Department matters. Item 6, Director's announcements.
Thank you, Commissioners. I was also going to suggest that we close the meeting today in honor of the victims of the Oakland disaster. Commissioner, there has been there's discussion in the city about this issue, how it affects properties here, and whether there are some measures we should take immediately to check for these types of buildings. Obviously, it involves way more than just the planning department. Multiple city departments will be involved in this effort. We don't have a roadmap right now, but we are quickly working with our sister agencies to figure that out.
There's nothing further. Item 7, review of past events at the Board of Supervisors, Board of Appeals, and the Historic Preservation Commission.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Anne Marie Rogers, Planning Department staff, here to give you your weekly report on the activities of the Board of Supervisors as they pertain to planning and land use. At the Land Use and Transportation Committee this Monday, they considered an ordinance that would authorize the city acquisition and acceptance of certain sidewalks along Van Ness Avenue at no cost. Caltrans currently controls the right-of-way as it is part of Highway 101. Therefore, it is the review body for encroachment permits along the sidewalk. Acquisition of the sidewalk right-of-way would not increase the cost of the city, as the city currently maintains the walks. And while Caltrans is required to reimburse the city for this expense, reimbursement has not happened. The acquisition of the sidewalk space will result in better designs of something that pertains to you, which is the development of private property. As staff explained at the committee hearing, currently the Commission will approve buildings with awnings and bay windows over the Van Ness sidewalk. And after Commission entitlement, Caltrans has not always approved such features. The costly and time-consuming review by the state has at times led to poor design outcomes that can be akin to a cheese grater going down the side of the building. While the transfer of the sidewalks to the city, when that occurs, DPW will become the reviewing body for these encroachment permits and will be able to regulate such permits as they do in the rest of the city. All public comment was in support of the ordinance, and the committee recommended approval of the ordinance and sent it to the full board where it was approved on first reading. Also at the committee but not heard were interim controls for indoor agriculture. This will be continued to January 9th, and it has to do with the regulation of commercial cannabis cultivation. The inclusionary housing small sites program was before the committee. This ordinance, sponsored by the mayor and Supervisor Campos, would amend 415 to allow project sponsors of smaller market rate projects to direct their affordable housing fee into the program. The city would then be able to acquire and rehabilitate small renter-occupied buildings. Commissioners, you heard this item in November of this year, and at that time you recommended 2 modifications. First, to lower the size of eligible projects from 25 to 24 units, and second, to require that fees be spent on acquiring new sites that are within the same neighborhood as the market rate project instead of the 1 mile boundary. Supervisor Campos proposed 2 amendments. He did accept your modification about project size, and the second one was different slightly. The commission modification allows for some discretion between our department and MOHCD in determining the definition of a neighborhood. Supervisor Campos's modification restricts the definition of neighborhood to exactly that listed in our department's 37 neighborhood map. This means if a neighborhood boundary is across the street from a proposed project, acquisitions of the funds cannot be used across that boundary. Public comment was in support of the ordinance and the proposed amendments, and so afterwards the committee did vote to accept the supervisor's modifications and recommend approval to the full board. Lastly, before this committee was the Transportation Demand Management Program. This ordinance was developed through interagency coordination, and it is now sponsored by Supervisor Avalos. It would establish a citywide transportation demand management program. You unanimously recommended approval in August of this year. And since that time, it's been heard by committee twice. At both hearings, various members of the public spoke in support of the ordinance while seeking specific amendments, primarily to the program's standards. While some amendments were made by the committee, there are still more changes to come, it sounds. The most significant amendments that have been made relate to the phasing in or grandfathering of these requirements. Staff will be working with stakeholders and elected officials regarding additional amendments over the next month. We will present any changes to this body on your January 19th hearing, as it has already been calendared. And potential changes mostly relate to projects at the margins and how they should be subject to the program. Projects such as the very small projects, the very large projects, and projects with family-sized units. This item was continued for the committee until after your hearing, so the committee will take it up again on Monday, January 23rd. Lastly, there were a few items were passed on second reading before the board. I think notably the Mission and 9th Street Special Use District and General Plan Amendment were passed on first reading. The board also this week at their Tuesday meeting rescinded their reversal of the community plan exemption related to the project at 1515 South Van Ness, and instead they clarified that they were seeking additional information which will be provided by staff at a later date. Also on Tuesday, I wanted to draw your attention to a new ordinance introduced by Supervisor Peskin. This would update the hotel conversion ordinance. The changes are currently described as adding to or refining definitions of tourist and transit use, comparable unit, conversion, and low-income household, revising procedures for permits to convert residential units, harmonizing fees and penalty provisions in the building code, eliminating seasonal short-term rentals for these residential hotels that have violated provisions of the hotel conversion ordinance, and authorizing DBI to issue administrative subpoenas. And then lastly, adding an operative date. So as this item amends the administrative code and not the planning code, this item will not be scheduled for hearing before this body unless requested by the commission. And with that, that concludes my report.
Director Ram.
Commissioners, I just wanted to reiterate one of the items that Anne Marie mentioned, which is the state relinquishing the control over the sidewalks along Van Ness Avenue. That is actually a pretty big deal, and the reason it is that every project that we even did the slightest projection into that right-of-way, whether it was a bay window or a canopy, had to either seek approval from the state through a very lengthy process or had to change their design. So there were many projects along Van Ness, for example, that had bay windows on side streets but not on Van Ness, and it created this very awkward arrangement. This allows us to kind of take control over that side of those streets and those sides of the buildings in ways that we do everywhere else in the city, but have never been allowed to do on Van Ness Avenue. So it took, I don't know, a year's worth of work between Anne Marie and Jeff Joslin and other staff in the mayor's office to actually negotiate this agreement with the state. So I just want to thank everyone for their work on that.
Great.
And the Board of Appeals met last night. One item that may be of interest is 461 27th Street. It had been before you as a discretionary review in 2014. You took DR and removed a proposed roof deck that was on the building and made other changes as well. During the course of construction, it was pointed out to us by the public through a complaint that they were constructing a full set of stairs to the roof, and these were photos were shown to you during hearings. We suspended that permit. The project sponsor stated that that was access for mechanical equipment. They're proposing to put air conditioning units up on the roof. We said that was not part of the commission's approval. We didn't see the need for having a full set of stairs to access, dedicated stairs to access 2 AC units and I think another fan that was up there. They submitted revised plans that removed the unpermitted stairs and had screening for the proposed HVAC units that were on the roof. It was appealed to the Board of Appeals last night. The board unanimously granted the appeal and made additional changes, removing the AC units from the roof and related screening and having that be located at the rear. When we initially were reviewing the project, we asked the sponsor whether or not that was feasible, and they said that was not feasible, but it was feasible last night during their testimony at the hearing. And they also adopted a condition saying that there should be no stair to the roof. And that was all. Bill, for any questions.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tim Fry, Department staff, here to share with you 3 items from yesterday's Historic Preservation Commission hearing. This was the last hearing for the HPC this year. The HPC unanimously approved a new construction project at 950 Tennessee in the Dogpatch Landmark District. This is for 100 units. Within the district, 86 off-street parking spaces and a mid-block pedestrian passageway. You will be seeing this project at next week's Planning Commission hearing. The Commission, the HPC, unanimously supported the design, stating that they were very pleased at the revisions that had made since the project had been reviewed by the Architectural Review Committee and approved it with some standard conditions that the project sponsor continue working with staff to refine some elements of the design. The Commission then heard 2 proposed landmark designations. The first for 1970 Ocean Avenue, the El Rey Theater. This is a Timothy Pfluger designed theater down on Ocean Avenue. The project sponsor is support, and the property owner is supportive of the designation. However, as a group of property owners that all weren't able to attend the hearing, they asked for a continuance to January 18th, the next HPC hearing, which was granted. So the HPC allowed the department to present and heard public comment, which was all in favor of the designation, and they'll take up that item at next year at their first hearing. Of note, the designation does include interior and exterior character-defining features. The Commission also heard the proposed designation for 2117 to 2123 Market Street. This is New Era Hall. It's currently occupied by the Crossroads Trading Company and a ballet school on the upper floor. This has been a project that has been on the department and the HPC's Landmark Designation Work Program for a number of years. The Commission unanimously approved initiating the landmark designation process and instructed staff to continue working with the project sponsor so they fully understand the benefits and responsibilities of local landmark designation. That item will also be taken up likely at the end of January or beginning of February for the final recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. That concludes my comments, unless you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll only add, Tim, that Commission President Wolfram also initiated a nomination of 2 trees to be landmarked. I'll only mention that because, as commissioners, you 2 can also initiate that same nomination for landmarking trees.
You know the address?
Offhand, I don't, but one of them was adjacent to a landmark.
One of them is adjacent to the Burr House. It is a large tree that both property owners share some part of the structure to. The other one was, I don't recall the address, but we could forward those applications to you if you're interested.
Very good, Commissioners. That'll place us under general public comment not to exceed a period of 15 minutes. At this time, members of the public may address the Commission on items of interest to the public that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Commission, except agenda items. With respect to agenda items, your opportunity to address the Commission will be afforded when the item is reached in the meeting. Each member of the public may address the Commission for up to 3 minutes. I have 1 speaker card.
Ms. Georgia Shudish.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm here because on July 28th, you had a DR for a a project, a remodel on 2430 Castro Street. And I didn't get to read the Sunday paper till Tuesday, and I'm flipping through the real estate section, one of my favorite things to do, open homes. And there it is, for sale. The thing you took DR on July 28th. The permit was issued on the 21st of November, and you removed the roof deck and the stair penthouse, which was a good thing. You also had some other concerns about the siding and the glazing, but the only thing that happened in the motion was the penthouse, stair penthouse, and the roof deck. And I just bring it up to you because I know that you've had these issues come up before, and you're sort of concerned about the monetizing of what you do. That's how I put it. Maybe you put it in less blunt terms, but that's what I do. And I just noticed it's come up before, so I wanted to raise it. You know, it's a pretty quick sale. And they're advertising, they're selling the permits in the ads, and it's all fixed up in the ads online. And complementary to that, nearby on 30th, if I may have the overhead, please, is this project here at 513. It's been for sale quite a while, and that made me think, well, a couple things made me think about is that's the rear. They kept the front. It's a very nice little house because I used to take my boys to the school bus near there. But anyway, the back, it's all glass again. Glass, glass, glass. And I checked the permits, and they did have a 311, but they basically have had what I would think of as serial permitting since 2013. The 311 was in 2014. Nobody DR'd it, and they've had all this stuff, you know, replacing existing retaining walls, the garage, removing the stuff. The last permit was in 2016, and it was kind of well, it wasn't really an over-the-counter, but it was close. And, you know, they did do the demo calcs, but there was all that other stuff before that. So these are just two things together, close by, 30th in Castro in Noe Valley, 30th and near Noe in Noe Valley. And I'm just bringing them up, but I really was disturbed to see that thing was for sale, especially since the guy gave you a hard time. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Sue Hester, I want to talk to you about the Planning Department website and the information it is supposed to provide. On it, there are the agendas and the links to the packets for the commission cases. The entire packet function, which meant all the information for all the projects that are here, was down, I believe, from Friday night after staff left till Monday morning around 9:30. And I found out about it when people started calling me on Saturday, and I said, I mean, your normal impulse is to go to the staff packet and find the information on there. And I couldn't find them, and I couldn't find them for any of the cases that are here today. And I sent emails, as is my wont, over the weekend to the zoning administrator, the planning director, the president, the vice president, the commission secretary, and this assistant commission secretary. And I finally, when I sent it on Monday morning, I got my first real response. And the real response, it had been posted. I was told then that the appropriate person to deal with was the public relations person, Ms. Simi, from the department, which was something I never thought of doing. And the response from her was she had never been contacted by any of the planning commissioners. One of the issues that I raised in my emails was commissioners, I believe 3 of you only read the department packets that are online, and the rest of you get your hand carts. You get paper copies. So I believe that the interpretation is no harm, no foul. If the packets are not posted, no great problem for the public. And you need to say that openly. You need to personally, as a planning commissioner, say, our function is to be the police and people that exclusively deal with the projects. If the public doesn't have access to that which we represent they have, which is the packet of information on the project, the public is unimportant. I challenge you to be honest about it, because that is the gist of what I heard. You can be down Friday night after the Planning Commission left. I don't know when the link was taken off the website, but it seemed to be after the staff left on Friday. Can be down Friday night, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday until 9:30 a.m., and no problem. I wish you someone to speak about this, because I feel really burned out.
Is there any additional public comment? Okay, not seeing any public comments closed.
Commissioners, if I may respond to Sue Hester's
Please.
concern, the department's website, in particular, only our page of agenda and supporting documents was affected by some weird glitch that we have never experienced before. It wasn't just this week's agenda, but the entire year's packets were somehow moved to a different folder, and therefore were not available to the public or to any of the commissioners at that time. When I came in Monday morning, we quickly restored access to it through our web admin person. We do not take this lightly. We actually look at this quite carefully. We take a lot of time and energy into making all of the information that are provided to you in hard copy available to the public, as well as to the commissioners who do not receive hard copy via electronic access from our website. So this is not taken lightly. However, this is the only time this has ever occurred in my experience as Commission Secretary, and our web admin person is actually diligently trying to find out how this occurred and why it occurred, if it was human error or something with our server. But it was a freak occurrence, and I don't expect it to happen again in the future.
Thank you, Janice.
Commissioners, that'll place us under your regular calendar for item 8, case number 2013.0208 GEN. The Mission Rock South Wall, Seawall 337 and Pier 48 informational presentation.
Jonas. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Joshua Switsky with the Planning Department staff. Just to kick it off here. A few weeks ago, you heard an informational presentation on Pier 70, a master plan project on mostly port property on the southern bayfront. And today, you will hear about the Mission Rock project, also a key master plan project on the southern bayfront, an underutilized port-owned property that similarly offers transformative opportunities to make the waterfront more accessible, to add amenities, improve long-term resiliency, and certainly add a lot of housing and space for jobs of all flavors, and really make a great new neighborhood. This is nestled at the northern end of the southern bayfront, up near Mission Creek, very close to Caltrain, a number of Muni Metro lines, and of course this seems like a very appropriate place to be considering this kind of transformation. Unlike Pier 70, this is more of a blank slate site. It's a large service parking lot today, other than Pier 48. And us planners and designers, as you'll see, have tried to learn lessons from Mission Bay and other ongoing projects on how to make a transformation like this feel like a real organic place over time, feel like a real cherished new San Francisco neighborhood, and you'll hear about some of the strategies that the team is going to be deploying from a design and programming standpoint to do that. Like all these other projects of this scale, this will ultimately be implemented through a rezoning with a special use district, design controls document which lays out all the details, and a development agreement that lays out all the financial and other obligations and process for the project. The planning department, along with the port and other the city family, have been working on this site for quite a long time, well before the current team of the Giants came on board and setting the framework for the site and setting out design principles that ultimately fed into the project that you see before you, and that, as you hear, was also endorsed by the voters not too long ago. You will recall a few months ago, those of you who were on the commission, we were here with the Office of Economic and Workforce Development to talk about the broader Southern Bayfront effort you see up on the screen. This Southern Bayfront effort is an interagency coordination effort really intended to provide a close level of coordinated city approach on a number of things in shaping the many developments and master plans that are coming to you and to the city, some of which are already improved and some of which are going to be coming to you in the near future, in terms of three things. One is the planning and physical design and transportation and other amenities, to make sure those are well coordinated. Two is a negotiation framework to make sure that as we're looking at all of these, whether Pier 70 and Mission Rock and on down the line, that we have a kind of a coordinated approach to what we're asking and how we're framing these deals. And then third, looking out in the future, implementation, operations, making sure we have a cohesive open space system and so forth. So this is part of a broader framework, and the city is very well coordinated in engaging on it. Before I turn it over to the Giants, I just want to note a couple other members of the city family team that are here working with it. My colleague Matt Snyder from the Planning Department, from the Port, Phil Williamson, and from the Office of Economic and Workforce Development, Mike Martin. And with that, I'll turn it over to the Giants.
Thank you, Josh. My name is Jack Baer. I'm Executive Vice President, General Counsel for the San Francisco Giants baseball team. And I'm going to be speaking, my colleague Fran Weld and I will be speaking today and giving you a framework for the Mission Rock project. Before I start, I'd like to introduce some of my colleagues that are here. Kristen Hall from Perkins & Will, and Karen Alschel, our principal land use design team. Also from the Giants are John Norp, Roscoe Maps, and Fran Weld. I'm going to talk a little bit about the context, the history of the site, and the mix of land uses and the process. We start out, most of you are familiar with the site. It's just south of AT&T Park, and it currently is parking lot A, and it's home to about 2,200 vehicles on site, and also Pier 48, where about 500 cars are parked for the ballpark events, and also the Department of Elections stores all the elections equipment in Pier 48B. That's the current uses of the site. We also have a small park right on the water's edge. That's a little bit over 1 acre, and that contains a Junior Giants T-ball field and some historic monuments, a statue of William McCovey, and some green space. So this project has been in the works for quite some time. It really started in 2007. The Port of San Francisco is the landlord of this property, if you will, but it's also under the jurisdiction of the State Lands Commission and the Bay Conservation and Development Commission, and so this land is heavily regulated. And the Port identified it as an opportunity site because it's being used now as a surface parking lot. It's not contributing that much to the city in its current use, and there's an opportunity for the Port to generate revenue and create public good on the site, and that's why we're here today. And so this site, in 2007, there was a Port Commission subcommittee that was formed and had hearings for about a year from 2007 to 2008, and took testimony from stakeholders and neighbors about what is an appropriate use of this site. Coming out of that public process, the Port then issued a request for qualifications and proposals from the development community with respect to the development of this site in accordance with the principles that were developed over the public process. And there were several respondents, and then in the end, in 2010, the Port chose the Giants team to proceed for the development of this site. And so after 2010, in 2011 and 2012, the Giants worked together with the Port, the Planning Department, the Mayor's Office of Economic Development, and the community to refine a land use plan for the site and to figure out what the economics proposal would be for the site. And in 2013, presented the land use plan and the term sheet to the Board of Supervisors. And they unanimously endorsed the Mission Rock project through that approval of the term sheet and the land use plan. In 2014, however, given the controversy over the 8 Washington project, Proposition B was placed on the ballot. And in June of that year, the voters passed Proposition B, which required all projects within the port's jurisdiction that involved any increase of height had to go on the ballot and get the approval of the voters. And so at that time, we had already had a endorsed term sheet. We had started the EIR process, but then had to go back and put the Mission Rock project on the ballot. So we did so, and in November of 2015, the voters approved the Mission Rock project by more than 74% of the vote. And what you see today is the same land use plan, the same proposal that was approved by the voters, but we've been working with the port and the planning department and the mayor's office to refine the project as we move forward, and also to bring forth the EIR, which hopefully will be released in February of next year. And our target is to get the project fully entitled in 2017. Just real quickly, I was going to go over just the history. You see, this is just an historic map of San Francisco from 1868, and you can see Mission Bay was a body of water. And Mission Rock is actually at the mouth of Mission Bay, not along the coastline. And you can see that there was a rock formation in the bay called Mission Rock, just at the mouth of Mission Bay. So we're actually naming the site after an historic place that did exist. And in fact, there was warehouses on Mission Rock up until the 1940s. There was a warehouse fire, and then the port expanded Pier 50, and now Mission Rock is actually the foundation at the end of Pier 50. And there's also a street called Mission Rock, so we thought it would be appropriate to call our development Mission Rock. And it also does feel like Mission Bay. It's tied to Mission Bay. The streets connect to Mission Bay, but Mission Rock has a little bit more of a lively feel and lively edge, and that's what we're trying to establish here in that Mission Bay. The neighbors throughout the whole process told us that we want a gathering place. We want to feel like we're more connected to the city. And so some of the themes that my colleague will talk about is how the block sizes are much smaller, the streets more intimate than the rest of Mission Bay, and it's designed to be a place where people can come from throughout the surrounding area and enjoy themselves. The land use plan that was in the voter pamphlet is what you see here, and it specifies exactly where each of the buildings will be going and what heights are approved for each of those buildings. This is a mixed-use project, and that was one of the goals of the neighborhood. As you know, Mission Bay has pockets. It has pockets of housing. It has pockets of biotech. It has a university. But it doesn't have mixes of uses right together in the same location. And so the desire of the neighborhood was to have a more active place where you had residents live, you had people working in office, you had open space, you had public plazas, and so it could be a much more public feeling 24/7 location. So this site has 8 acres of open space. It has a major regional open space at its northern edge called China Basin Park, which expands the 1-acre park to a 5-acre park along the water's edge. And it animates the 3 buildings to the north of the site. We've also incorporated an open space in the middle of the site, which is a little bit over 1 acre. And that space in the middle of the site animates all the buildings that surround it, and it establishes essentially a town square type of environment. I'm going to take these one at a time. The China Basin Park, this is a rendering of the park. We've been working on this very carefully with the neighborhood, and we've established certain themes for the park in that we have a major open space along the waterfront that could be a place where you have festivals, picnics, movie nights, and major gatherings in the park. You have another room, if you will, in the park just to the left of this rendering, where you have a Junior Giants baseball field and you have kids' play areas, and you have a family restaurant, and so that the park has eyes on the park and is actively utilized. And then to the left, you have a gathering point. As people are going over the Lefty O'Doul Bridge, there's a place to meet up, and that constitutes the sort of 3 rooms of the park. This is a rendering along the water's edge because we're trying to accomplish a lot of objectives here. We're trying to accomplish the passive recreation along the waterfront edge. We're trying to invite kayaks and recreation to the site, have the site used for families that are increasingly inhabiting the Mission Bay area, and for major events. Some renderings of the waterfront condition. And we've taken inspiration from locations around the world that have interesting waterfront treatments that are applicable in this case. This is from China. Obviously, we have water recreation. We have a kayak launch that is adjacent to the park, and we have a drop-off area where you can drop off your kayaks in this location. And as you know, for those of you that go to Giants games, it's a very popular place to have kayaks and watercraft, and we want to encourage that fun, zany, crazy activity. This is a picture of the existing Junior Giants field. And the inspiration for the restaurant in the park, if you will, is I don't know if you've been to the Shake Shack at Madison Square Park in New York, but there are a lot of these types of restaurants that are very casual and formal, and families can go there and their kids can play just right in front of them in the park. Warming Hut is another destination that many of you may be familiar with in Crissy Field. And this is a depiction of how the park could be used in the evenings. This is the Brooklyn Bridge Park in New York, where you have film night and other activities for the community. And then this is a nice picture of Willie McCovey's statue, which will remain. The other major park and open space is in the middle, Mission Rock Square. It's meant to evoke Bryant Park in New York or piazzas in Europe, where the community gathers. The retail is centered around the park and creates a very community feel experience. This is Bryant Park in New York. This is a park in Copenhagen. And what's interesting about this picture is it shows on two sides our park is not separated by a street. And so the buildings pour directly out into the park. And this is an example of the intimacy that relationship can create. We also have, in addition to the 8 acres of open space, we have 250,000 square feet of retail that's programmed in the site. And one of the unique things that we did is we took the parking out of each of the building and put it in one location only to create a much more retail-friendly location. And Fran's going to talk a little bit more about that. But this is the northern stub of a retail street that connects the garage to the left Yadul Bridge and is one of our main retail spines. The idea is to create a very intimate, cozy place where people will feel comfortable hanging out, staying, and be amenity not only for the neighborhood but throughout San Francisco. And most of the retail spaces are quite small because we did an analysis of retail streets in San Francisco and other places, and the ones that are most vibrant are the ones that don't have a lot of garage entrances and large retail establishments, but have a constant flow of smaller retail frontages. We also have Terry Francois Boulevard, which is the street on the east of the site. On this rendering, you can see Pier 48. That is proposed to continue as an industrial-type use and also maritime on its southern apron. And also the uses along Terry Francois Boulevard are more PDR in character. And so we have a lot of ground floor square footage in the development, so we're thinking very carefully about what would succeed in what environment. We also have approximately 1.3 million square feet of office in this project, and we have 1,500 residential units. Significantly, these offices and residential units are animated by the parks with great views, and we think will be very desirable. In terms of the housing, 40% of the housing is set aside as affordable to a range of incomes. And unlike most affordable housing in the U.S. and here in San Francisco, each building itself will contain approximately 40% affordable units in the building. So you will have a mix of residents in each of the buildings, and we think that works well, and that's how we're pursuing this development. We also have parking for the development and the ballpark. And it's done in a very thoughtful way to minimize the number of parking spaces, but to make it effective for the uses that they're serving. And I think Josh mentioned this site is a particularly good site for office and housing because it is right in the midst of a whole array of public transit options. There is already a Mission Rock community site. Caltrain is just a little walk away. The connections to BART, to downtown, to the peninsula, to the South Bay. You probably couldn't ask for too much of a better site and a blank slate in the surface parking lot in which to add housing and jobs. And by the way, we're projecting about 7,000 jobs that would be created on site and about 10,000 construction jobs as we build this project. I'm going to turn this over to my colleague, Fran Weld, who will do a little bit deeper dive on some of the planning issues that we've been dealing with, and then we'll be available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Fran Weld. I'm Vice President of Development for the Giants. And I'm here to provide some detail around how exactly are we going to make this vision become a reality. We've been working really hard with planning staff. Josh and Matt have spent many hours in small conference rooms with us trying to really get into the detail of all of this. So the land use plan that you see here is based on a mix of uses, as Jack mentioned. We have about half of the buildings that are shown in yellow will be residential, about half in commercial. Those are shown in brown. It's not showing up too well on this screen here, but hopefully your printouts show that difference. And we have each park surrounded by both residential and office space with retail on the ground floor of every building. The block sizes are about a half to a third the typical Mission Bay block. So we're really breaking down the scale of the city as we move towards the waterfront and pixelating it, creating more pedestrian connections and accessibility to the bayfront. This shows a rendering of the different buildings upon completion and that effect that you get when we have the different block sizes so that we have a very varied sense of scale on Mission Rock. Some smaller, more trapezoidal parcels, some of the larger rectangular ones. So you'll have this throughout the site and on every park. And we've worked hard with planning staff on looking at what is the sense of scale within the streets as well. The one-to-one ratio of streets to street wall and setback on the more intimate streets. And then when you get to the water, a more sloping of the building form to create more of an airy, light feeling on the public right-of-way. We've done a lot of studies throughout the city of different great neighborhood conditions, different uses, and have factored those into our design controls to make sure that we have the right amount of retail to service this new neighborhood of the people who will live and work here. I'm going quickly through this, but we can come back for detail if we need to on that retail and the sense of scale. One important thing to note is that we are planning for quite small retail sizes. Around the city overall, I think in the last several years, we've seen a challenge with some of our smaller restaurateurs and retail operators, and we want to make sure that Mission Rock is a neighborhood where these sorts of neighborhood services can land. And so we have smaller scales of our storefronts and our shops throughout the site. Our streets also, therefore, have different characteristics and qualities and have been designed to really reflect and integrate with the buildings and the ground floor itself. We've done some very unique work with the planning staff on creating a whole new chapter within our D4D design controls document that talks about the ground floor of the buildings. So how does the retail and the ground floor meet the public realm? And these two areas have been tightly coordinated with many different city agencies so that the public experience is integrated and feels of a whole. I should mention that we're looking also very carefully at all of the site conditions. Jack showed that great historic image of Mission Bay, so you understand this used to be water. So we have a lot of geotechnical challenges on site. We are planning to pile support the public infrastructure that's on site in addition to having end-bearing load piles for all of the buildings to bedrock. Our transportation network has also been tightly coordinated and thought through. Muni, Caltrain, BART are one aspect of getting here, but we've spent time also looking into the bicycle and the pedestrian network, and you'll see several different ways of connecting into that that are planned so that cyclists and pedestrians have choices of their path of travel. Touching on sustainability, we have an incredible opportunity in the blank canvas of being a Type 1 eco-district for the city. That basically means there are no current buildings on site. So we've taken advantage of that sense of scale and the mix of uses and have set forward for ourselves some pretty incredible targets that we are working towards for sustainability. We see a path forward to save 40 million gallons of water per year on the site if we are able to achieve some of the technical base source cooling aspects of our shared energy for the buildings. We see a path forward to reduce the carbon footprint of Mission Rock, even based on a San Francisco average, which is so much lower than the national, reducing that even further because of our shared water and shared energy plans. So this is extremely technically challenging, but I think very important for the opportunity of this scale where we have the district size and can make use of multiple different building types. Of course, one of our biggest environmental challenges as a city is sea level rise. I'm just going to finish by briefly touching on that, on our strategy for that, which involves raising the center of the site so that Mission Rock can withstand 66 inches of sea level rise. That is on the high end of the projections today. We believe that with this 75-year lease with the port, it's important to plan for that. So we believe this protects up to the year 2100. The area in yellow that's outside the bound stays at the existing elevation. Those are existing streets that we can't move, so we'll ramp up slowly. And then the center of the site and the finished floor elevation of every parcel will be at that higher elevation. This is a cross-section through China Basin Park, and as Jack showed in some of those renderings that you see, we do have an edge, saline-tolerant plantings on the edge that is designed only for the 100-year flood condition on top of the 66-inch elevation. So this will not be a normal flooded condition, but we do think it's important to plan for adaptation strategies along the very edge. And of course, this gives us some great conditions along Terry Francois and the working waterfront, and we can combine really important policies around production within the city and sea level rise resiliency in one urban form, which we think is a great opportunity. So that was a really quick dive through some of the details, but we are here and available to answer any questions, and thank you for your time.
Great, thank you. We're going to open it up to public comment, and then I'm sure commissioners will have questions or thoughts. So at this time, is there any public comment on this item? Okay, not seeing any public comment is closed. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. This is pretty exciting to continue to see the development of that area. Full disclosure, I'm a very happy Mission Bay resident, and it's good to see this project and looking forward to seeing more. I just have just one quick question. Obviously, we haven't seen the full project plan and all the details, but of the schematics you see here, I don't really see sort of the connection that was envisioned with the Blue Greenway. So some of the schematics you showed on open space and how you're reorienting that space around this property, I don't see how you have sort of that way of getting around. You're supposed to be able to get around the bay all the way down to like India Basin, basically.
Show that. Sorry, I flew through that because I was getting dinged.
No. Could we switch to the computer, please? Thank you. Go ahead.
So I am on the bicycle circulation slide here, which I think is probably the best one to show the Bay Trail. Mm-hmm. So the Bay Trail would come up Terry Francois, and Terry Francois is designed as a wide street that allows for its pedestrian plaza, almost like a wharf, and then it connects through to China Basin Park, and there is a path of travel along the full edge of the bay that's shown in brown on this slide up to the north part, and then it switches east and goes in. That connects either across Lefty O'Doul to the Embarcadero, or you can cross 3rd Street and go all the way down and connect through to the Mission Bay, Mission Creek, and then come back up. So the Bay Trail and the Blue Greenway has been a big part of our focus, and we've designed that for both bicycle, pedestrian, and then also water and personal water connections, because I know the water side of the Bay Trail is coordinated with that.
Cool, thank you.
Commissioner Richards.
I, too, am as excited as Commissioner Johnson is about seeing this actually happen. I actually strongly supported the ballot initiative. I think Roscoe would remember that when we had it a couple of election cycles ago. One of the questions that I have is we had a meeting here at Planning the other day. We were talking about the Central Soma plan and adding retail and creating a new NCT along one of the boulevards there. And the director asked a good question. We've been struggling as a commission is, at what point is the retail going to be oversaturated? I look at you have 250,000 square feet of retail with one of the lowest population number of permanent residents projected of any retail corridor. But you do have the people, I guess, have the daytime jobs. But we've seen that in the mid-market where we have dropped all these jobs in there, but the retail's still struggling because the jobs are insulated or insular to the buildings that they are. They don't go out for lunch. You know, they tend to just go home right after work. They don't hang out. We've had some business failures. I'm just, can you comment on that, on your study? Do you think this is a lot of retail space? I like it. I like the fine-grainedness. I like going to Visadero, going to Hayes Valley, Valencia. I completely get it, and I think you're on target, though, but do you have too much space?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and it's one that we have to answer, I think, in context of where Mission Rock is situated. Mission Bay itself has been a neighborhood that's grown a lot with thousands of new residents, and when you look at the ratios of retail for Mission Bay, it's very underserved.
Right.
So what we are addressing with the up to 250,000 allowed and on the ground floor of every building at Mission Rock is not specifically just to serve Mission Rock, but for the whole 10-minute walking radius around that includes thousands of residents who have moved in who are desperate for more neighborhood-serving retail. Things like grocery stores, childcare, just coffee shops, and, dry cleaning, things that don't exist in Mission Bay right now. So we do see our context as part of that broader element, and I think it works with that, and the numbers reflect that.
I like it. Definitely like it. I think you're on point with the small retail spaces. An interesting little, another, I guess, little graph could be the vacancy rates in all these districts. And when you come up on board, it's just to track it and see how well you're doing. Well, that's very far out in the future, but
yeah, on King Street in Mission Bay, there have been some difficulties maintaining the tenancies on King Street, and part of the reason for that, we believe, is that those retail environments were more of an afterthought to the building. They weren't curated in the way that gave prominence to the retail experience. And so we spent a lot of time thinking about not only the size of the retail establishments, but what the frontage interface with the street and the sidewalk is.
Sure.
And so the studies that we've done show that Mission Bay is under-retailed, and a lot of the neighbors in Mission Bay have felt for a while like they live a little bit in an island where if they want to meet up with friends or they want to do certain errands, that they kind of have to leave Mission Bay to do that. That's changing a little bit now as 4th Street retail is going in, but there was a real hue and cry from the neighborhood to really create an experience where there could be a concentration of retail that would work together as a unit, so there would be a gathering place in Mission Bay, and that's was identified as what was one of the chief things that was missing in the neighborhood that the neighbors wanted. And so that's how we've developed it. But we think that there is the demand and the number of people who work, visit, and live in Mission Bay to support the retail.
So I don't think there are any formula retail controls for this because it's not an NCD or an NCT. However, I guess I'd love to have this become a destination district where I'd come down from the Castro to walk along the water, to go into these nice kind of shops like you see on Valencia, the Visadero, and Hayes. I just would say a word of caution would be you don't want it to turn it into like any mall USA, where you have Starbucks on every corner and it just becomes not interesting.
Absolutely. In fact, that's sort of been our mantra as we're planning this. We're doing something fairly unique here in that we are looking at the whole district as a whole. In a typical retail street, you have different owners of different buildings, and they make decisions that are based on what's good for the rents in that building. We're going to be making decisions on the basis of what is good for the entire district, which means that we're not necessarily looking at retail being a driver of the economics of the project, for one. And for two, we're looking at the holistic retail offering.
That's great.
And so I think we have a formula for success where sometimes it's challenging in an urban environment where everybody's out for the person that pays the most rent, which might be a formula retail use.
Thank you. Good answer.
Well, I'm obviously very supportive of this project and have watched it for a number of years through the Port Commission and through this process. And I have to say there's its association with the Giants, and maybe to Commissioner Richards' comments about the level of quality that we can expect. And if you see what the Giants can do from a curation, retail curation experience perspective, I think that's going to carry on to this whole center of Mission Bay, and it's a great chance for Mission Bay to be fantastic with its retail. The 48% affordable is a great lofty goal. I think that's fantastic for the city. Sea level rise is a great opportunity for really the city to be the cornerstone, the benchmark for sea level rise mitigation. It's a question maybe for staff as well, and just kind of curious, take us through the timeline as far as approvals with the port, because we're in sort of this confluence of jurisdictions where planning comes in, where port comes in, where maybe Mission Bay has a in state lands. What's that timeline look like of approvals, I suppose? Or is that a... Phil's got the heavy binder.
Yes, Commissioners, as you noted, it's a complex array. I think Phil Williamson from the Port probably has a better handle on the overall totality of it than us, but certainly the Planning Commission will be responsible for some of the front-end entitlements in terms of certifying the EIR and adopting the zoning and recommending the development agreement. But maybe Phil can take you through some of the other entitlements.
Josh, is it a little bit like the arena in that the Planning Commission had the bulk and height sort of was approved, and we had the EIR and some of the design responsibilities?
Not exactly like that. You're talking about the Warriors Arena.
Yes.
It was in Mission Bay redevelopment area.
Correct.
And so the Planning Commission actually had fairly limited jurisdiction over that. This is not in the redevelopment area, though the port, the extra layer of it being port property and other state overlays makes it a little bit different than your other traditional.
Okay, thank you.
And Commissioners, Phil Williamson with the Port. Thank you for your question regarding approvals. Let me just start out with high-level approvals just to give context. I think Jack mentioned, we expect the draft environmental impact report to be on the streets in February, leading up to hopefully a final EIR sometime in the middle of 2017. That would clear the way for us to move the transaction documents through the Port Commission, the Board of Supervisors, and other agencies as required. This includes a development agreement, as was mentioned as well. And those transaction documents, we should be seeking approval fall of next year, so approximately a year, 9 months from now. But I think your question, Commissioner Fong, was more to the approvals for the maybe the design issues going forward. We are still working on that structure as part of the SUD. We do anticipate some kind of bifurcation of duties as we see now with the port. In the northern waterfront, we have a design advisory committee that advises both the Port Commission and the Planning Commission, and we anticipate stepping up a group like that for this project as well, but kind of deciding even now what their role will be and what parts of the project they will have some authority over. Right now the thinking is that'll be more focused on the open spaces and the public parks and streets, and leaving them out of the discussion per se on the vertical designs, which are primarily being addressed right now as we work with planning staff to devise the design controls for the project, which will come before you.
Okay. Thank you. That's good. Commissioner Koppel.
Yeah, I wanted to thank the Giants again, first of all, for being 3-time World Series champions. And second of all, to their continuing to support and help San Francisco grow. It wasn't 20 years or so ago where this neighborhood wasn't much of anything. Right now we're creating another destination part of town. I really like the layout of the parks on the water and the parking separate creating these shared public ways. I kind of looked at this and saw it as a mix between the Ferry Building and Hayes Valley. That's just very approachable and very pedestrian friendly, which is going to encourage a lot of just activity and liveliness. I do like the sustainability commitment and the fact that this location is going to be very sun exposed and it's going to have a potential to utilize renewable energy sources. So looking forward to hearing more about that later. And that the jobs that are going to be created after the project's completed and the tens of thousands of construction jobs that will be created during the timeline of the construction will just help San Francisco residents keep building San Francisco. That's it.
Commissioner Moore.
I appreciate the project because I think it is a missing tooth in Mission Bay, which somehow is still amorphous and somewhat suburban, despite the higher density projects which are appearing further south. I think it adds a critical mass in that particular site to tie the more residential parts of Mission Bay further to the south together with the ballpark and now with your facility and the Warrior Stadium. What I appreciate is that you are taking a very much urban approach by subdividing the project in a manner that many previous plans for Mission Bay tried to do but all failed. So we are getting more into the idea of the San Francisco neighborhood, and there are two questions I like to ask. One is on lot D2, I see a height of 100 feet, and when I look at your land use plan, I'm not sure if I'm properly reading it, but it talks about structured parking. Am I reading that correctly? Could you explain that a little bit? Obviously, because structured parking is a little bit of the failure of other sites in Mission Bay, because they create these long rhythms of nothingness. I'm wondering, since you're teeing it up so urban, why does this garage have to be at that spot?
Yeah, great question. I'm going to put the slide to that land use map. So the site right now is a surface parking lot that services the ballpark. So one of our design challenges was how do we continue that urban need. The ballpark itself is actually the highest modal split of any ballpark in the country, but still requires a certain amount of parking. So when we went to design the garage, this is something that actually we spent a lot of time, and I give a lot of credit to Josh and Matt in particular for working with us on that. When we first started conversations several years ago, all of that site was actually, all of D was the parking garage. And we talked through, how does that feel from the edge? And we have now added the residential building along 3rd Street. And what you don't see here is the ground floor plan. And so on the ground floor, there's also retail wrapping along Bridgeview and along Mission Rock and Long Bridge. So from the ground floor, from the pedestrian experience, you'll see a residential building. You'll have coffee shops, you'll have the place to go get your Clipper card ticket, and then there'll be an entrance that takes you and leads you through into the garage. So we've been very aware of the fact that this infrastructure demand has to be coordinated with the urban design element. And then we also have on the south side of that D2, which is the longest run of the parking, we have a requirement to have a treatment on that so it can't come out to the edge of that lot, so you won't see it. It will not be expressed as structured parking, if you will. So we'll almost try and sort of tuck it away, and I think that addition of the residential building on the west side of it was key to achieve that, and the retail along the ground floor.
Thank you. That's a very good explanation. Particularly, ultimately, there are garages. They cost more money, but they're designed really as buildings which can stand in an urban context without looking necessarily like garages. And I'm not suggesting that, but there are ideas. Following up with the same question on this particular side of the project, could you explain what you mean by neighborhood street zone? When we talked about the Warrior Stadium, And with the office building pulling the plaza away from 3rd Street, there were lots of concerns about how do we keep street activity and animation right at the street's edge. And since you are not describing it, at least I don't understand it, what neighborhood street zone means. What does it mean? And for those of you, it's a diagram towards the end of the package where it's about neighborhood servicing retail and services, that diagram which shows it.
The varied street typologies diagram. So, apologies for not defining those terms. They actually come from our design controls book. So, it's related to the fact that we have these different qualities and feels of the different street. Therefore, we have different design controls and requirements for them. So neighborhood street is what we call our 3 streets, which are Longbridge, the yellow ones in this diagram. And neighborhood street zone just means these are areas that are not the high street retail with a lot of restaurants or retail. It's not the shared public way, and it's not the working waterfront, which has a more industrial, maritime quality to it. It's just a neighborhood street. So that's just the word we gave to those 3 streets that have the quality of experience there. They're all 60 feet, and they have bike lanes on them of various degrees. They have retail on them, but it's not as densely concentrated as the retail along High Street. And we have different requirements for lobbies and how residential and office buildings enter onto those different street typologies.
So that means that if I understand you correctly, there is animation because of lobbies and entrances and
Yes.
residential-related other signs which would be focusing on 3rd Street here.
Yes.
Okay,
And
thank
Kristen might know off the top of her head, it's every 30 feet for residential. 3 doorways per 100 feet, linear feet, for commercial. So there are requirements around activation. It's slightly less intense than our high retail zone.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Kristen.
I'm very interested to see this come forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Hillis.
Yeah, thank you. I'm also very supportive and glad to see this moving and happening and in kind of completing Mission Bay as we see it develop. Just to follow up on Commissioner Moore's comments on parking, and I think you all set an extremely high bar originally when the stadium opened about how people get to the stadium, and I think you've done a great job here of kind of balancing that continuing need for parking and developing this to be a more urban experience. How, over the 15 years or so the stadium has operated, how has that split changed, or has it remained pretty constant throughout?
When we opened the ballpark in 2000, we had 5,300 designated parking spaces for the ballpark, and we had about 11,000 spaces in the 15-minute walk zone approaching the ballpark. And as we've seen development grow and in Mission Bay, those spaces have dwindled. And so now we have approximately 2,700 to 3,000 parking spaces that we use for the ballpark. So it's significantly reduced from when we started. And we've also noticed that the travel patterns of patrons to the ballpark have changed. People are using public transportation at a greater degree, and people are using, frankly, Uber and Lyft, walking, and lots of other modes, bicycling, more so than when we opened the ballpark. Right. And so today we have essentially 2,200 spaces on Lot A, and we have about 500 spaces that we use in Pier 48, and that's the totality of the spaces that are under our control for the ballpark. They are not entirely used in that we used to be completely oversubscribed for parking, but we've seen some reduction in parking in the last couple years based on people's familiarity with other forms of transit. So when we started, we had a 50-50 average modal split, which meant that on a weekday we had a much higher modal split. On a weekend we had a lower modal split based on people's travel patterns to and from the ballpark were from different origins. And what we found is there's less parking and less cars coming now than they were when we opened the ballpark. And so we have planned the parking structure to be sort of at a step down from where we are now, reducing it to the ballpark capacity of about 2,000. which is less than half of what we started with, and quite frankly, significantly less than what we have today. And we think that number sort of is the right number in terms of the balancing act that we're trying to do with respect to making sure that people and families can come to the ballpark, because we are a regional attraction. It's not just San Francisco residents that go to the ballpark. In fact, San Francisco residents make up about 20% of those that attend the ballpark, and 80% are coming from other places. And so we're trying to balance all those goals, and I think we've done a good job of sort of coming up with the ideal mix.
Yeah, it looks great. Thank you. The only other kind of thing I'd have you look at, you did a great job, I think, of showing park precedents and how they work. And I think like the Mission Rock Square will be great. And I don't know if the Junior Giants ballpark has always been part of that, but I like that that's on here. It's a big park. And I think the same way you looked at retail spaces, it may be good to look at kind of how parks along the water operate, and is there maybe too much passive kind of recreation area in China Basin Park? You know, at Crissy Field, extremely active along the waterfront, but the grassy area in Crissy Field gets a little less use in some of the port open spaces along the water. The same deal, as you come off the water, there's kind of less use. And you being a sports team, you know, it just makes me wonder, is there more room for other fields here? As someone who drives out to Treasure Island to go to Little League, you know, I'd much rather come here.
Right. We are actually sort of balancing a lot of interests as we develop the parks, because they're advocates for more passive recreation, which BCDC tends to prefer, and things of that sort. And then there's all these needs for space in the city for active recreation. So we have a T-ball field that is designed for youth up to 8 to 10 years of age to play baseball. That's an anchor for the youth area, but we have slides and we have play area in that we expect that the grass will be volleyball, soccer, pickup, and then we'll have festivals and lots of activities. We believe that the park is trying to serve a lot of different and diverse needs, and so we've actually programmed in the park different zones within the park. So if you wanted to go and have a very passive setting and sit by the water and read a book, there's a place for you. If you want to bring your family, get a burger, play baseball, run around with a kite, there's a place for you. And so we're trying to design the park, since it's large enough that we could almost create what we would call different rooms of the park that are principally used for different types of activities. So you do see in the rendering a big green space along the water's edge, but our goal is for that to be heavily used and programmed regularly enough that it is viewed as a community asset. And so we're trying to balance those needs, and we're very mindful of what you're talking about. And so if there's more eyes of the park, there's more people that go to the park, there are more users of the park will feel safe, inviting, and more of a community asset, and we definitely are mindful of that. We don't have any other structured fields other than the one T-ball field, but we do have space, as you can see.
Yeah, thanks.
Just one brief addition to that, too, is that we've started exploring this with the Yard at Mission Rock, which you may be familiar with. It's a shipping container kind of pop-up village that we programmed starting 2 years ago. And there we've done programming like movie night in the park, and we have 500 families come down to that. And we have urban soccer there, which runs kind of micro fields. It's 5-on-5. It's half the size of a normal soccer field. So we're starting to think about and prototype some of those uses that may go into the park. I also just wanted to mention for Commissioner Moore an update on the numbers I quoted. Those are inaccurate. The 3 doors per 100 square feet is the high zone. It's 1 door per 100 feet on the neighborhood streets, just in case you were taking notes.
And I was just going to add, I'm part of the San Francisco Neighborhood Theater Foundation, and we do the movie nights in the park. And for example, in Dolores Park, we can have up to 7,000 people that come to watch a free movie. So there is a demand and an interest in San Francisco for these communal activities to occur. And we'll be basically offering one more great space like Dolores Park is for those activities.
Mm-hmm. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Thank you to staff, and look forward to the next time we see you guys. Okay.
Commissioners, if there's nothing further, we can move on to item 9 for the Community Development Practice Group informational presentation.
Commissioners, I might just introduce this briefly. If you recall, a couple of years ago, we created a community development function in the department. You agreed to the budget request to have a number of staff who were not doing kind of typical land use planning work, but more hands-on work with neighborhood organizations in various parts of the city. So we thought it would be good today to introduce you to that team and the scope of their work that they're working on. Marlo Sandler heads that team, and she'll do most of the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Good afternoon, President Fong, Vice President Richards, and Commission members. My name is Marlo Sandler, and I am a project manager in the Citywide Division. I'm very pleased to be here today to present to you, along with my team, a relatively new initiative that we're calling Community Equity and Opportunity. Let me first introduce the rest of our team, and then you'll hear a bit from each of us, Danielle DeRuyter-Williams, Andy Nelson, and Claudia Flores. We've been collaborating for a little over a year now and look forward to sharing with you today our mission, our values, and our work. We're then happy to answer any questions and have further discussion. So you're all too familiar with the numerous challenges confronting San Franciscans. Gentrification and displacement are themes that have been discussed at this very podium over the past few years many times, along with discussions around rising evictions and growing income and affordability gaps. These trends have been most devastating to San Francisco's low-income communities and communities of color. The decline in the Black and Latino population is perhaps the most troubling evidence of what is happening in our city. In response to this crisis, the mayor's office worked with and supported the planning department in the creation of a new effort, which is housed in our citywide division. The idea is to adopt a people rather than a place-based approach to working with communities, one that is collaborative and transformational rather than transactional. This kind of work centers around building deep trust and relationships with communities that is ongoing rather than just revolving around a particular project or plan. So with the mayor's support, our team was born, and we hired a series of new colleagues who have brought to the mix experience around community engagement, advocacy, and racial equity. We define the mission of our Community Equity and Opportunity team as to shift... Sorry. So we've defined our mission as elevating community voices and working in partnership to identify opportunities that advance equity, generate meaningful engagement, and meet specific needs of San Francisco's most vulnerable communities. And I'll now turn it over to my colleague, Andy Nelson.
Before I do that, I might just interject here. You have not met Andy and Danielle before, so I might just give you a very quick bio. Andy's been working for the department for a little over a year. She previously worked with the communities all over California on social services, transportation and neighborhood policy, and community engagement. She received her master's in planning at the University of Auckland and a bachelor's English at Oberlin College. And I might just also introduce Danielle while I have the mic. Danielle DeRuyter-Williams has been with the department for over a year. After working at both Urban Habitat and Impact Hub Oakland, she earned her dual master's from UCLA in urban and regional planning and African American studies, and she is currently working on a third master's in MBA at Mills College. So we welcome them to the commission. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Good afternoon, commissioners. Andy Nelson, department staff. So our team is really driven by our collective values, which include, and they're listed here on the slide, relationships and trust, racial and social equity, diversity, inclusivity, innovation, reflection, and accountability. You may remember this slide from the presentation Adam Verrett gave a few weeks ago. Our team's efforts carry out our division's priority for an equitable, affordable, and diverse city, which is included in our 5-year work program. We have a number of objectives, and they're all listed here on the slide. I'm going to highlight 2 of these. We proactively engage and work with community members and build sustained relationships. We aim to be a trusted resource and an advocate for the community. We really see ourselves as conveners and connectors. We also collaborate with community and city family members to develop innovative approaches to solving planning-related issues. As Marlo said, our approach is people-centered. These are some of the ways we work. I'm going to speak to one of them. We connect community members to resources such as data and city contacts. For example, in the Tenderloin, there is growing interest among community members and organizations to better understand how the neighborhood is changing, as I'm sure you all have heard. They want to develop neighborhood stabilization strategies and ensure that changes are leveraged to benefit the existing community. There are many publicly available data sources, but they left a few unanswered questions and are really challenging for just your normal layperson to access. So we developed a summary document as a resource in response to the interests of those community members and organizations. So I'm going to turn it over to Claudia to talk about our key efforts.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Claudia Flores, Department staff. So the Mission Action Plan is just one example of our people-centered approach that Andy and Marlo have both mentioned. Through MAP 2020, a community-initiated efforts, we've been trying to build on and learn from past efforts to establish new ways of working collaboratively. When we work on the Mission Area Plan of the Eastern neighborhoods, the community responded with their own plan, the People's Plan. Oh, I'm still on the People's Plan. But MAP 2020 is a joint plan. Collectively, over the last couple of years, we've been building on the foundation those plans laid out, which already called for greater affordability and a culturally rich and diverse neighborhood. So the focus of MAP 2020 has been on to take those plans to the next level and really focus on the issues of displacement and rapid neighborhood change that Marlo mentioned at the beginning, which greatly accelerated in the city and in this neighborhood after the end of the Great Recession. But beyond collaborating on specific solutions on a product, we've also been really focused on the process and building trust, and Director Rand has been really a key part of this. We've done this by establishing working groups with one co-lead from the community and one from the city. We've emphasized listening and open communication to understand all the parties' constraints, concerns, and needs of the impacted community. And most importantly, we're deeply committed to stabilizing the neighborhood by emphasizing equity and addressing the impact of the crisis on the most vulnerable. Therefore, the focus on MAP 2020, as I've said before, has been on the socioeconomic issues or on the people and less so on the traditional physical place-based aspects of planning. As Andy mentioned, we're also working in other neighborhoods, such as the Tenderloin Community Data Project, which is going to feed in the Tenderloin Development Without Displacement initiative. The Excelsior is one of our next key efforts. And since our approach is people-centered, our focus is not just on specific geographies. So we're also supporting the Soma Filipinas work in Soma, the Black community through our Black San Francisco initiative, and working on a racial equity action plan for our department, which my colleague Danielle will tell you more about next.
Hi, my name is Danielle. I'm really excited to be here. So I am going to touch on a few of the things that are next for us, but then I'm going to delve a little bit deeper into our Racial and Ethnic Equity Action Plan, which is the effort that I've been leading with 15 other folks in our department. So just what's next more broadly? We are currently working on putting together our community education and youth program. So we recognize that one of the big gaps in engaging with community really is around the flow of information between the city and community. So how can we create better access through the share of information between the planning department and community? Another thing we're really interested in is developing better understanding around equity and displacement. So we have a number of folks working on that effort. Again, we have the implementation of the MAP 2020 process over the next year or so, and then we're starting to delve into the work in the Excelsior. And then we're really excited to bring on a new staff person. As you can imagine, this work requires a lot of people power. So the bigger our team can get, the better we can do this work. So I'm just going to really quickly define equity because I think it's important to make that distinction. We've used that word a lot, and we don't want it to become like the word sustainability, where like, what does that even mean anymore? So this is a great graphic. I invite you to use it anytime you can. A lot of times you talk about equality or fairness, right? And the notion of equality is that everyone gets the same amount. The notion of equity really is everyone gets the amount that they need to be able to achieve the same. So when we think about racial equity, what we're really talking about is that one's racial identity does not unduly burden or negatively impact their life outcomes. So that's how we're connecting the notion of equity with racial equity. So that distinction there has implications when we think about how we're engaging with community. That means there's no cookie cutter approaches to engaging with community. That means there's no cookie cutter approaches when we think about policy. It actually pushes us to think more deeply about communities that have needed more over the course of history, who need more now, and how can we be more innovative in providing those additional resources to those communities. So our Racial and Ethnic Equity Action Plan, which is a mouthful, so I'll just call it REAP from here on out, it consists of several different components. First of all, we have to look inwardly. So what are the ways in which our department is really holding out the cause for racial equity in terms of our hiring, our diversity within the department, our internal processes, not only public-facing, but also kind of those internal processes. So how open and accessible are those? We think about our community engagement strategies. Where are our resources going to engage with community? Where's the equity opportunity there? We're looking at our plans and programs. Are there opportunities to advance racial equity through our programs, plans, and projects? And then what are those opportunities in policy and code? And this whole Racial Equity Action Plan, our REAP, has come about over the course of the last year. 15 of us have been participating in training, a learning year, I'll say, with a number of different jurisdictions around the region, through which we've been gaining a deeper understanding of structural racism, along with the battle-tested skills and best practices from other cities, including those in Seattle and the Twin Cities, that we can then bring back here, tailor and apply to our needs in San Francisco. So we're not having to reinvent the wheel. We're also part of a broader network of folks who are adopting these policies and plans around the country. So it's a learning community that we've been participating in. And one of the most exciting kind of pieces of momentum that's come out of this is that in this next year, there's a couple of different representatives from about 10 agencies who are going to send their own cohort through this learning year on structural racism. So I can enumerate all of those at a later date, but it's really great to see that about 10 to 12 agencies have committed staff time to really dig into issues of racial equity for the next year, and obviously, hopefully, beyond and forever. So that's all I have for you, and that's all we have for you. So thank you for having us.
Thank you very much. Opening up to public comment on this informational item. Seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Melgar?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm really looking forward to what specifically you guys are able to accomplish, both within the planning department, but also to make sure that communities understand technical issues and are able and empowered to act on them. So thank you.
I guess, thank you. A couple of comments I have. I think this is a fantastic, innovative way to move forward, because we have seen projects like that have come up where there were very big projects in the communities that you might be targeting, like Potrero, Hope, and Sunnydale Hope, where literally for a couple of hearings we've had 0 speakers from the neighborhood. So I would love to see more engagement by those folks. We've had some emergency kind of situations where we've had big projects in the mission, and we have 200 people march on the commission, and they don't feel like they're being heard. So I really think there's a good role here. The Mission Action Plan is just an example, I think, is a concrete deliverable that came out of this initiative, and I think it's fantastic. It's very big and broad, and it covers so many policy things way beyond planning. And what I'd like to do is make sure that over time, when these things get taken place, like we as commissioners don't forget about it or get left off. So MAP 2020, let's keep a tally as to what's going on. What's the data telling us? Are we being successful or not? I really look forward to kind of like those coming back and checking in, because I think this is money well spent. Any other commissioners? No, thank you very much. Great work.
Commissioners, that'll place us on item 10 for case number 2016-013035 PCA, exempting certain landmarks from the November 2016 ballot measure Prop X Planning Code Amendment.
Hi, Diego Sanchez with Planning Department staff. Today I'll be presenting an ordinance proposing to amend the planning code to exempt certain landmark buildings from conditional use and replacement requirements when proposing to convert production, distribution, and repair, or PDR spaces, arts activity spaces, and institutional community uses, or IC uses. Commissioners, I'd like to note that this ordinance would typically have gone before the Historic Preservation Commission, or HPC, prior to being before you for consideration. And at today's hearing, you would have had the HPC's recommendation in your packet. Unfortunately, due to a scheduling conflict and oversight, the item is not scheduled to be before the HPC until January 18th. You may, should you desire, of course, continue the item at any point till the HPC has considered the ordinance. Please keep in mind that each commission is an independent commission and able to make a recommendation as they wish. So as a gesture to the HPC, I felt the duty to bring that to light if you feel that you definitely need to have the HPC's recommendation to inform this discussion in your consideration. If not, I can continue. I think Supervisor April Ng from Supervisor Kim's office should be here momentarily, but I can continue.
Please.
Oh, definitely. Okay. Commissioners, the department's in overall support of the ordinance because it strikes a balance between two competing needs with historic buildings as well as PDR spaces. The first is being the need to allow older buildings to be adaptively reused. The second is the need to preserve existing PDR arts activities in IC spaces. Go ahead. Are you sure? Okay. Staff does have a substantive recommendation. There are three recommendations. Two of them are more procedural for clarification for implementation. The third is a substantive recommendation, and that's to limit conversions to just under 50,000 square feet, or 50% of the existing PDR arts or IC space, whatever's less, as well as to limit this exemption to buildings with landmark status of July 1st, 2006. We're doing this to accomplish two purposes. The first is to limit the total area converted from any one project while still allowing an adequate amount of space to be converted. And the second reason is to constrain the number of buildings that may avail themselves of this exemption. That concludes my presentation. I would like to allow April Ng from Supervisor Kim's office to present to you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. April Ng from Supervisor Kim's office. Thank you for considering this legislation today, and thank you to Diego Sanchez in preparation of the planning staff report. The supervisor and her colleagues put this ballot measure on the ballot, concerned about the loss of PDR arts and small business spaces and nonprofit spaces here in San Francisco, and the voters, I think, as Diego put in his staff report, overwhelmingly supported this as well. As we were drafting this legislation, there was a request to consider historic buildings and the impact of historic buildings as it relates to this legislation. And at the time, we didn't have enough information to really understand the full scope of what historic buildings would be affected. And so we pursued this through trailing legislation, and we included a provision of the ballot measure to allow the board to amend legislation in the future with 2/3 vote. And so just by way of background, in the drafting of the legislation, we attempted to identify different ways that a project sponsor might be able to pursue replacement requirements. And we did look at off-site and in lieu fee options. But at the time, we decided to pursue this in trailing legislation. And so the legislation calls out replacement spaces to be new. And that's where it currently conflicts with
with buildings that would like to do adaptive reuse and include PDR spaces in their buildings. I think from the staff report, it also identifies that historic buildings have also a cost to maintaining their use as historic that is unique, and that we might consider some allowance to historic buildings. And that's where this trailing legislation is before you today, to be able to balance the desire to keep historic buildings, also to preserve some level of PDR use in those buildings, and to say that should a project sponsor or a building preserve at least 50% of their use as PDR, that they would be exempt from the replacement requirements. We are in agreement with the Planning Department's recommendation to be of the lesser 49,000 square feet or 50%. I think that's an appropriate recommendation. And on the other recommendations that Diego also put forth. I'm here and available for any questions, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any questions, fellow commissioners?
Do public comment first. Oh, no.
From the... Okay. Opening up to public comment. I have no speaker cards. Any public comment on this agenda item number 10?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Spike Khan with Pacific Bell Factory. The Prop X legislation was a compromise between what we really need, which is one-to-one replacement of PDR space, when a blue-collar, job-producing warehouse gets torn down and condos get replaced. At least the ground floor should be PDR space. So Prop X already got chiseled away, and it's not one-to-one. And now to chisel it away further and take what the voters had agreed to and make more and more exemptions, that's not you guys' job, in my opinion. Your guys' job is to help preserve the PDR space. The Ghost Ship PDR space in Oakland was a catastrophe because artists were working and living in a space that, because there's not enough PDR space for the arts, there's not enough PDR space for the blue-collar working community. And by having such a demand for space, and then you guys to weaken what we already just passed in the election, it's just unconscionable. And I really, on behalf of all the artists who are working out of their kitchens because there's not enough PDR space to build an art studio where it should be safe and lit and sprinklered and fire code compliant, to say, no, let's exempt more and more so that more and more of these catastrophes actually will happen in the future because there's not enough space, you just can't do it. And I know that you've got a recommendation to accept more exemptions. You have to reject it. You have to think about why we are even where we are right now and why Prop X was so important, as weak as it was. So don't weaken it further, please.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Peter Ackworth. I'm the owner of the San Francisco Armory on 14th and Mission. This is a building obviously affected by Prop X. It has currently about 150,000 square feet of PDR space. With this legislation in place, there's no easy way to change any of that. Couldn't take a small portion and use it for something else because there's no way to rebuild replacement PDR within the footprint of the building. Operating a historic building like the Armory is incredibly expensive. It was vacant for 30 years, and there's a reason for that. To this day, it has no heating system. If you know what I do with the building, you'll understand perhaps why that's a little bit inconvenient. There's no elevator, there's no sprinkler systems, no fire-rated exits. It needs someone to come along and build 3 columns from the roof to the basement to exit the building safely. This work, I could go on, the work that's necessary. There's no sprinklers. the building is not really in use. I mean, it's very sparsely in use. I have currently about 100 employees operating in a building that's 200,000 square feet. It's sparsely used, and I've attempted to rent it for things like PDR, but without much success because there's no heating, because there's no the accessibility is not very good. In order to make it useful for both PDR and non-PDR users, it needs this work to be done. And so this exemption makes sense. It's a modest footprint given the size of the building. It will enable me to go out and borrow money to do the work to make the building useful not only for other uses but for PDR most specifically. And we're working very closely with SF Made to ensure that we can maximize the capacity of the entire basement, in fact, for PDR and employ a bunch more people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any additional speakers on this item?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Peter Papadopoulos. Today I'm speaking on behalf of the Mission Economic Development Agency as well as United to Save the Mission's Community Development Committee. In looking at this piece of trailing legislation, first of all, we do want to thank Supervisor Kim's office and everyone else who worked on this legislation. We think it's a significant help towards slowing the loss of our PDR uses at a critical time. We do have some concerns about where this could lead, as much as historic buildings and their preservation we do think are important. There are potential impacts that we're concerned about when we look at this. And when we look specifically at a project like the Armory, which is proposing a huge office conversion, which will be people moving in, we're talking hundreds and hundreds of, if this office conversion were to go through, hundreds and hundreds of people earning 4, 5, 6 times the amount of the people living and working on that little area right now. So we think that it's critical that we think about those kind of gentrification effects, especially on a critical cultural corridor. You have the 2 cultural corridors in the Mission that are basically the working class central districts, and they're both under great pressure. North Mission Street now has, in the first 2.5 blocks alone, along with this Armory proposal, has 10 project proposals on just 2.5 blocks. This would bring several thousand potentially upscale workers and residents to this area. The Latino Cultural District has 7 projects in that small area currently in proposal, and we're concerned about those cumulative impacts under this current scenario. Yes, it's true these buildings are more expensive to operate, and that I think needs to be taken into consideration in some way, but we think there are other avenues potentially in terms of how much can be converted, how frequently. We're concerned about the 10-year timeline that you could essentially phase out a building over a few decades entirely right now. So we'd like to see that be longer, as well as what kind of, how could the San Francisco, since this is such a critical issue, participate in helping these buildings, which again were often bought for quite cheap because they are these old PDR use historical buildings. And I do want to point out that the PDR, despite Prop X, it is also true that PDR is disappeared at quite a rapid rate at this point under the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan. And very few of the projects in that huge pipeline of 65, 67 projects or so fall under Prop X, either because they're not PDR uses, or they're NCT use, which is not part of Prop X, quite a number of them, or they're smaller than the delineated size for Prop X. I also just want to address a point that was just made, which is PDR to PDR conversion is I think can be worked out perfectly fine and solutions found. We don't need to change to eliminate it to allow that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Papadopoulos. Any additional speakers on this item? Seeing none, I guess I'll start. So I guess, Mr. Sanchez, this applies very narrowly to a handful of buildings landmarked as eligible individual landmarks, correct?
Yeah, that's
correct. And National Register listed buildings after 2006.
Yes.
So how many buildings is that?
So we prepared a map from the best that we could determine, and I can show it up here. We found 3 buildings, one including the Armory. This is a live-work building, and this is the Schoenstein Pipe Organ Company building. So as of today, these are the three that we are aware of.
So, and the square footage of these three buildings, 175,000 for the Armory, the pipe organ place, and these lofts, of the total PDR space in the blue area is a rounding error? I mean, I'm guessing we're looking at millions of square feet of PDR space, and this is a couple 100,000, these three buildings combined?
Yeah, at best, these three at best, yeah, a couple 100,000. The Armory probably has 160. The best records I could find on the Schoenstein building is under 10,000, and I couldn't find anything on the live work, obviously, because it's a hybrid residential, non-residential use, so we're not really sure how much PDR would be
about
in there.
200,000.
Okay.
We're imagining. Okay, something like that. And the total square footage of the PDR in the eastern neighborhoods is millions.
That I don't know.
Okay. I guess the question I have then for Mr. Ackworth, if you don't mind. Thank you, Mr. Sanchez. So we have two. We'd have two actions to allow. You're one of the three sites actually for you to have a different use. You can do PDR, obviously, but you said you can go get financing because there's a chance that it might be non-PDR use. Can you kind of explain that? Help us.
Yeah, well, if I was to get an entitlement for something else more lucrative for a small portion of the building,
like
let's say office, 49,000 square feet, that would enable me to go out and get a loan to do the work necessary to bring the building up to code.
Okay.
But the point I was trying to make is that work is necessary anyway, in as much as there's no heating even in those areas of the building where there's PDR,
right?
Where the PDR will stay.
Okay.
So this will create, not eliminate PDR jobs. In fact.
Okay. Thank you. Any other commissioners? I can continue.
Please.
Commissioner Johnson?
No, go ahead. I'm thinking.
I mean, I'm trying to go. There's nobody else on the roll, so I'll just keep going. And I have to entertain a motion as well, but nobody's pushed the button. It's kind of like a catch-22. We have this big, very narrowly defined. The organ company building looks to be pretty good. It's still being actively used. I drive by it all the time. The other building I don't know about, but it looks narrowly defined that this really would benefit the Armory. I kind of get it. I mean, it'd be very beneficial. So this very large building that leads a lot of things done. I've been in the Armory several times. I was there for a gala event just this year, and we wandered around the building, and it's a big building. And I've been there during the day. A friend of mine he used to have space there. He was PDR. I think he still has some space there. And it's this massive building, and it's like you roll a bowling ball down any hallway or anywhere, and you don't hit anybody. It's just so sparsely populated. I agree. So the trade-off would be: do we allow this to move forward to allow up to 49,000 square feet? Because you couldn't do any more. You couldn't do half the building. They can only do 49,999. In order to fund, and we'd have to allocate it from the small cap, but in order to fund additional potential PDR jobs, because the building's so massive. So there's kind of this public policy trade-off, and that's what the way I see this framed at. To me, it doesn't seem like a bad trade-off. We want to keep our landmark buildings up. We do want to increase more PDR jobs, but it's going to come at the cost of maybe allowing a little bit of non-PDR space, maybe a third of the building, maybe less than a third, and that would be under a completely separate entitlement. So that's not something that we're deciding today, but we're taking a step to allow that. Commissioner Hillis.
So a couple of questions. So take the Armory, for instance, that would have to come back to us for the conversion of some PDR space?
Yeah, they would need to come back for an office allocation. I think they have an application with us right now. Yeah.
So it's for an office allocation,
Yeah.
not for the conversion and kind of this exemption.
If this exemption goes through, they would be exempt from the conditional use process, I believe.
Okay. I mean, I think part of the problem
the
we're
project
having
will
is,
come back to you in one form or another.
but just for the office allocation.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems. I think the trouble I'm having with it is I get that. I mean, I sympathize with the Armory. It's an unusual building. It's not a typical PDR building. It's got the massive drill hall and then office space. I think it's a unique animal in this case, But I think the problem I have with this is we think back to, we have on the books an exemption or a CU process in industrial areas that we saw being used. If it's a historic building, you go to landmarks and they talk about kind of this issue of maintenance. I mean, we had what are the buildings who wanted to try to convert under this, and there was interim legislation that was adopted to stop them from doing that.
The Pinterest building.
The Pinterest, yeah, the Showplace Square buildings. And so I think that's my concern is, it seems on one hand we're trying to do something for a building that's unique and difficult to reuse, and I'm sympathetic to that. On the other side, we're trying to pass legislation or recommend changes to legislation that could be used more globally, right? And I know there's often this tension where we kind of, the Armory to me is a building we could look at individually and do some sort of, we don't know what the project is coming forward at the Armory, what type of office, what the rest of the space is going to be used for. I think that may be the better way to do this than kind of legislation that tries to help that situation but could drag other things into it that we don't necessarily want to change, and we want to keep to the letter of Prop X.
If I can add, we also put together a map of properties that were identified as potentially being able to become landmarks in some process or another. This could zoom out, and we found about 35. And we don't have.
But your recommendations to the legislation would take these off the table.
Yes, that's the time limit. Yes, you'd have to already be landmarked.
It just seems like we're turning ourselves into pretzels to try to just get the Armory into this. Why not just address kind of the Armory and what's going to happen? And look at that as a because I think it's unique. There's no other building with a huge drill hall.
Sure.
So
yeah, I think right now the Armory would have a replacement requirement. Would need a CU, and the legislation would also, if we let the legislation go as proposed, other buildings could take advantage of that, and then we would, are we opening the floodgates is the question. I think that's what the recommendation is, trying to address those two competing goals of PDR retention and while allowing older buildings to garner investment.
Yeah. I think my preference would be to come look at a specific project that the Armory may want to do, and I welcome your comment. If you want to, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, thank you. My understanding is we would have to come back before you with any project.
Right.
Office specifically, it would be a CU as I understand it. So we'd have to come back and make our case with the project. This just opens the door and makes it feasible, because this has got to go before the Board of Supervisors also. So this just opens the door, and you could then say no if we come back.
What else are we opening the door to?
Well, as I understand it, there's only 3 buildings that
we know of.
Right.
I think just to clarify, what this trailing legislation does is actually just exempts historic buildings from the requirements of Prop X. So essentially, they don't do the replacement PDR because it's physically impossible for them to expand their footprint. They still have to follow the entire community process. So let's say Prop X didn't pass. If a building like the Armory wanted to convert office space, they would still have to go through the conditional use permit and go through the entire process, come before you, have community meetings, all of that. That still remains the same as far as I know under this trailing legislation, and I've worked with Supervisor Kim's office on this. That all remains the same. It's just that without this trailing legislation, the Armory and other historic buildings wouldn't even be able to go through the process because it's a non-starter since they can't replace the PDR.
Right. But why not just go for an amendment to the code for the Armory? If there's a project.
So, it's a good question. We worked with Supervisor Kim's office, and it was really a historic exemption for landmarks that made sense. And I don't think that it was realized that there was only 3 buildings total. But that was it was actually discussed before the legislation was proposed, and so this was the conversation we were having. And I know that there are some groups concerned about the historic landmarks, not just the Armory, but in general about historic landmarks. I sent some support letters from the Heritage Foundation and the California historical society. So it's not specific to the Armory, even though they are impacted by it.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'm sympathetic to that, and I think, it's a difficult building, and something has to kind of be figured out to rework it. We're just on the other side have had buildings where there was, for kind of a conversion and exemption or an ability to do more with the historic building that didn't work out so well, and we're looking at changing that to limiting it, like Showplace Square. So
I think the other thing to keep in mind specific to the Armory, although this could be true for the other buildings too, is that by allowing them to do this, they actually will be able to use more capacity for PDR. It will actually increase the capacity for PDR in the existing space, because if you've been in the space, there's not infrastructure in there to bring in additional companies or PDR uses, because it's just a big open floor. As Peter said, there's fire safety hazards, exit, those kinds of things. So in fact, in working with SF MADE, we will be able to better utilize the PDR space that exists.
All right, thanks.
Commissioner Melgar.
So I can remember all of those years when the Armory was empty before Mr. Ackworth acquired it, and the several proposals and iterations of the proposals that went through, from condos, there was an arcade, movie theaters. I mean, and the numbers just were so difficult to pencil out. Those performances just did not work. And so I don't know that I think that this is a chipping away wholesale at Prop X. I can live with this, legislation. I think it's small. It's a small footprint to try to deal with this. And like I said, I looked at those numbers, for many years. So I can live with this.
I remember being on the board of San Francisco Heritage and seeing the plans for the housing right in the drill court.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we worked through those numbers as well, so I can vouch for Commissioner Melgar's comment there. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you very much. I agree. I think I side a lot with Commissioner Hillis that I don't necessarily see that this legislation is actually necessary. There have been many instances, Showplace Square is a great example, where we've had just a specific project go to the board or to the commission with a DA or some sort of agreement for that project. And again, in terms of the specifics of the why behind all of this, I agree with Commissioner Melgar. The numbers are daunting for anything in that space, and even just to bring it up to code and bring it up to good life and safety and all that stuff today, new stuff costs money, and you got to find a way to finance that. So I understand where we're going with it. I think that this is limited, and I also think that because this project, there's only 3 buildings. If another one were to come out of the woodwork, another large landmark that for some crazy reason we missed and it ends up coming before us and it's a problem, I think that we have the tools to be able to work around it. We find our way towards compromise on most of these things. So I'm going to move to approve with modifications, because I think that I think it works for this project. I don't necessarily know that I think it would have gone another way, but I think it works. And if it's an issue in the future, we have ways of dealing with that.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Could I just have one follow-up question? I'm not quite sure I understand the answer. Would the project have to come under the legislation? Would the project need to come back for the conversion, a CU for the conversion, and not just the office allocation? I mean, I get it's back here for a.
If you were to pass if the legislation were to pass, it would be exempt up to 50% of their PDR space. So I don't know what the application is. If it's larger than 50%, then it's no longer exempt from the CU and replacement requirement. So it depends on how much they're proposing to replace.
Diego, if they were to limit it to 49,000 per our recommendation,
then they're exempt.
And which means they don't even need a CU to convert.
Well, they don't need a CU to convert, from what I understand, but I think they would need the office allocation.
They need the allocation.
It's over the 20,000, I think, square foot. 25,000 of 321.
They don't. Maybe I can ask Marlena.
Deputy City Attorney Marlena Byrne. Diego's correct that they would not need a CU they would not need to comply with this section of the planning code at all if they are under these limits that are being proposed. There may be other triggers for a conditional use permit or the office allocation, depending on what their project is.
But if you're currently, you've got a building that has 50,000 square feet of PDR under Prop X, and I think part of the issue is we haven't had a Prop X project yet before us, so I don't think we're quite certain on how Prop X translates here at the commission yet. But if you're a project that has 50,000 square feet of PDR currently and you're demoing in, my sense is Prop X generally applies when you're demoing PDR space, but it would also apply if you're converting. If you're demoing that 50,000 square feet of PDR, is there the ability to not replace? I mean, Prop X says you have to replace half that with PDR art space, correct? Right. So there's not an ability to not replace that.
That's right. This would create the one exception.
But not with the CU. It's kind of as of right if you're a historic.
That's right.
Okay. I mean, that's the only thing maybe I would add is if you're a historic building and you do have this conversion, it would require a CU.
Mm-hmm.
That it's not
As
kind
opposed
of
to just being exempt from the blanket requirement.
because it gives us the ability, and I think the board has the ability to kind of look totally at what's happening with the
So
building.
you're saying, Rich, that you would split up the CU and the replacement requirement? Because right now, Prop X says you must get a CU and you must replace.
I don't think
the
Prop
space.
X says you need a CU.
Are you sure?
Are you done?
Yeah.
You're trying to amend the motion.
No, it does. It does. I think. Well, I made a motion. It was seconded. So I'm happy to take a change potentially. So I'm trying to understand it.
Well, I'm just trying to understand again, I think part of the issue is we haven't had a Prop X project. So you've got a project that's demoing PDR, 50,000 square feet. You're going to replace what you need to replace under Prop X with art space or PDR
Sure,
space and
whatever
build a
it
new
is.
building. You don't otherwise need a CU for the project. Would you need a Prop X?
You would need a Prop X CU under 202.8.
Okay.
Assuming it gets certified, which I think it will.
Got it. Okay.
Mr. Papadopoulos.
Okay.
I was going to ask, Mr. Papadopoulos, you were there vehemently shaking your head. I wanted to make sure we have all the facts. You were causing a breeze up here. You messed my hair up.
I think it's your eyes. I was not shaking my head. I was adjusting my collar. Yes, do you have a question?
So
yes. Oh, what was I shaking my head at a minute ago? Yeah, I think that there are a number of factual things that I think that if we could get them right, that would help. And I'm with Commissioner Hillis. I'm a little unclear about some of how this works, and that's part of our concern is that we haven't had a Prop X, and we're a little. My understanding, reading through the motion, is that it would remove the CU as part of it, and therefore I'm a little unclear as to whether it even comes back to you if they were to convert 49,000 square feet. That's part one. Part two is that can now be done every 10 years. By 3 decades, you can empty your building, essentially. I also want to correct one other thing, having been a part of the Prop X process. They don't have a problem of needing to have an outside footprint. There is no outside footprint currently in Prop X, period. It was removed. So this is all a matter of interior conversion in Prop X, so that's actually just not on the table, that argument.
That's
City attorney's like, that's not true.
City Attorney.
Deputy City Attorney Marlena Byrne, Prop X is actually silent now as to conversions, whether the replacement space needs to be on-site or off-site. So I would advise that is actually not prohibited by this ordinance to do off-site.
Right. It's not prohibited, but it was being presented as if it was required. It's not only required, it was intentionally removed for reasons like this, to satisfy scenarios like this, to not trap a building like this in terms of having to, do certain things. Yeah, so they don't have to do an increased footprint. I also just want to, as far as I know, the drill hall is already converted. That's where the enormous Madison Square Garden of the West is. So already imagine there's already been a massive gentrifying transformation in this building with people commuting in to big music shows, et cetera. So this is not actually, this is now basically we want to convert most of the rest of the building to upscale office on one of the most working class blocks in the city.
Okay.
So,
Are those only other points? I guess, Mr. Ackworth, a question. I've been in the Armory, and it strikes me because there are offices in it. They line the Mission Street side. I mean, they were used as offices for the military. I mean, offices, right? And you currently use them for production?
They're accessory office because the entire basement is PDR.
Right, and the basement is the area that's where the creek goes through it?
Exactly.
Okay, so it's just there's nothing there. It's just
not much there. Sparsely used for video production purposes. Yeah.
So how many square feet is the actual accessory offices? Do you know?
I think probably about 15,000 square feet, something like that. And that's based on a large footprint of the basement and other floors being used for production purposes. So you're allowed to have a small portion of the building as office, so as accessory office to that primary use.
To the PDR use, okay. I guess the thought to the motion maker would be, we're entertaining additional amendments, would be maybe to bring down the square footage and not allow it to recur. So you kind of get a one-time pass, and you can finance the building. You can move forward, but make it less than 49, but still make it require an office allocation or a CU. Commissioner Moore.
The uncertainty about Prop X and never having done this before leaves me somewhat without real tools to fully understand what's implied here. I would have been more comfortable following up on the initial comments of Commissioner Hillis to see a real project to react to with a specific location within the building. What I am well aware of is obviously that the cost of the Armory as a historic building and its maintenance will always be an issue no matter what you do. That will not just kind of be solved by allocating this particular use, but that need will be like the sucking sound of having a historic building and needing to use it in a contemporary way and maintain it to the standards by which it is a historic building. I would have been more comfortable just as a generic thing to have historic preservation look at this and give us some guidance. Because I do believe that one of you talked about the first 10 years later, and then the next 10 years, et cetera, when we all don't even remember anymore what our next generation of commissioners will do. I'd like to take a slightly more cautious attitude towards it. I would be more comfortable with a project-specific outline. I would have also preferred to have SF-made or real PDR speak to the subject matter, because this is all very abstract and very policy-oriented. Legislation happens to be more tending into the theoretical, that I'm personally not prepared with additional information to just get that out of here. This is my feeling. I've been listening very carefully, but I have not heard any convincing argument that I need to decide on this today.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I see Ms. April up here. That's good, because I was actually going to ask you a question. So I was definitely on the fence on this even when I made the motion. Is the supervisor amenable to other methods of assisting this future project? It seems like this legislation is a little bit a step too far when we haven't even seen a real Prop X project, right? And we're already talking about exemptions from Prop X.
I would say that I can't speak to the project itself. I think that this is guided by a desire to assist historic buildings. I do wish that what had been reviewed by HPC prior to going to the Planning Commission, but because of the schedule, it wasn't. And so this legislation doesn't necessarily speak to a specific project, although of course there is a project that is impacted by both this legislation and Proposition X. I also wanted to weigh in on the discussion. I understood that you were having a discussion about the application of the conditional use requirement. So Prop X has two components. It has a conditional use requirement as well as replacement requirements. So perhaps we need to clarify that the exemptions are related to the replacement requirements of 1-to-1, 0.75, 0.25, and that we continue to apply the conditional use requirement in this in the case of historic buildings that want to convert 50% or 49.99, whichever is the lesser. As I understand, an office conversion would also trigger a Prop M allocation and will go to your commission in the future as well. So if we apply the conditional use requirement, you can take into consideration the PDR replacement, the PDR loss being considered, and really kind of have that full discussion as it relates to a particular project. This legislation isn't geared towards, weighing on either side on a particular project. This is an attempt to try to address how to convert in historic buildings of very high criteria nationally registered buildings.
Okay. So just because I feel like I don't want to get us confused, this way this is written, the motion and our case report, we're exempting this from the CU requirement as well. And so the only reason we would see it as a CU is if the project included an office conversion,
right, that
would trigger another CU requirement.
Right.
But we would be exempting it from the CU that's required for Prop X.
Right. So I'm suggesting to break that out and clarify that a CU requirement would be required in this case for conversions of buildings that are nationally registered.
Oh, so that would be a change,
yes,
a modification.
That was our rec.
That was what you were saying, Rich. Right. Okay. All right. I think there's a couple. Rich, going back to Rich.
Commissioner Hills.
No, I thank you for that clarification, because I think that makes a lot. I think with the National Historic Landmark designation, which is fairly narrow, again with the CU requirement, it may be good to get the Preservation Commission to weigh in on that CU requirement when it comes, when a project comes back. I think like that already happens in other districts. I think it's sufficiently limited, and the projects would come back to us at that point. So I'd be comfortable with the motion if.
Mm-hmm.
Can I jump in 1 second here just to clarify something? I believe the legislation is for locally designated landmarks. Is that not correct? It's
and National Register.
Well, there's lots of buildings. There's many more buildings on the National Register than there are and that are locally designated. So we have to make that distinction clear. I'm not sure which the legislation is referring to.
The legislation is for buildings designated under Article 10, as well as those listed on the National Register of Historic Places. Both. Yeah.
And even with those criteria, Diego, you only found 3 buildings that this would apply to today.
Yes.
Okay.
In those zoning districts, in those plan areas, that circumscribed geography
to
which this applies.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess the interesting thing for me is we want to have a project, but we're hearing from the potential project sponsor, we can't have a project without the ability to go get a tenant. You can't get a tenant without the ability to actually have additional uses. So we're kind of in this vicious circle. And, I do feel the other half of me feels that once we say yes to this, we're basically, the gun's going to come back to our head in the future and say, hey, I've got a project that's going to keep the building up. So, if we approve this today, we're literally, actually, in my mind, philosophically approving a conversion, even though we might need a CU, because it would be hard to go back when there's a real project here saying the building would be saved. And, that's why I said maybe reducing the amount to minimize the impact but still allow a project could work, the square footage amount, because there are offices there. There are already offices there. They just don't support any PDR.
So reducing the amount of square footage
right.
that should trigger a CU?
Just reducing the amount of square footage, period.
That they could.
Then any one of these 3 buildings could convert.
Just my only reaction to that is the way Prop M works is that you have to allocate anything between 25 and 50 from the small cap and anything more than 50 from the large cap. And you don't have to allocate.
Oh, so we can allocate as much as we want.
You can allocate as much as you want at the time the project comes to you.
Okay. It puts parameters around a potential project sponsor, though, to go get 25,001 square foot versus coming back with a 49,999 to us. That's what I'm afraid of.
Commissioner Moore.
why not continue this project out till we have a clearer position from historic preservation? Why don't they take the lead? We could forward some questions to them, have them discuss it, and then we'll at least have a certain confirmation about the severity of what may happen or not happen. I would be definitely more comfortable having them weigh on that as well. It is we are dual commissions with input on this. Why not have them comment, since these are historic buildings? Particularly one of them is so small it could never even fall under this, because the Schoenstein building apparently is so small it wouldn't even apply. So there is something missing here for me.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I don't want to have too much conversation, but I'd like to go back to Commissioner Moore. Question for you, without sounding too terrible, I'll just blurt it out. What type of discussion do you anticipate that the HPC would have? Like, what are they, in terms of their commission, like, what they do? What are they adding to the conversation that you would like to see, other than more voices?
I think they have a broader physical understanding of the buildings impacted. They may also know about other pending applications or buildings to which they may apply, and they will use the authority they have in being really the commission for this aspect of our work to have a judgment one way or the other, including hearing of what is being said here by those people who have perhaps reasonable concerns. We don't have that much PDR space left anymore, and just kind of whittling away on what Prop X does is definitely a concern for many.
Is there a timeline here? I'm looking at
January 19th.
January 19th.
Is when they're going to meet.
No, is there a reason why? So, April, you mentioned that this came to us today because of scheduling and not being able to get on HPC's calendar. Is there anything bad that happens if we postpone this into the end of January? We can have a hearing with HPC?
A joint hearing.
Huh?
A joint hearing.
From the department perspective, there's enough time to continue this until late January. And I can't speak on behalf of the sponsors.
Yes.
I think we were working under the assumption that we were trying to have this legislation reviewed within the 90-day time frame. And so should you decide to wait to consider, well, I would offer you can either direct the HPC to consider things that you all are considering as you are deliberating here, or if you do want to go back, we would have to, or to you after HPC, we would extend the time period for review, and I think we would be open to doing that.
I mean, we would have to, I think, to April's point, the 90 days would expire before then. But there's two options. One is that to ask the supervisor, as she said, to extend it. The other is to ask the HPC to separately send recommendations to the board.
I see. I would be inclined to preempt my own motion with a motion to continue to the end of January and extend the period, and so that when it came back to us, we would go out with approval or not. Right, because the other option is you would have like parallel decision making. Is that what we're talking about?
Well, we're all recommending.
Yeah.
We would recommend or not recommend, and then the HPC would recommend or not recommend.
Or make comments.
I mean, I'm open to either. I have a motion on the table, so.
Well,
Yes, Jonas.
did you withdraw that motion?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Commissioner Melgar.
So I just going back to Commissioner Dennis Richards' comments about decreasing the square footage that could be converted. I'm at a loss of what that really means in terms of the numbers for the building. I mean, if one of the arguments is that this allows for preservation of a historic structure, it seems like decreasing would also decrease the resource. I mean, without having some standards, I'm not sure, like decreasing it by how much and what's the impact. And so it just makes me feel like we need to cook this a little bit more before we're making motions and decisions.
Sure. So I supported Prop X outright. I was on the ballot argument. I think was the only commissioner here. I also support historic preservation, so I'm trying to balance both. My whole point was there are existing offices already in the building to the tune of 10 or 15,000 feet that might be able to be rented out, and that accessory offices to the PDR may be built somewhere else where the PDR is. That was just my point. The director said we don't have to do an allocation of anything we don't want to do, but I just feel like we're hamstringing the fact that we won't have a project if we don't do this. But as to the continuance, the whole fact of the historic HPC informs us, and I'd use that input to move forward. To have two separate recommendations where we're not informed doesn't serve, I think, this discussion. The supervisor's willing to extend it. There is no project on the table. We need more information. I'd support a continuance.
If I may, Commissioners, just one clarification. The office space that's there is accessory to the PDR use. It could not be rented to another user. Because it needs to be, the actual use needs to be accessory to the PDR use that's on site.
Got it. I'd love to see SF Made come back as well so I'd support a continuance.
Rich. Okay.
Do I hear a motion?
Yes. All right. Move to continue to, let's make sure that we can have.
The soonest we could continue it to would be January 19th.
The day after the HPC?
And HPC would meet
January 18th.
Fine with me.
Is that too soon? Or?
I would say move to continue to January 19th. We can continue it again if it doesn't make it on the HPC calendar.
Second.
No motion.
Yes, move to continue to January 19th.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioners. On that motion to continue this matter to January 19th, Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commissioner President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7-0. Commissioners, that'll place us on item 11 for case number 2016-013415 PCA. Terrace infill non-complying structure designated as a significant building in C3 District. Planning Code Amendment.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Diego Sanchez with staff. The item before you is an ordinance that would permit terrace infills on a non-compliant structure that is designated as a significant building under Article 11 and located under C3 zoning district. This ordinance is being proposed to allow the Clift Hotel to infill an existing terrace. The hotel is designated as a Category 1 significant building under Article 11, and it is over its FAR, its floor area ratio, height and bulk limits. Therefore, no new area or bulk can be added to the building. The terrace that they wish to infill is located within the interior courtyard of the building, not on a primary facade and not easily visible from the street. Under this ordinance, buildings that are designated as significant under Article 11 and within the C3 district that are non-complying with regards to height, FAR, and bulk limits would be allowed to infill an existing terrace of up to 1,500 square feet. Any infill would require major alteration permit and is subject to the Historic Preservation Commission review and approval. The department's recommendation is approval with modification. The department's proposed recommendation as follows. 1, delete finding 2, which states not to have an adverse impact on any character-defining features of the buildings. Number 2 is restrict the proposed changes only to the block that contains the Clift Hotel. And number 3, place a 2-year time limit on the the proposed planning code change. Again, the department supports historic buildings to adapt to changing needs as long as it doesn't impact the resource. However, the department does not know how useful this narrowly tailored ordinance would have for the rest of the C3 zoning district. The department has no way of knowing how many buildings this ordinance would impact or if there's any other buildings which would be able to take advantage of it. Therefore, the department is proposing to limit the ordinance further with recommendations 2 and 3 so that it only impacts the Clift Hotel. The first recommendation was proposed by the HPC and would remove unnecessary and duplicative language. I'd like to note that Supervisor Peskin's office, the sponsoring supervisor, has reviewed the department modifications and is in accord with these modifications. This concludes my remarks, and we're available for questions.
Okay, public comment, straight to, correct? There's no project sponsor?
Yes, and unfortunately, Supervisor Peskin's office could not make it today.
Okay, so is there any public comment on this item? Okay, not seeing any public comments closed. Commissioner Moore?
It is kind of uncanny that these two projects are right after each other. This is a specific, building-specific proposal with a location and enough research to kind of understand what's implied. So I personally believe that this building, that I can support this, and wish the other project had similar specificity. So move to approve.
Second.
There's nothing further, Commissioners. There's a motion that has been seconded to adopt a recommendation for approval. Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Fong?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Commissioners, item 12 for case number 2016-008418 CUA at 3554 Taravel Street, conditional use authorization.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and President Fong. Elizabeth Jonkier of Planning Staff. This proposal is for conditional use authorization to merge the existing tenant space at 3560 Taravel with the adjacent tenant space at 3554 Taravel. 3560 was previously occupied by a limited restaurant known as Beach and Boba. The adjacent space was occupied by an insurance service tenant. The request is to combine the spaces and change the use to a full-service restaurant doing business as Streamline Cafe with on-site beer and wine sales. The project sponsor is seeking a Type 41 on-sale beer and wine license from ABC. The project proposes to operate until 11 p.m. and have outdoor seating in front, and those are permitted by the code. The outdoor seating would be reviewed by DPW. Their property is located at the corner of 46th and Taravel, and that's within the Taravel Street Restaurant Subdistrict. This is an area where eating and drinking establishments are restricted. Within the immediate proximity, approximately 52% of the commercial frontage already contains eating and drinking establishments. That did include the previous use, which was Beach and Boba. And these establishments have been called out in the packet materials. The proposed restaurant would increase the actual frontage by 12.5 feet, which is adds about a little under 2%. There has been enforcement action on this project, which has been listed in your packets, and I can discuss that if you have questions. To date, the department has received 2 communications in opposition to the proposal. These communications discuss that there are already eating establishments within the neighborhood. They're concerned about the addition of beer and wine and outdoor seating. That individual was going to speak today but could not make it, and has submitted an additional letter for your review. There are 21 communications in the packet in support of the project, including a letter from the Mayor's Office of Economic and Workforce Development. And 50 additional letters have come in since the packet, and they're all here, and I'll pass them forward. The restaurant is an independent neighborhood serving use that is locally owned. 2 of the restaurant partners live in the Outer Sunset on 48th and Pacheco, and the other operates the Riptide Bar and the recently approved and a proposed gastropub on the corner of 47th. The project sponsor plans to employ at least 20 people from the neighborhood. In order for the project to proceed, the Planning Commission must grant the conditional use authorization. The department recommends approval in that this is an independently owned and operated business, which will create job opportunities. It would fill a vacant commercial storefront, and the business owner has cultivated positive relationships with the neighborhood through neighborhood meetings. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Project sponsor, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and President Fong. I just wanted to say a couple of words about our connection to the neighborhood before talking about our project. I'd like to introduce myself as one of the 3 members of Shipsong LLC, an LLC formed with the sole intent of opening a cafe in my neighborhood, the Outer Park side. The other 2 members of our LLC are my brother-in-law, Brent Wilson, and friend David Quimby. Brent and I have lived in the neighborhood for 13 years. He is the father of a 7-year-old and sat on the board of directors of the Sunset Cooperative Preschool for 3 years. David is one of the early believers in our neighborhood through his business, The Riptide, which has been in business since 2004. My name is Dion Garcia, and I live with my wife and 8-year-old son on 48th Avenue between Pacheco and Quintara. My wife is a photographer, and my son is a 3rd grade student at Sunset Elementary School. I'm currently employed by a consulting firm in Berkeley that provides leadership and diversity and inclusion learning experiences for companies throughout the Bay Area. I'm a volunteer music director for SomaFM.com, and many years ago I was an active duty member of the United States Marine Corps. I moved to our neighborhood 13 years ago from the inner Richmond. At the time, my wife, brother-in-law, and I were looking for a house that we could afford and in which we could coexist. The search took us to the southwestern reaches of San Francisco to a neighborhood I was not too familiar with, the Outer Park Side and Sunset districts. For the first 10 years of living on 48th Avenue, I commuted to my job at 88 Kearny via the El Taravel train, which I would catch on 46th and Taravel. During my first week of living in the neighborhood, I told Brent that we should open up a cafe near where I caught my morning train. This was before Java Beach, so there were nearly no cafes nearby which offered espresso drinks. There were none nearby. Over time, I thought about the possibility quite a bit and also shared that dream with other friends, including David Quimby. In 2015, David contacted me and said the owner of the Beach and Boba Cafe, a friend of his, was interested in selling the business as he had other goals he wanted to focus on. As soon as Wilson mentioned it to Dave contacted me as he remembered that I wanted to open a cafe. I let Dave know that I'd be interested as long as I could do it with a few other people, as I couldn't take it on my own. Our goal for Streamline is to create a space where neighbors can get a great cup of coffee, local organic food, or other beverages in a warm, inviting atmosphere. We want to be a place where neighbors can meet other neighbors. We want to be a destination for visitors to San Francisco and from other parts of the city. We also want to become a place where local artists can share their creative works. The 3 of us have been involved in the arts in a variety of ways. Brent is an accomplished artist of several mediums and a very talented musician. Dave has played in local bands since 1982 and consistently been a supporter of the arts through his businesses. For several years after leaving the military, I worked as a tour manager and personal manager for musicians. So the desire to create a community space for art is part of our DNA and baked into our business. We are currently planning a show on December 16th with Gallery 66 that features several notable local artists, including Michael Jang and David King. Michael Jang is a talented photographer whose subjects include David Bowie and Frank Sinatra, among many other celebrities and everyday people. Mr. Jang currently has an installation at the SF MoMA, so having him in our gallery would be an incredible honor. David King is a graphic artist who is originally from the UK and has been a long-time resident of the city. In the 70s, he created one of the most iconic band symbols of any genre for a punk band out of England. Mr. King's art is iconic and socially powerful. We are honored to have him take an interest in our space. More importantly, we want to facilitate and build on the community that we have been part of for so many years. Personally, I feel blessed by the bond that I have with my neighbors on the block where my home is. This is the only neighborhood where I've lived which has provided a strong bond with so many neighbors. I very much want my business to have and facilitate that same feeling. My business partner and brother-in-law, Brent, will be working the cafe full-time. This will afford us the opportunity to nurture and maintain the relationships which we feel will strengthen the bonds of our community. It will be a family business, and I hope my son will be working there one day. He kind of assumes that he will. We intend on hiring from within our neighborhood. We also know that transitional age youth in San Francisco, those between the ages of 16 and 24, have much higher rates of unemployment in the city than most other groups. So we would like to partner with organizations like the San Francisco Department of Children, Youth, and their families, and institutions that have youth workforce development programs so that we can provide employment and mentoring opportunities to the transitional age youth who are seeking employment and experience. On a yearly basis, I work with interns in my regular job, and I can attest to the transformational power of mentorship. Today, we are here to request a conversion from a limited restaurant to a full restaurant, and also request to expand into the adjacent space at 3554 Taravel Street. Our reasons for these requests are based on the desire to give our business the best chance of success in an incredibly competitive environment. The corner space at 3560 is currently a limited restaurant and is a great space, but small and does not have much wall space. The space at 3554 would enable us to increase our indoor seating in a neighborhood that is notoriously chilly much of the year, and it would also enable us to create a gallery in which we can feature the work of local artists. We also believe that the neighborhood would benefit from having a greatly increased activity in the space at 3554. The last tenant of 3554 was an insurance office which had the appearance of a vacant commercial space due to no regular hours and blinds always being closed. If our request to convert to a full restaurant is approved, we will be able to pair our food and gourmet cheeses with regional wines and local beers, which will complement our locally sourced foods and the coffee we're serving from San Francisco-based Nomadic Ground Roasters. Finally, our neighborhood is changing and our population is growing, and we believe that there is a need for the type of cafe that we are creating. Since my arrival, the neighborhood is more vibrant and full of activity. This is in part due to the younger demographic, but also due to the fact that more people are living under single roofs given the cost of housing and the use of services like Airbnb. Also, 3 blocks from our location, a 56 residential unit building is being built at the corner of 46th and Sloat. We believe that the increased number of residents will create a need for more places which provide quality food, of which there are only a few within walking distance to this new development. We would like to meet that need. We also have our architect here who would like to say a couple of words.
Suhail Shatara. This space actually used to be a restaurant before. On the corner at 3560, and also the 3554 space used to be a restaurant prior. The 2 businesses after the 3554 space that came after never got permits, so basically, the original restaurant lost its entitlements. This part of the city, I came here in 1961, this part of the city was vital with Fly Shackers Pool, Playland, Sutra Bass, the museum, the ice skating rink. All that was very vital. This part of the city needs more revitalization. These small businesses at the end of Taravel and Judah are significant in at least having a place of activity that has gone down over the last 40, 50 years. So I strongly encourage the activity of commercial spaces to open up with some level of vitality. If you could bring Fly Shackers back, it would be nice. If you can build a high-rise parking structure at the end of Geary and bring BART down the end of Geary and build high-rise buildings along each side of Golden Gate Park and let the traffic go towards BART at the end of Geary, that would be an ideal situation. I'm just throwing that out there. Thank you.
Okay, is there anything else from the project sponsor? Okay, we'll go ahead and open it up to public comment, and then we might have questions for you. Is there any public comment on this item?
I'd like to speak.
Come on up to the mic, please. Thanks.
Thank you. My name is Ryan White. I live on 47th and Kintara. My wife, lovely wife Samantha, who is on her way, we're lucky enough to buy a house there in August 2015. It's exactly where I wanted to live for ages. We're actually very close to where Mr. Garcia and Mr. Wilson live around the corner. They're wonderful neighbors, great parents. My son Devin goes to Giannini School, which is just a half a mile away. He's expressed interest in being a barista at the cafe. and it sounds like Mr. Garcia's son wants to do the same. I wholeheartedly would like this to happen in our neighborhood. At the end of Terraville, there's a lot of boarded up buildings that used to be businesses, spray paint on them, boards across it. I think it would be, I do not see any harm whatsoever in having a cafe in our neighborhood. My wife, son, and I are very excited about it and hope for approval to have this project come to fruition. Thanks for listening. Sorry, it's kind of rambling here, but I wholeheartedly support.
Okay, thank you. Is there any additional public comment on this item?
Hello, my name is Sean Kavanaugh. I live on 3614 Terraville Street, about 3 units down from where this will be built, and I wholeheartedly support it. I moved to that place about 12 years ago, and I've known these 3 gentlemen since the beginning, and the whole neighborhood's like a family. I think it will be great for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on this item?
Hello, I'm Daria Ewan, and I live on 48th Avenue. We moved out, my husband and I and my daughter, who's 22, to the Outer Sunset in 2014. And we take the El Terraville to work every day. And my daughter actually works at one of the shops on Noriega. So I would love to have coffee in the morning when I'm taking the El Terraville and some breakfast. I would also love on the way home to get some dinner or family. The family that lives below us, they have 2 young kids. I know they would love to meet up at the restaurant and have dinner together or lunch on the weekends. It just seems like the neighborhood needs it, and I'm really excited about it opening. And I love the idea that the streamline is the building architecture. I think that's really cool, too. Thank you.
Very cool. Okay, any more public comment on this item? Okay, public comment is closed. Commissioner Koppel?
Being a resident of the Outer Sunset, I do my best to patronize my my local businesses. I'm a big, longtime fan and supporter of the Riptide, and I'm going to do my best to see more people walking up and down, whether it's Balboa in the Richmond or Irving or Noriega or Terraville in the Sunset. Just because you're heading west doesn't mean you're just going to the beach. There are other places to see and go to out there. So definitely in support of the project.
Is that a motion? Would you
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
I'd like to second that. Commissioner Johnson?
That was what I was going to do. Although I will say that I have a friend who offered to give me a tour of the Sunset once, and he still hasn't done it. So I will put this location, if it opens, on that tour.
If there's nothing further, Commissioners, there's a motion that's been seconded to approve this matter with conditions on that motion. Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously, 5-0. Commissioners, that'll place us on items 13A, B, and C for case numbers 2015-000878, DNX, CUA, and OFA for 300 Grant Avenue, also known as 290 Sutter Street and 272 Sutter Street, for determination of compliance, conditional use authorization, and office development authorization.
Commissioners, good afternoon. Marcel Boudreau with department staff. Before you is a request for approval of a downtown project authorization with exceptions for off-street loading, height limits, and bulk, for approval of a conditional use authorization for office use on floors 4 through 6, and for allocation of 29,703 gross square feet office space under the annual office development limitation program. The proposal includes demolition of 2 buildings and new construction of a 6-story with basement mixed-use commercial building. Floors basement through 3 are proposed for retail use, and floors 4 through 6 are proposed for office use. No off-street parking is proposed, and on-street loading bay is provided on Harlan Place. Retail is the primary use from the basement up through floor 3, which preserves the existing retail use conditions at the site. office is proposed at 3 new floor levels at the site. The site has 3 frontages, and the project proposes lining the ground floor with retail on 3 sides with an entry from each side. A discrete entry point to the top 3 floors of office is accessible from a lobby on Harlan Place, the alley frontage. To satisfy open space requirements, the sponsor proposes to make improvements to Harlan Place, which includes at minimum repaving with high-quality pavers and creation of a daytime pedestrian seating plaza with movable chairs between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. to enhance the public realm. On November 2nd, 2016, the Historic Preservation Commission approved a major permit to alter, finding the new construction consistent with massing and composition, scale, materials and colors, and detailing and ornamentation of the Kearney Market Mason Sutter Conservation District and in conformance with the Secretary of Interior standards. The Commission is not taking action on the addendum to the final mitigated negative declaration or on the improvement or mitigation measures, as these were adopted by the Planning Commission in 2008. The findings of the addendum concluded that the modifications to the project did not trigger the need for additional environmental review. Therefore, the addendum finds that the analysis in the FMND remains valid and no supplemental environmental analysis is necessary. Since publication, 3 additional letters have been received. I have hard copies for distribution, Jonas. The department recommends approval of this project because the ground floor design prioritizes retail use, and the first 2 upper floors are proposed as retail, which meets the goals and objectives of the downtown plan and the C3R zoning district to preserve upper level retail space. The proposed office use on new floors 4 through 6, in combination with these other features, do not detract from the district's primary function as retail. And the project is on balance consistent with the objectives and policies of the general plan and with the planning code. This concludes my presentation. Unless you have questions, the project team, including St. Bride's managers and MBH architects, are here and can provide more details about the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Project sponsor, please.
Good afternoon, President Fong and Commissioners. I'm Steve Atkinson of the law firm of Arent Fox. I was going to briefly describe the project, but Marcel has taken care of that. As she notes, the project was designed to be compatible with the KMMS district and was unanimously approved by the HPC. The project team would like to thank the planning staff, especially Marcel Boudreau, for their advice and assistance in developing the design. We fully support the proposed motions and conditions in your packets. Now, David Del Santos and John McNulty of MBH Architects will present the project to you. The owner's representatives and I will be available to help answer any questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Fong and Commissioners. My name is David De Los Santos with MBH Architects. I'm the architect for this project, and I wanted to briefly go over the design elements of the project and begin by underscoring the importance that we've had, the importance of the collaboration that we've had with staff over the past 12, 18 months on this particular project. It's been a very positive experience, and I think that we've established a trust, and we like to believe that we've actually gained a partner in this process. They were very instrumental early on in reviewing our basic design, and were very free with their comments and their criticisms. And I think that the design that you see before you today is the culmination of that interaction. We've had several meetings with them. We went to ARC and received some good feedback there. And I think that the refinements that were made during the process between when we began and where we are today really resulted in a much stronger composition as far as design is concerned. I'd like to just talk to you a little bit about our design inspiration for this project. In the historic neighborhood, the district of KMMS, we have worked very hard to establish an affinity with the neighborhood and the neighboring buildings and the context. But at the same time, we did not want to be imitative. We wanted to create a building that was of our time, using the proportions and the building ordering of the neighborhood buildings, but in a way that used current technology and current building practices. I think that we drew inspiration from the neighborhood. One of the first phone calls that we made was to Jay Turnbull with Page and Turnbull, and we've consulted with him to really get a good sense of the context in which we were presenting and proposing this new building. He was very helpful also in providing us guidance during the process. In short, the building is very simple in its recipe. Concrete moment frame, glass curtain wall, and the element of a terracotta scrim that appears on the 3rd through 6th floors. That element in and of itself is what ties, we believe, ties our building to the neighborhood, in that the warm materials that are being used and also the material itself is something that's consistent with other buildings in the district. The basic building organization is a tripartite design consisting of a base and a shaft and a capital. The ground floor is, and the grid is marked and demarcated by the vertical cement columns, the oval cement columns, and then reinforced as you go up to the upper levels with a steel framework that holds the scrim elements. And the location of that scrim is what helps to reinforce the middle of the building, so to speak. We also have a small setback at the ground floor to help reinforce that as well. At the top, the capital itself is comprised of an extension of the materials and the steel framework of the scrim itself, and it's capped with a light steel, we call it the halo, around the building, and that is our sort of tip of the hat to your more classical, tops of buildings that you would see in this area. One of the other things too is that we're attempting to this area in this location. Sutter and Grant are obvious frontages of the building, where the Harlan Alley is regarded as the back of the building. What we're trying to do is bring the building around to the front. Bring the front of the building around to Harlan and create another sense of entrance. That is currently where we propose to have entrance and access to the office floors on the upper levels. And with that, I think that we're approaching not only the building design, but also the open space along Harlan. We have big plans to improve that area as well. And we kind of approach this as an integrated design with both interior space and exterior space. So I'll have John talk a little bit about the Popos. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave, and good afternoon, everybody. As Dave mentioned, one of the most important characteristics of our design goals was affinity. And I believe in this area it's unique that the buildings they're like individual time capsules. If you look around the Union Square district, there are buildings from virtually every era of San Francisco, and they have a real interesting dialogue that the buildings have with each other. When you look at some of these buildings, there's pauses between the buildings, there's pauses within buildings, and some of those pauses are generated by alleys. And another word that David used was collaborative, and another one was iterative. And I think the collaboration that we enjoyed with Marcel and with the planning department in general allowed us to come to the conclusion that perhaps one of the most compelling pieces about this as an urban statement is the gesture that this project will improve an alley that otherwise has little to no function other than a garbage collection. So what we have suggested, as Dave said, as a building turns the corner, The St. Bride's Management, our client, has reached out to the neighboring property owners along Harlan Alley to collectively begin to study a way in which that alley can be enhanced for the enjoyment of all of us here in the city. When you look at these alleys, whether it's Claude Alley or some of the other alleys in the city, they have a mystique. They're a little bit mysterious. They have an allure. They have an appeal. But you really are restricted visually to enter, whether it's security at night, whether it's just the garbage that collects, the garbage cans that are hanging out there. What we're proposing is to take the initiative to really enhance the experience that pedestrians have as they travel through Union Square and all of a sudden see this oasis in the midst of all the buildings. And our plan is to remove the existing asphalt and to replace that with paving. We're going to use we have bollards that will be put into place at strategic times. We do understand that there's a couple of restaurants that will be backing into this alley. So at times we're going to have tables and chairs. Those bollards can come down. We all know that we have a little bit of a pathway. We have to travel with a variety of jurisdictions here within the city, whether it's fire and police and so on. So we're in the midst now of identifying a design concept which will not only be constructed but also operated on a basis that will ensure that this alley is maintained. We'll have benches, public art, and landscaping that will all contribute to what we believe, like I said earlier, was one of the most compelling, I think, pieces of this proposition that we have before you today. So we appreciate your time. We are very grateful to Marcel and Mr. Ram and their staff, the historic architects that we've met along the way. It has been truly collaborative. We do believe that what you're seeing today is a culmination of many, many hours of hard work and thought that results in a building that I think you'll like.
Okay.
Thanks very much.
McNulty. Thank you. Opening it up to public comment. Not seeing any public comment. Public comment is... Oh, I'm sorry.
I submitted a speaker card. My apologies. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Catherine Petrin. I'm an architectural historian. I'm here today to discuss with you the contents of the letter that I wrote. I believe it was just handed out to you. I'm sorry that you haven't had the benefit of more time to review it. It was just submitted yesterday, so that is my fault. But I'm here to respectfully urge the Commission to reject this project in its current form and to give a greater level of analysis and scrutiny to the proposed project at 300 Grant. The reason for this request is that the project benefits from the use of entitlements gained by a previous proposal. It was adopted in 2008, June 12, 2008. The public and the Preservation Commission and Planning Commission have not had the benefit of thorough review and substantial commentary that was made upon that proposal. The current project, so in other words, to use the addendum to the 2008 approved project is not appropriate here. The current project differs enough from the 2008 project to warrant substantial supplemental environmental analysis. It differs in my opinion, in three significant ways. The use is different from what was approved in 2008. That was residential and retail. This is office and retail. The footprint is different. That project involved the demolition of one building. Now we're looking at the demolition of two. And the architectural expression is is substantially different from what was approved in 2008. The exterior treatment of the current proposal lacks compatibility with the Kearney Market Mason Center Conservation District that was previously approved. In fact, the project is a significantly different project. And in my professional opinion, you cannot rely on the addendum to the previously approved project. I would request that the 2008 staff reports, findings, and comments be made available and more studied before this project gets approved. And finally, I just wanted to say, with all due respect to the architect, they've designed a nice building. My letter, the third page of that, shows the 2008 project and the current project to give you a visual of how different the two projects are. The architect said that this new project is simple in its recipe. It's a glass curtain wall. He's right. It could be designed on any corner in San Francisco. The corner of Grant and Sutter, I hate to use the word iconic, but it is, and it deserves a building of higher design values than the one that is before us now. And I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? Okay, not seeing public comment is closed. Yeah. So just a quick question. The letter from the historian, was that distributed to us?
Oh, it was emailed to us.
Okay.
Emailed to
Thank
us,
you.
and then it's here.
Okay.
You pass it down.
Commissioner Moore.
I'm not sure who was on the commission in 2008. I was. And at that time, the commission spent an extraordinary amount of time, one, recognizing that this is the one and most important corner in recognizing what a historic district is all about. It is not only buildings next to each other, but the three-dimensional experience of standing among the city's finest, partially because they're small, partially because they're eclectic, partially because they're surrounded in moving into downtown. That having been said, the amount of time we spent at that time taking a proposal and pushing it back and pushing it back and pushing it back is best exemplified if this commission would review the package that was submitted at that time and would review the comments and the presentation made for a building, with which we also had questions, because adding height on that corner was a big issue. It had to do with the adjoining uses. It had to do with Café de la Presse, the use of the sidewalks, progressing towards the Dragon Gate, and on and on and on. There were many, many discussions, and ultimately, it probably took 6-8 months or longer. The project was brought forward, did all the things that at the highest level of scrutiny between being in a historic district but also looking at a contemporary building, it was something which the commission ultimately unanimously approved. And I think everybody had vested themselves into the seriousness and thoroughness of the discussion. This, again, was obviously based on an environmental review, given that there were changes in that particular location. The building was being torn down and new uses were introduced. So today we're having, unfortunately, one of those moments, Director Graham, which I always deplore, that this building that was approved with so much work by this commission wasn't brought forward, and that we have to look at something today which is in all and every way different. It is a different use. It is a larger building. It tears down two buildings. And it really does not meet, from my observation, any of the expectations of a proper fit within the historic district. The first time I looked at it, it reminded me of the architectural language of a New York building by Renzo Piano. It's the 52-story New York Times building, which I'm sure you all have seen. But the more I really abstracted it, that it could be really on almost any other corner, I really felt that we're missing the point here. If we spent that time at that time to really work so hard to make it happen, I personally believe that this building is just not even remotely resembling what we try to hold high and try to all agree on. And I believe that, just like using the simple requirements under CEQA, that this project does require additional supplemental review. particularly because the changes are so significant that we need to look at it with that extra lens and in order to even consider it today. I cannot support it. It's a significantly different project, and I don't believe it meets any of the criteria which were the basis of discussion and approval in 2008.
I'll offer and agree that there was a lot of work on that previous project, and it was a shame that that project didn't happen. However, that project didn't happen, and we do have one before us now that I think is an attempt to activate this building. I think it's a challenge building. There are multi-elevational changes. I remember Don Sherwood Golf and Tennis was in there, and Orvis was in there. This was Doug Stitzel's, I believe, original property. I believe Alan Martinez was the historian on the previous go-round. So I'd like to see, I know there were attempts to look at it as a hotel, completely at that time doing something different with it. I'd like to see the building maximized. I believe that there was an antique tenant in there on the second floor, and I think that building can do better than that from a retail perspective. It is a significant corner, a beautiful corner. We also spent a lot of time on the building across the street where Lululemon is. The hotel and the Cafe de Presse, I think, has done a great job of activating. A huge point, I believe, is this activation of that alley.
And then the Baldwin.
And the Baldwin, yeah. Correct? Yeah, or the Triton, I think it's called. Okay. That alley and Irish Bank at the end of that alley, and they do a lot of great events there. And to do this kind of public realm activation to the street, I think would be very inviting, and it could be yet another one of the Belden Alley type of activities. So maybe I'm a little more support of the Commissioner Moore, but I do share the frustration that was a very lovely project that we had, and it's just too bad that that's not before us. But there is a project before us that I'm supportive of. Commissioner Hillis.
So just a question on the relying on the 2008 EIR. Can you
right.
Or the
2008 EIR, as was pointed out, was it was a neg deck. It was for a 10-story residential building. No, I have the report here. It's a 10-story. It was a 10-story building with retail in the lower levels, and it also had, I believe, a parking facility.
Correct. I think it had around 40 underground parking spaces.
And I think the reason, if I may, I think the reason that the environmental review officer decided that an addendum was acceptable because this building is actually smaller. The smaller square footage in that building, and believe that in general, while it has a slightly bigger footprint, it actually has less square footage. Slightly bigger footprint, it has less total square footage than the previous scheme. I think the other thing to point out, and the reason that we are recommending approval, is that in 2008 the Historic Preservation Commission didn't exist, and they did not. And so since this isn't a local district, they spent a lot of time in the last few months reviewing this project as well. So we were relying on the Preservation Commission's kind of design review, if you will, to refine the building in a way that they were comfortable with in an historic district.
Yeah, and I think that was, I get the EIR or the environmental documentation that was done is not current, but I don't think, I think what's important here is the design of the building and how it fits into the context of the neighborhood. And I agree, it's an important neighborhood. I think the building that it's replacing, I don't like kind of how that was built, and it's just kind of mimicking the historic buildings. And, I look to the Preservation Commission, and I'm sure you commented to them also to help guide us on the design of this building. And I think from a massing and bulk standpoint, it works and fits in well here. I like the active retail. I like what it's doing along the alley. So not having any, I don't think the 2008 project is before us necessarily. I haven't seen the design of that project. But to me, I look to the Preservation Commission, who's kind of keeper of the historic district, and I see what's being done here and trying to keep this a modern-looking building, yet pay homage to the and fit in with the context of the historic district.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess question for staff: Did the HPC render a decision on this? Did it actually go and
Yes, on November 2nd, they granted a major permit to alter for the demolition of the 2 buildings and for the new construction.
Okay, thank you. I guess project sponsor, so we have an office and retail. There was a prior project that was for residential and retail. Why not create residential?
Thank you, Commissioner. If I can start off by just correcting one misstatement. This is exactly the same footprint as in the 2008 EIR. The statement made by the witness is incorrect. You can review it. I think Marcel would back me up. There's no difference in the footprint. It's a 6-story building instead of a 10-story building. That's the change in size. On your question, yes, the project approved in 2008 was 2 levels of underground parking, 2 levels of retail, and 8 levels of residential, total of 10 floors. The project proved infeasible to build, and that's why the property was eventually sold. And the new owner looked it over, and they were interested in a building, with a lot of retail and figuring out what to do with the upper floors. There had been issues about the height of the upper building. So in addition to the high-rise life safety, which is triggered if you go over, and those additional costs if you're triggered if you go over the 6 floors, and other economic factors, and the fact that, frankly, there had been concern and opposition last time to the 10-story building. The height of the building before was an issue. So that's why we're coming forward now with the smaller project.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Commissioner Moore.
I'd like to ask staff, Ms. Boudreau, could you explain to me how you weave tripartite into that facade, because I don't quite see it?
Should I come over there, or?
Just speak.
Oh,
Perhaps
thanks.
you can speak to that image.
Overhead, please. Thank you. Sorry. Can you, never used this before. The how we reviewed this was the storefront level, and second retail level would be the format of the base. The shaft would be the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and then the where the parapet begins and the halo would be the capital.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Hillis.
Just a question on the retail space. Is it your intent to divide it up into, because we had questions about upper floor retail a couple weeks ago, but just curious on the 2nd and 3rd floor, how you envision tenanting those spaces?
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll try to answer that. We don't know exactly what the tenanting is going to be. An ideal situation would be a ground floor retailer who took, the 2nd and 3rd floors, all or parts of those. You had a hearing a couple of weeks ago about the difficulties of the 3rd floor. We're going to do our very best to lease that, that 3rd floor for retail or non-office uses. And if we don't, we may have to come back to you. But the answer is there is not a tenant now. We don't know exactly how those floors are going to be used. In working with the staff, we do have the possibility of multiple retail entrances. So we've got, in the plans, we've got a main entrance at the corner. We've got an optional second entrance a little bit up Grant, which could serve a second retailer, which might, for example, take, part of the 1st floor and then construct internal communication up to a 2nd and or 3rd floor. So,
Great. Thank you.
Does that answer what you wanted?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I understand. So I'm supportive, and I'd move to approve. With
Second.
Conditions.
Commissioner Moore.
I had a question for Mr. Atkinson. Just a few months ago, there was a rendering in Socket Side which showed a Formula Retail in this particular location. Actually had the name of Max Mara in there, which is a large Italian women's clothier. Is the retail laid out for that type of store?
And I may ask the owner's representative to come up, but there is no tenant at this point. We have been talking to different people. So, exactly how the retail will be built out, is to be determined. There simply is no answer. This is very highly visible, high ceiling space. Even on the 2nd floor, it's quite high ceiling space. So, but we do not have a retailer in hand or nearly in hand at this point. So
The reason why I'm saying it, in one of the buildings, the smaller one of the two, is a small local retailer which has been around since the 1860s or something like that, or 1890s. It's a optometrist, a glasses store. They used to be on Montgomery and in that part, and they're basically being displaced with no possibility to relocate. They have been in that location since the early 80s. They were Montgomery in the 70s, moved into this location in the early 80s, and have been there forever and ever. So I happen to go there frequently, and I asked them, what's going to happen to you guys? They said, well, we are basically being exited. And it is very hard to see a traditional local business being displaced by a large move like this without us taking notice, because the specialty of the historic district is complemented by smaller stores who have been in these buildings for a long, long time, and they're being displaced. On the other hand, we also know, based on a discussion we had a few weeks ago, that the larger spaces are not really leasing. So I'm kind of trying to find a balance here of what we're encouraging in an approval like this without also having a voice for smaller retail that's being displaced, including not just seeing larger retail space being brought to the market, which eventually may stay empty for a long time to come, with just offices being occupied upstairs, because we have other places down the street which do the same thing.
So if I could clarify, we're confused, and there may be a confusion about the property. There's a three-story building and a small one-story building, which I think you're talking about. That's not my understanding of what the tenant is, and the tenant in the smaller building is not a long-time tenant. So I don't know what the confusion is, but I don't believe that any long-term business is being displaced. Everyone in this business, in this building, I believe, has known for 10 years, and most of them took their leases with the understanding that the property was going to be demolished.
Commissioner Moore.
No,
I'm sorry.
Didn't press my button again.
Commissioner Johnson, are you?
No, I was just going to say, I think the retailer you're referring to is Optical Underground, and I've gotten glasses from there. I like them, but again, I think this project was presented in 2008, substantially with a different use, but the same outcome in that both lots were going to be demolished, and so it's almost as if every use that's there has gotten an additional 7-8 years. So I'm not certain that that's really that relevant here. I think one thing I would like to ask, and I think I'm supportive of the project. I think it works. I think it's something that is necessary for this district. Commissioner Hillis mentioned a project just down the street in the old where Loman's used to be, where we had similar conversations about retail strategy in the Union Square district and what things look like going forward. And my question is about the FMND. So, in addition to, I would just like to talk to staff a little bit about the findings there. I think I get it. My question is that not only are there some slight changes that would impact the project for looking at whether or not the analysis still applies, but also we've had some changes in how CEQA is applied. So like with transportation, we now use VMT rather than LOS. Like there have been some actual changes since 2008 in how we do analysis. So could you go over what those changes were and how the department looked at whether, in the totality, just sort of give a summary about why we were able to give a final mitigated negative declaration for this project, even with the changes both in the project proposed and also some of the changes in how we analyze impacts?
So I may have to rely a little on the city attorney, but I can speak a little to, I think your inquiry is about the addendum for this project to the previous final mitigated negative declaration. And so the ERO and the Environmental Planning Department, they felt that an addendum was appropriate for this due to this modified project not involving any new significant environmental effects or increasing the severity of previously identified significant effects. There was also no substantial change to the circumstances under which the project is being undertaken, and there was found to be no new information of substantial importance, which was unknown at the adoption of the previous final mitigated negative declaration. So the ERO found that an addendum to that previously adopted document was sufficient. I don't have a clear background on the changes from 2008 to now related to VMT and LOS, but the city attorney may have a better background on that. I turn that over to her.
Deputy City Attorney Marlena Byrne. That is the correct standard of when we would need to do additional environmental review. It would only be triggered for this project if there were either new significant impacts that we hadn't looked at before that are brought about by the results of the changes in the project, or a substantial increase in the severity of the environmental impacts that we looked at. Additionally, if there were significant changes in the circumstances under which the project was being undertaken that would trigger new environmental impacts, that would be a reason to do additional environmental review. Or if we had new information that we could not have known at the time that the original environmental review was done that would show new significant impacts or a substantial increase. Without any of those triggers, CEQA does not require us to do additional environmental review. So that's sort of the first step. Have any of those triggers been met? If those triggers haven't been met, then we don't revisit the environmental review. And for a project such as this, where there are some changes to the project description, for example, the reduction in height, and other changes that have been made, then it's appropriate to do an addendum to the previous environmental review to update it and describe those changes. Now, with regard to your question about VMT and LOS and that change, if we're not required to do additional environmental review, then we don't go back and relook at the project under our new standards and methodologies. CEQA doesn't require that we apply the new VMT analysis here unless we were reopening the transportation studies because of new significant impacts. But here it's my understanding where a project, it's very common, as this commission knows, for projects to get reduced in size or scope. Usually that doesn't trigger additional environmental review because the project's impacts are also subsequently reduced.
Okay, that's helpful. It's just more general to understand it, because the understanding when those are triggered is a little bit multivariate here, because we have a lot of things that are changing: the use, the height. The old project had parking. This one does not. There's a bunch going on. So I just wanted to ask about that, but I'm supportive of the project.
Commissioner Richards.
I guess question for project sponsor. Commissioner Moore raises a good question about the existing tenants. Do you have a strategy of assistance or having them right of first refusal? We're all worried about business displacement.
John, could you address what we're doing with the existing tenants? I mean, the existing tenants have known for a long time that this is coming. I know we're talking with one tenant in particular who wants to hold over a little from her for date. So we're trying to work with the individual tenants and facilitate. John Lohr from the project sponsor will address that further.
Thank you.
John Lohr, St. Bride's, managers representing the ownership. The existing tenant base in the building are all on month-to-month leases. Some of them have been in the building for quite a while, but they are aware of they've been living under the change that has been proposed. Sugarfina is the tenant that you might be identifying as the optometrist, and Sugarfina has been in there for only 2 years or so, and they took occupancy knowing that it would be a short-term lease. We're open to accommodating any tenant that exists in the building currently if they'd like to remain, but at this point our focus has been on getting the entitlements so that we can understand project delivery and cost. And then from that will flow our leasing strategy and decision.
Thank you.
Commissioner Moore.
I'd just like to ask the city attorney, generally in land use considerations, residential versus office has different degrees of intensity, given the number of people per square foot in those respective uses. You do not see that as a change in your interpretation of CEQA.
Deputy City Attorney Marlena Byrne, this would have been considered in the addendum to the project. I'm not familiar with the environmental documents for this project. I would recommend that the staff speak to this question just regarding the specific environmental review that was conducted, but generally this is all, or project sponsor may be able to speak to it, this is all information that would be looked at in the addendum.
Thank
you. Commissioners, there is a motion and a second. Shall I call the question?
Please.
On that motion, then, to approve this matter with conditions, Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
No.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commissioner President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Moore voting against.
Okay. The commission is going to take a short break.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television. SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
I'd like to remind members of the public to please silence your mobile devices that may sound off during these proceedings. If you do not know how to silence them, please turn them off. They're very disruptive. Commissioners, we left off under your regular calendar on item 14. A and B for case numbers 2014.1063 DNX and OFA at 633 Folsom Street for downtown project authorization and an office development authorization. Please note that on September 8th, 2016, after hearing and closing public comment, the Commission continued this matter to October 20th by a vote of 5-0. Commissioners Koppel and Melgar, you were not yet seated. On October 20th, 2016, without hearing, the Commission continued this matter to December 8th, 2016 by a vote of 7-0. Commissioners Koppel and Melgar, in order to participate today, you must acknowledge that you've reviewed the previous hearing and other pertinent materials.
Yes.
Yes, I have.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Claudine Asbaugh, Planning Department staff. The project before you is a downtown project and office development authorization located at 633 Folsom Street. That was continued, as Jonas had said, from September 8th. At that hearing, the Commission directed the project sponsor to revise the project to incorporate greater setbacks from the adjacent buildings. Current proposal. The project sponsor will go into greater detail on the changes made to the project. However, in brief, the revisions include an increased building separation from both 631 Folsom Street and 77 Dow Place. The project would now add 5 stories for a total of 12 stories and a height of 165.5 feet. They've reduced the floor-to-floor heights, relocated an elevator penthouse, and they've made additional changes related to design and layout that the sponsor will speak to in greater detail. Subsequent to the publication of the packet, the sponsor further revised the project to reduce the cantilevered portion of the building along the Folsom Street facade from 8 feet to 6 feet. I've handed out a diagram that illustrates the reduction in plan. Should the Commission approve the project per those revised plans, staff would modify the motions to be consistent with plans dated December 6, 2016. The revised project would still require the exceptions for bulk, ground level wind, and loading. However, the Department supports the exceptions for the reasons outlined in the motions contained in your packets and recommends approval with conditions. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions. And the sponsor will now make their presentation.
Commissioners, as this is the second hearing for this matter, we generally reduce the time to 3 minutes for the project sponsor and 1 minute for the public. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Deborah Boyer with the Swig Company, the project sponsor. Thank you for hearing this item today. Over the past 3 months since we first came before you on September 8th and received your feedback and that of our neighbors, we've been working intensely, including multiple working meetings with representatives of both of the HOAs to develop a revised massing and project design more responsive to the livability of neighboring residents. We've made substantive project modifications, and we've agreed to operating restrictions. The final packet did not include the final concession, which was just, I think, distributed to you, where we agreed to eliminate the front facade cantilever and reduce the project FAR by 5,000 square feet. We're very happy to have come to a binding agreement with our neighbors, and we're confident that this project will be an enhancement to the neighborhood. I'll now turn it over to Manan Shah with Gensler, our project architect.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to come back and share our progress on the renovation here. When we were last here, we proposed, the proposed addition had more floor area per floor and fewer floors. The office space wrapped on 4 sides around the core, and the addition was 4 stories with 16-foot floor-to-floor heights and a total building height of 160 feet. Through the dialogue at the hearing and subsequently in meetings and workshops with our neighbors, we understood more clearly that the primary concern to the previous design was really building separation, as was illustrated in the sketch provided by the neighbors that you see on the screen. We looked at a number of massing options that tried to balance the concerns we heard from the neighbors while still providing functional office space for the design as well. Building upon that sketch, we arrived at an approach that was based in analyzing the neighboring buildings, looking further at the key location of living spaces within the Blue condominium and 77 Dow. The Blue building was clearly designed with a stepped facade that angled living room spaces and thus the most glass towards Folsom Street. We built upon these cues and also stepped our massing away as we moved our building towards Folsom Street, opening up light and air where it has the most impact. The new massing also allowed us to address some of the privacy concerns also expressed by orienting significantly less office space towards Blue. The proposed addition is now proposed to have approximately 54 feet to 100-foot setback from Blue and approximately 60 feet from Dow Place. Folsom Street itself is about 82.5 feet, and Hawthorne is 55 feet wide. In terms of building height, the 5-story addition is only 5.5 feet taller than the initial 4-story proposal. This was achieved through a reduction of the overall floor-to-floor heights from 16 feet to 14 feet. The proposal is 165.5 feet tall, well within the 200-foot limit. We also have...
Sir,
yes.
your time is up, but the commissioners may have questions later.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Opening up to public comment, I have some speaker cards. Javier Flores, Margarita Bratkova, Melissa Van Krum, Solomon Bolos, and Adrian Simi.
Come on up if your name's been called. You'll each have 1 minute.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is Javier Flores, and I'm with the Labor Local 261, representing over 5,000 members. And we're here to support this project. It's something where, for us, it's really easy when it comes to member, community, and apprentice. It's something that, we all unions got in common about supporting this kind of project. And I encourage you to support this project and vote yes. One last thing that I would like to comment, it's a personal comment. It's about plant construction. I worked a few years for that company, and one of the things that I remember from the company, the owner of the company said, I don't care if I lose any money while we do the work, but I want you to go back home in one piece. I don't care about the money, but just one of those things. It really inspired you to believe in them. I spent 25 years working for that company. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Melissa Van Krum of Hanson Bridget. I'm here representing the homeowners associations of both SF Blue and Hawthorne Place. Representatives of each HOA are here today. In September, we appeared before you in opposition to the project, expressing concerns about the impacts on the neighboring residents. And since that time, we've worked with the project sponsor in order to revise the plans to address these concerns. We signed a memorandum of agreement, and the basic terms of which were emailed to you by the project sponsor this week. We now support the project as revised under the terms of that settlement agreement. The key physical changes are a reduction in the Folsom Street setback by 6 feet, a reduction in the height of the penthouse, including the 2 elevator overruns to extend no higher than 20 feet from the roof level, a facade treatment facing Hawthorne Place that's consistent with the Folsom Street facade, coordination on a facade treatment with SF Blue, no usable outdoor spaces except above the ground floor except for a single roof level deck restricted to Folsom and Hawthorne.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Adrian Simi, Carpenters Local 22 Field Representative, and I'm representing about 3,300 carpenters in San Francisco from Local 22, as well as about 50 or so that are behind me standing up. These are folks that would like to go to work, and it's through the partnership that we have with the SWIG company and our direct partner, Plant Construction, that they're going to have the opportunity to go to work on this job. It's a smart urban design. It's right on a transit corridor that'll include Muni, BART, and the new Transbay Terminal. It's going to provide a lot of apprentice jobs, a lot of carpenter jobs, about 250 construction jobs over an 18-month period, and we're looking forward to going to work here. And I'm glad to be back, and I ask for your support on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simi. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm here. I'm a resident of 631 Folsom. My name is Margarita, and I oppose the approval of this development in its current form. 2/3 of our units face to the southwest, directly into 633 Folsom, and half of them get their direct light, the only light they get in the afternoon. The proposed addition creates a massive 204 by 180 feet tall wall that significantly blocks and in many cases completely eliminates access for direct light to many months of the year. Adhering to the planning code would allow us to get a break in that wall. I have submitted a number of alternative massing proposals for your consideration, from adding a setback from Folsom that would bring the addition in compliance with the required 160 feet max length, to terracing the addition for Folsom and Dow Place. I have raised these issues with the project sponsor repeatedly, but since their goal is maximizing square footage and return on their investment, I have been utterly unsuccessful. It is my understanding that bulk exceptions are given under exceptional circumstances, and that the burden of proof should sit with the developer, not the public. What is the circumstance that's exceptional? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barkova. Next speaker, please.
Jonas, could I get the overhead? Thank you. I know I only have a minute, so I'll be brief. SWIG has made compromises. We respect that and we appreciate them. But the new design still maxes their ROI while kind of disregarding our light. I didn't realize this before I made the diagram, which I sent to you via email, but the original design here, would have had a certain angle, and you can see that in your diagram more clearly. The new design improves that, but the penthouse still blocks it. Much of the setback is defeated by the penthouse. Following that, their extra floor is really what the problem was. If you compare these options, that extra floor to maximize their square footage is what hurt the building. When pressed, SWIG refused to countenance it. It just wasn't going to fly. So we remembered that Commissioner Moore asked them, is this really you must grant them 90, 85,000 square feet? Or is the planning code something that prevents them from saying that's just not the rules? We had proposed, a couple of different options. These setbacks here would be totally reasonable, and they'd still keep much of their the 15,000 or so square feet in the front. Our building we're not here in support of this project. Our building just can't pay more legal bills. At a $29 million budget for the project and willing to have 50 people show up, we can't compete. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bolos. Any additional speakers on this item? Seeing none, public comment is closed. Commissioner Moore. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. Although I read all the emails and I understand the remaining objections to the project, I feel the developer has done what we've asked them to do over the course of the continuance, which was to reshape the project and work with the neighbors. That's what they've done, and sometimes you can't make everyone happy. And I think that this project is a good compromise within the ability of them to build within this envelope. So, move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Hillis.
Can I just ask a question of the architect on the last change that came about, the reduction, the 468 square foot reduction
the cantilever
per floor? So that's taking out. Can you put up a rendering of it, if possible?
Yeah, there's a rendering up on the screen here.
All right. Can we show the screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the portion
So
of
where the shorter portion of the building is set back.
Correct.
Everything's going to be set back.
It's gonna push back 6 feet. In the portion that's bumped out, it'll set back to be essentially flush with the new metal panel.
Flush with the shorter portion of the
Correct.
building. Okay.
Correct.
I mean, I like that. Why was that done? I mean, I like kind of the change in depth you have there of the building. And what was that done to accommodate?
I think that was done to accommodate greater light access from the blue condominium. That was a suggestion that was made by the HOA.
Okay. I mean, that's the only thing. And you're doing it even on the bottom floors, or do you do it once you hit that?
No, it happens on
level?
all 11 floors.
From a design standpoint, is there ability to do it only at the upper floors that are above? I don't know what that does to the design.
Yeah, I mean, it feels appropriate when you do it
for the
continuously
whole.
because we're trying to connect both the top and the bottom portions of the
Right, right.
building.
Yeah, and I get this is has been an ongoing negotiation, but it's one of the design elements I don't particularly like that you did.
Understood.
Commissioner Moore.
I would agree with that observation because the building gets less massive if it notches back and clearly distinguishes the two parts from each other. They're of different widths and height, and I regret that that was the last straw in the compromise. I would agree with you, and just for the public, I think this second reiteration of the building has gone through all possible massing variations one could imagine, and I think that it was a very honest attempt to reshape the building based on the pushback that this commission had provided based on adjoining neighbors' input. I believe that what has been reached as a compromise is something that is supportable. I do regret that we are losing the notch on the building.
If there's nothing further, Commissioners, there's a motion that has been seconded to approve this matter with conditions. Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson? Aye. Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
And Commission Chair Richards?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0. Commissioners, that'll place us on items 15A and B for case numbers 2014.0401, CUA and VAR. I'll give it a minute to allow the room to clear.
Mr. Kevlin? Mr. Kevlin?
Mr. Ruben and Junius.
Good luck, good luck.
Yeah.
How was it?
Sorry about that.
Bitch. He goes back cheaply?
Yeah, well, actually, this what is it?
I look forward to it. Chinatown. That's just this one after shoot. There's no.
This is a very cool building.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll see it.
Ralph Marquez. Remember?
CPMC.
You did?
Those tables.
Okay, Commissioners, items 15A and B for case numbers 2014.0401 CUA and VAR at 827 Kearney Street. Conditional use authorization, and the zoning administrator will consider a request for variance.
Good afternoon, President Fong and members of the Commission. Carly Grobe, Planning Department staff. The item before you is a request for conditional use authorization to allow the construction of a building exceeding 35 feet in height, to establish a use size exceeding 5,000 square feet, and to exceed the permitted bulk length dimension of 50 feet. The subject property is located within the Chinatown Community Business District and the 65N Height and Bulk District. The project proposes the demolition of a vacant 2-story commercial building and the construction of a 4-story mixed-use building with ground floor retail, institutional space at the 2nd and 3rd floors, and a dwelling unit at the 4th floor to serve senior citizens. The project would allow for further development of programs and services in the institutional space, which would be operated by Buddha's Universal Church. The proposed institutional space at the 2nd floor would connect to the adjacent property at 825 Kearney via a pedestrian bridge at the 2nd floor, which would also provide access to the primary church building around the corner at 720 Washington Street. The dwelling unit at the upper floor is intended for seniors in the church community. The project sponsor is seeking a variance from Section 136 as the proposed balconies exceed the permitted length for obstructions over streets and alleys, and from Section 145.1 as the ground floor ceiling height is less than 14 feet. The project also requires a rear yard modification so that 6 feet of open space can be provided in an area other than the rear yard. To date, the department has received 13 letters and over 70 signatures from community organizations, local businesses, and residents in support for the project. The department has not received any correspondence in opposition to the project, and several of these correspondences were received after our packets were submitted, so I've included them in your supplemental information before you. The department recommends approval and believes that the project is necessary and desirable for the following reasons. The project would replace a vacant commercial building with a mixed-use building that will activate the pedestrian realm and provide compatible uses at the upper floors. The project would allow a religious institution that is rooted within the Chinatown community to expand without negatively impacting the surrounding historic district or the fine-grained scale of development. The proposed expansion would provide one dwelling unit intended for senior citizens. The additional institutional space would allow the church to continue to attract young members to the congregation and to Chinatown, promoting intergenerational interactions. The project is compatible with the Chinatown Historic District and is in keeping with the Chinatown Design Guidelines. The project meets all applicable requirements of the Planning Code and is necessary and desirable for and compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Great. Project sponsor, please.
Good afternoon or early evening, Commissioners. My name is Stan Tang, and this is my colleague, Robert Herman. We're here to present the project. First, I'd like to thank Ms. Carly Grove for her shepherding us through the process. We've done many things with planning, and many acronyms have been used.
Go ahead and use the mic if you can.
NOPDR,
Sir, if you could read into the microphone. Yeah.
HREs, CUs, EEAs, and UDATs, and that's where at this point. I'd also like to acknowledge the presence of the project sponsors' representatives. A great number of them are here. You can raise your hand. Thank you. So we prepared a brief two-part presentation. I'm going to discuss a little bit of background, history of the project sponsor, the church will refer to it, and Bob will get into a little more detail of the project. So we're going to begin by going right to the project site. So the project site is located in Chinatown. It's at the intersection. I'm going to do this. It's at the intersection near the corner of Washington. All right. It's at the corner of Washington and Kearney Streets. We're the subject property of 827, 829 Kearney. The project is adjacent to another church-owned property at 825 Kearney, which is here. Can you see that arrow? Nope. And the main church sanctuary is around the corner at 720 Washington Street. This view I'd like to show you is taken from the corner of Washington and Kearney. It's from the Hilton Hotel. It shows the project subject property at 827, 829 Kearney, the building immediately to its south, which is 825 Kearney, and around the corner of the Buddha's Universal Church, which is the main original church building. And I'd like you to notice there's a change in elevation. Washington is downhill towards Kearney Street, and there's about a 12-foot change in elevation at this point. I'd like now to talk about, from that image you just saw, I'd like to show you this diagram, which represents the floor levels of these three interconnected properties. One key building program item was to have access to the new building from the original building. It happens that occurs, we can connect our second floor level to the first floor level of the 720 Washington building. So if you see there's a pink floor plate represented, we can connect from 720 Washington, go to the 825 building, which occurs now, and then go to the new property. And the reason this is important is that the church has limited space in the original building. They have functions after services such as weddings and funerals and other religious type gatherings, and they would like to have a direct level path of access to that new building. This is an overview of the site seen from the City College building. You can see the project site, the adjacent building, and across the corner, 720 Washington. Now I'm going to give you a brief history of the church. This is a view taken from Portsmouth Square, looking directly at the building along Washington Avenue. As you can see, it's a mid-century modern building, and it was designed by the noted architect Willie Wong. The building was constructed, as you see here, it was constructed over a period of 10 years by the church members. It was literally a labor of love. Each member committed work on after their normal daytime job and on weekends. And one member told me that he didn't remember doing anything else but being at this church construction site. This is the construction of the main sanctuary, again, all by the church members. These two young women, dressed appropriately for construction work, as you can see. They are in their 90s now, and it is the church's desire that they may be residents in the residential unit that is to be constructed for church elders. And then there's a woman on the right of this side looking up. She actually donated the building that is our subject property. She gave it to the church, and that was a great donation, of course. The church tried to raise funds, and they would do many bake sales, and this became known as Cookies to Concrete. This project is going to enable the church to have continuity of 3 generations, from the people who built the original church and the generations that caretake it now, and they would like to retain and attract youth of the community for the future. We take you back to the site, and now I'm going to turn it over to Bob, and he's going to talk about the proposed project.
Thank you very much. Now we're taking a look at the proposed building overlooking the Chinatown New Year's Parade. We probably should have shown the balconies enormously crowded with onlookers. It's a current-day design that nevertheless follows the intent of the Chinatown Historic District's design guidelines, while relating at the same time to the mid-century modern Buddhist Universal Church that you saw moments ago. Beginning at the sidewalk, the main entry location favors the left edge. The retail entry is recessed between angled show windows common to Chinatown, per the design guidelines. The second floor level matches and connects by bridge to the neighboring church building that Stan mentioned. That floor level also matches the church's main sanctuary, bringing it all together about 12 feet above the sidewalk. Since that second floor level is lower than 14 feet per design guidelines, the second floor balcony has been recessed to provide a strong visual illusion of a tall first floor. The second floor accommodates the church's after-service gatherings. The third floor accommodates classroom studies, especially serving the church youth. Its balcony length, as well as the balcony at the fourth floor, matches the very long square-ended balconies predominant throughout Chinatown, a design feature that might well be added to the Chinatown Historic District design guidelines. All balconies feature, for continuity, ornamental metal railings similar to the ornamental metal screens adorning the Buddhist Universal Church on Washington Street. The fourth floor at the top accommodates residential use for church elders. Its massing is set back 6 feet as a roof terrace, similar to the top floor setback of the Buddhist church. It also creates a code-required residential setback, coupled with another setback at the rear of 21 feet, which casts no shadows on its neighbor. The front setback diminishes visual bulk, deferring to the lower height of the neighboring contributing building. It also avoids conflict with that building's encroaching roof cornice. Finally, the building's horizontal cladding is precast terracotta scaled to the next door contributory building's brick veneer. All in all, we've interpreted and incorporated the historic district's design guidelines without resorting to mimicking the immediate neighbors. If there are any questions, we'd be happy to respond. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Opening it up to public comment. Is there any public comment? Appreciate everybody standing up who's in support. Any other public comment? Okay, sure. Great, thank you. Is there any other public comment? Okay, not seeing any public comment is closed. And Commissioner Richards.
It's a fantastic project. I move to approve.
Second. Commissioner Moore.
I'll dare to say it's more than fantastic. I had the opportunity to visit it, and I was totally blown away, having lived in the neighborhood for almost 40 years, but always have only seen it respectfully as a building out of the corner of my eye. But having the ability to go into it and seeing this incredible building was just a treat, and I hope that all of you will have the opportunity to see it. It's just remarkable. So I'm very happy to see it as sensitively continued in its tradition. I heard the elders speak and spoke about their own philosophy of how they built the building and what they're trying to give to a future generation as an opportunity to continue that legacy. And I was very touched by what I saw and what I heard, and I hope that the community will find the ability to publish a book about this remarkable building and its history.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. Just really quickly, why the variance for the ground floor ceiling height? Hardship there?
Right. So, so in terms of asking the justification,
Yeah, maybe the
would be
project sponsor or zoning administrator, what's the reason behind the request?
So the minimum required ground floor ceiling height is 14 feet, but given the connection required to the adjacent building and then to the church building, and then kind of combined with the slope, that connection wouldn't be feasible if they were to provide a 14-foot floor to ceiling height. So they're seeking a variance for 11 feet 10 inches.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, there's a motion that has been seconded to approve this matter with conditions. On that motion, Commissioner Hillis? Excuse me, Commissioner Johnson?
That's me. Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar? Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commissioner President Pong?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 5-0.
And on the variance, close the public hearing, inclined to grant the requested variance, and I would like to thank the project sponsor for a very thoughtful presentation as well and provide a lot of great historical context, which is appreciated. Thank you.
Commissioners, items 16A, B, C, D, and E were all withdrawn, which will place us on item 17 for case number 2015-002135 COA at 854 Cap Street. This is a conditional use authorization. Commissioners, on September 29, 2016, after hearing and closing public comment, the Commission continued the item to October 13th by a vote of 6-1, with Commissioner Fong voting against. On October 13th, 2016, without hearing, continued the matter to December 8th by a vote of 4-0. Commissioners Hillis, Johnson, and Melgar were absent.
Good afternoon, Planning Commission. Chris Towns with planning staff. The project before you, which was previously heard by the Commission on September 29th, requests a conditional use authorization for the removal of a single-family residence at 854 Cap Street. For reference, the project proposes to demolish the existing single-family home as well as the detached two-story accessory building at the rear, and then to construct a new four-story, 7,800 square foot four-dwelling unit building. At the September 29th hearing, the Commission expressed the need for more information regarding the occupancy and the rent-controlled status of the rear accessory building, as well as more information regarding the visibility of the rooftop-mounted equipment. As a result, the Commission continued the project and requested the following. One, that the planning staff conduct a site visit of the rear accessory building's interior and search for signs of occupancy. Two, that the sponsor contact the rent board and seek any indication or formal determination as to the rent-controlled status of the building. And 3, that the sponsor provide a section drawing to better depict the visibility of the roof-mounted equipment from the public right-of-way. As instructed, all 3 follow-up directives were fulfilled. The site visit to inspect the property occurred on Tuesday, October 4th. A thorough inspection revealed that the building is significantly dilapidated and totally unoccupied by any existing tenants. With regard to the board's concern as to the removal of the rent-controlled unit or any rent-controlled units, the sponsor contacted the rent board to research this matter further and provided relevant documentation included in your packet. The ownership occupant summary newly provided by the sponsor indicates that the property owner from 1973 to 2014 was the California Conference of the Evangelical Covenant Church, who owned the property until its sale to the current property owner. It appears that it was during this period that the church ownership that a Mariela Bonomo, who filed a report of alleged wrongful eviction, and Omar Valenzuela resided on the property. The sponsor also contacted the attorney for the church, who explained that Mr. Valenzuela was a relative of the pastor of the church next door, who hired Mr. Valenzuela to provide construction services. As part of the employment agreement, Omar Valenzuela and his family were allowed to reside on the property while employed, which was terminated on or about June 30th, 2013. The church's lawyer maintained that the property was not subject to the San Francisco's Rent Stabilization and Arbitration Ordinance because the occupation of the premises was pursuant to a license related to employment. Therefore, the occupants were not tenants but employees. This explanation was referenced in the landlord's response to receipt of alleged wrongful eviction, which factored into the rent board's decision to take no further action and close the case. Staff believes the sponsor has adequately responded to the board's request to look into this matter further. However, ultimately, the planning department cannot definitively determine whether or not the building is subject to the Rent Stabilization and Arbitration Ordinance. This is the purview of the rent board. However, the department can confirm that there are no existing tenants and the buildings are both vacant. With regard to the Commission's concern about the visibility of the roof, the sponsor has provided a section as well as renderings to depict this area better, which makes it clear that they will not be visible from any public right-of-way. Since the last hearing, there have been no public comments received by the department, and in conclusion, staff recommends approval based on the following. The project is consistent with the purpose of the RTO M district, which has no density limit. This district is intended to accommodate a greater density than what is currently existing, and will result in a net gain of 3 dwelling units, making it an appropriate infill development project. The project will create 4 family-sized dwelling units, 2 two-bedroom units and 2 three-bedroom units, which are both well-served by transit. The overall mass and scale is compatible with the residential design guidelines and neighborhood context. And that concludes my presentation. If you have any questions, I'm available. Thank you.
Thank you. Project sponsor, please.
Commissioners, this is the second hearing, so this will be 3 minutes, and then public comment will be 1 minute.
Not a problem. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Earl Weiss. I'm the architect for the project. Chris Towns was very articulate in explaining the project. We have a dilapidated single-family residence. It's a 2-bedroom, 1 bath with a dilapidated accessory building in the rear. Our proposal is to remove that building and replace it with 4 family-size units. The minimum size would be a 2-bedroom, 2-bath. We have 2 of those, and then 2 3-bedrooms. By code, we're supposed to do 40% 2-bedroom. We're doing 100% because we feel like it's lacking in that neighborhood. There were 2 questions. Is the property subject to rent control? The short answer is no. It's a single family. The second question was, are the rooftop units not seen? No, they're only 30 inches tall, but also very important, these aren't those old noisy roof packs. These are water heaters. We're going to do radiant heat in there, and so they're dead quiet. So there's no noise. You can't see them from the street. Another important thing is we really, really try to work with neighbors, planning department, and we really have not gotten, we've only gotten positive comments on this so far from neighbors and planning. Is there any questions that I can answer for any of you?
I don't believe so, but commissioners may have questions later. after public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, opening it up to public comment. Not seeing any public comments closed. Commissioner Richards?
I was the one that actually asked for the additional steps to do the due diligence, and I really appreciate the project sponsor doing that, and also including a soundness report as well as staff doing the site visit. I think it kind of sets a standard for when we have really serious questions about whether we're demolishing rent-controlled units. I'm completely and thoroughly satisfied that we've turned over every rock, and I move to approve.
Second.
If there's nothing further, Commissioners, there's a motion to approve this matter with conditions. On that motion, Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards?
Aye.
And Commission President Fong?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 7 to 0. Commissioners, that will place us on item 18 for case number 2015-004109 CUA at 333 12th Street. This is a conditional use authorization.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Rich Sucre, Department staff. I'm joined here with Kate Connor, our Housing Implementation Specialist, as well as Corey Teague from the Department. The project before you is a conditional use authorization for the proposed project at 333 12th Street. The project requires a conditional use for major development requesting a height bonus in the Western Soma Special Use District. The project includes demolition of an existing 2-story industrial building and new construction of a 7-story with basement, 80-foot tall residential building measuring approximately 144,487 gross square feet with 200 dwelling units, 125 Class 1 bicycle parking spaces, and 10 Class 2 bicycle parking spaces. The dwelling unit mix includes 6 one-bedroom units, 94 two-bedroom units, and 100 two-bedroom units with 2 dens. The project includes approximately 1,100 square feet, 11,000 square feet of open space through below-grade outdoor areas along 12th and Norfolk Streets, an interior courtyard, 2 private open areas on the 2nd floor, and 2 rooftop decks. The project would adjust the lot line of the 2 existing lots, which would result in a project site with approximately 199 feet of frontage along Norfolk Street and 157 feet of frontage along 12th Street, and a lot area of about 25,000 square feet. Per California Government Code Section 65915 through 65918, the project sponsor has elected to utilize the state density bonus law, which permits a maximum 35% density bonus if at least 11% of the base project units are affordable to very low-income households. The base project includes the amount of residential development that occur on the project site as of right without modifications to the physical aspects of the planning code. So, for example, open space, dwelling exposure, etc. Under the state density bonus law, the project sponsor is entitled to a limited number of concessions or incentives as well as waivers from any development standard that would physically preclude construction of the project at the proposed density. For the project at 333 12th Street, the base project included 148 dwelling units and approximately 98,000 square feet, gross square feet, of which about 82,000 square feet would be residential. Therefore, the bonus project is permitted a maximum residential square footage of 110,000 square feet. The project before you includes 200 dwelling units with about 1,100,000 gross square feet of residential. The project proposes waivers to the development standards for 1, rear yard, 2, open space, 3, dwelling unit exposure, 4, height, and 5, off-street loading. Since publication of the staff report, the department has determined that the waiver for lot merger is not required. Per Planning Code Section 121.7, lot mergers in the WMUG zoning district, which results in street frontages larger than 100 feet, require conditional use authorization. The project site fronts onto Norfolk Street, which is defined as an alley in the Planning Code since it is less than 30 feet wide. Therefore, the provisions of 121.7 do not apply since these provisions only apply to streets as opposed to alleys. Relative to the project proposal, the department has identified one outstanding issue. The project provides an interior courtyard which is irregular in shape and is only 20 feet wide at its narrowest point. The department recognizes that the project is seeking waivers for these development standards. However, the department recommends that this courtyard be redesigned to a minimum width of 25 feet in order to satisfy the minimum standards for rear yard, dwelling unit exposure, and open space. After analyzing all aspects of the project, department staff recommends approval with conditions. Specifically, the project complies with the applicable requirements of the Planning Code and is consistent with the objectives and policy of the general plan. The project is located in zoning districts where residential use is principally permitted. The project is an appropriate infill development which replaces a 2-story industrial building and a surface parking lot. The project adds 200 new dwelling units to the city's housing stock. The project adds on-site affordable housing units as part of the inclusionary affordable housing program, and the project will utilize the Eastern Neighborhoods area plan controls and pay the appropriate development impact fees. As part of addendum to the packet that I provided to you, I provided a revised motion which highlights some changes in the language to the draft motion, as well as additional public correspondence that we received subsequent to the date of the packet publication. These include, for example, letters from CCHO, a letter from the Golden Gate University, as well as a letter from the SF Art Institute, as well as additional public correspondence, which I think was also emailed to you, from the project sponsor. In addition, the project sponsor provided a revised affordable housing affidavit, which recognizes that they'll provide the 18% of their affordable housing units all on site, of which only 11% of that is subject to the state density bonus provisions, which call for a very low income household. So I'm happy to answer any questions, and this concludes my presentation. The project sponsor has prepared a short presentation. Thank you.
Okay, project sponsor, please.
While they're setting up, I would like to tell the board of two significant developments, one of which was alluded to by Mr. Suker. The first is that we have signed a letter of intent with the San Francisco Art Institute to take half of the building, 100 units, or give or take, and we expect to sign an LOI with Golden Gate University next week for the balance of the project. So it will be 100% student housing project, except for the BMR requirements that are required on site under state law. The second thing that I wanted to mention is we did withdraw we agreed to provide the 18% requirement for the city on site BMR, and wrote you a letter to that effect. Are we ready to go? Ready. Okay. My name is Patrick Kennedy, and I'm the owner of Panoramic Interests. Panoramic has been building high-density infill housing in Berkeley and San Francisco for the last 25 years. We have focused, particularly in the last 10 years, on three types of housing: student housing, homeless housing, and workforce housing. And in each case, we have tried to use innovative designs and new technologies to create housing that is affordable by design, without subsidies, and which can be provided by the private sector. Our most recent project in San Francisco was completed in 2015, and that is the building called the Panoramic, which has two master tenants with California College of the Arts and San Francisco Conservatory of Music. It was 160 apartments. In that project, we had a LOI for the project before we got our entitlements, and it's very similar to the case that we're here tonight. And that is, we have an LOI to take half our building, but we need to get an approval tonight of the project so we can proceed with an LOI with the second university and proceed to a lease allocating the apartments in the project. We also learned on that project that smaller units with individual bedrooms were key attraction for student housing. So our new project is all multi-bedroom apartments with no studios and no micro apartments, so to speak. It's also a car-free project. Finally, I'd like to say that, as with our last project, we have spent
several months meeting with the neighbors and businesses in the immediate area and have an almost unanimous record of support with the current residents of that part of town. And now I'd like to turn it over to our architect, Mark Macy, to talk more about the project. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Mark Macy. I'm the principal of Macy Architecture, and I am pleased to present City Spaces Soma West. The project, as you've heard, is a 200-unit, affordable by design, car-free housing development located in a highly walkable enclave of Western Soma. It has frontages on both 12th Street as well as Norfolk Alley. Rainbow Grocery, Costco, and Trader Joe's are very, very close by. 11th Street Nightlife District is just one block over, and the area is well served by public transit. This is a sampling of the neighborhood sort of architectural, urban industrial context. This is a view of the project within the context of the partial block face of 12th Street. To the right is Buildings approved 1532 Harrison project, which I also designed. A little bit about building form. The project draws inspiration from the classic Georgian terraced housing, a typology ubiquitous throughout the UK. This simple, straightforward, and regular, we view this typology as a kind of ideal when it comes to background fabric, high-density, urban residential architecture. This, by the way, is a terrace in Bath, England. Another precedent we were looking at is what we've dubbed the walk-up, walk-down arcade. Again, an example from England, in this case London, John Nash's renowned Park Crescent development where Portland Place terminates into Regent's Park. As you can see, it has an upper walk-up level as well as a lower walk-down level protected by the arcade portico. Accordingly, along our 12th Street frontage, we have our own industrial seismic resisting interpretation of an arcade tuned to our specific earthquake-prone San Francisco context, with walk-up dwelling units as well as walk-down dwelling units contained within. Incidentally, our arcade is 14 feet high and 9 feet deep, just like Nash's. Here's a view of the main entrance along 12th Street as well as the adjacent community room. Some more inspiration from the UK. The maximization of precious urban land resources through the utilization of walk-down garden-level units. In the UK, these units are extremely common and are typically a full story level below grade. And here's our adaptation tailored to the San Francisco environment. We're all generally familiar with the urban design guidelines requiring walk-up units for active residential frontages 3 to 5 feet above sidewalk level. By pairing this with the walk-down garden level units, we've increased capacity by 7% along both frontages. And once we factor in the garden level units at our interior courtyard, we increase capacity by over 17%, all made possible by the elimination of accommodation for the car. As opposed to the English model, we're not proposing to set our walk-down units a full story below grade. Ours are about a half story below the sidewalk level. This is a view of the existing Norfolk Alley frontage. It's a very narrow, only 25-foot wide street, and it's not too friendly. There's not a single tree on the street or any other plantings, and there's only 3.5-foot wide, non-accessibility compliant sidewalks. Our intended Norfolk frontage, we're proposing to set our building back a voluntary 10 feet, thus increasing the perceived width of Norfolk from 25 feet to 35 feet for the full residential frontage. We'll also be increasing the sidewalks to 7 feet, including a 2.5-foot inboard rather than outboard planting strip, making them 100% accessible. This innovative configuration affords a variety of benefits. It creates more breathing room along the alley and allows us a canopy space to plant trees that won't interfere with subterranean utility lines. The inboard planting area also softens the building edge and provides an additional privacy buffer to the walk-down units. And by placing the paved sidewalk portions adjacent to the roadbed, we've maximized maneuvering room for fire trucks as well as the neighbors' autos exiting their garages. We really like the classic wide stoops of San Francisco and appreciate their potential as shared social space. Currently, in most projects, the typical application of the urban design guidelines, tempered by the desire to maximize floor area, results in narrow steps that run parallel to the sidewalk rather than perpendicular in the classic manner. However, since we are setting our walk-up and walk-down units well back from the sidewalk, 9 feet along 12th Street and 10 feet along Norfolk, we're able to reintroduce an updated variant on the wide stoop, one that is perpendicular to the sidewalk and that can once again serve as gracious entry and shared space, and then subsequently split into clearly defined individualized entry porches. Some concluding comments regarding the benefits of walk-up units combined with the walk-down units. Here, once again, at our 12th Street frontage, the arrows indicate the activation points, so are the pedestrian entry and exit points of the main building and the walk-up units from the sidewalk. These additional arrows indicate the increased activation afforded by the introduction of the walk-down units, a 60% increase in pedestrian entry exits along this frontage. Likewise, at the Norfolk frontage, the addition of the walk-down units increases activation by 80%, resulting in a more lively, friendlier, and safer street. These are some of the great things that one can accomplish with a car-free building, providing more housing for people rather than for cars. Lastly, I want to touch on our approach to realizing highly livable, enjoyable dwelling units that are affordable by design to the middle market. In this regard, we've been inspired by the innovative work that came out of the European housing crisis of the interwar period from about 1920 through the 1920s to the mid-30s. So we're looking at like Austrian Red Vienna, Berlin Siemensstadt, the contributions of the Dutch, and most critically, Ernst May's famous New Frankfurt projects. All of these projects were focused on spatial, functional construction optimization and achieving maximum economy through standardization, typification, and thoroughly integrated design, absolutely everything working in concert. For instance, our contemporary kitchen design has been highly influenced by the pioneering design work of Grete Schutte-Lahotzky's Frankfurt kitchen. So here you see some of the two-bedroom affordable design dwelling units from the 1920s and the 30s in an at-scale comparison with our proposed two-bedroom and two-plus bedroom units. Whereas in the 20s and 30s, they were primarily concerned with providing housing for the typical two-parent, two-child bourgeois household. We're designing to accommodate...
Sir, your presentation time is up, but the commissioners may have questions.
All right.
Okay, sorry. It's okay. Okay, opening it up for public comment. To public comment, Elizabeth Trainer, Bob Lilly, Lugio Lucini, and if folks we call, if they want to line up on that side of the room, sort of makes it easier, Bob Colts, John Rodriguez, Zoe Siegel, Robert Tillman, Donald Dusnap, and Ewan Key.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Trainer. I'm the Dean of Students at San Francisco Art Institute. The San Francisco Art Institute, founded in 1871, is the oldest independent nonprofit art school on the West Coast. As is true for most colleges and universities around the country, high-quality housing is an important recruiting tool, and we face particular challenges given the current high cost of housing in San Francisco. Now more than ever in the history of our institution, safe, affordable, quality housing for students is quite hard to come by. Every semester, we have students who run into housing emergencies because they have been unable to secure housing solutions that are stable and will work throughout their graduation. Additionally, student housing is critical to the recruitment of international students whose presence enriches our entire community. Fortunately, Panoramic Interest is currently developing some of the most innovative student housing in the country. Based on the quality of their other projects, we are confident that the project at 12th and Folsom will be providing residential solutions that will provide SFAI with long-term stability for our students. The timing and approval are critical for us. Our Board of Trustees has approved a letter of intent based on the timing and the specifications included in this proposal, and we are eager to move forward and take occupancy in fall 2019. Even a small delay would mean pushing back significantly, and the vast majority of our student body starts in the fall semester. In sum, the project has the full support of SFAI, and we urge you to approve as is.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I think I'm the next speaker, Luigi Lucchini. Is that right?
Yeah, you don't necessarily have to come up in particular order.
Oh, all right. Sorry to cut you off. I do have to get to class. I teach at the University of San Francisco, and encountered these projects and some other innovative projects by this developer, and highly impressed in principle by the innovation that they show, but in particular, our students at the university, and I speak just as a teacher and not a representative of the university, are desperate for housing. So this is the type of project we want to endorse and put our voice in also with the other institutions of higher education that are desperately looking for places for their students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. My name is Bob Lilly. I'm currently employed by Contra Costa Electric. I'm the former assistant business manager of a building trades union. In fact, I've represented many of the highly skilled men and women of the building trades in meetings such as this. And I can tell you honestly, it's a pleasure to be involved in such an artful project. We know the builders and developers, Panoramic. We worked with them on what you saw earlier, 1321 Mission Street. It's very interesting the way they combine quality design construction with innovative and efficient features. Some of them you just saw. They involve the skilled local workforce where wages stay to support the local economy, and they help develop the craftspeople of the future through a joint labor management state-approved apprenticeship training program. They also assist veterans in the re-entering the peaceful home workforce. They demand and ensure a safe working environment, which is very near and dear to me and my members. And they do all this while addressing the need for the local housing, in this case, student housing. You just heard how important that is. This project will enhance the look of the area, providing housing for students and serve its residents, both current and future. I would speak in support of the project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Johnny Rodriguez. I am also employed with Contra Costa Electric. I was formerly the general foreman on the last project at 1321 Mission Street done with Panoramic. The project speaks for itself. You've heard from the architects of the current project. Everything has it offer. The housing for the students, all the pluses are there. Everybody can see it. I would like to add, from my perspective, local hiring. People, residents of San Francisco are coming to work on this project. The acknowledgement of safety, construction practices is up to date. Its impeccable record stands for itself. Thank you.
My name is Bob Tillman. I am a business owner and a property owner in the Mission, but I'm speaking now as a father of a 19-year-old boy and a 23-year-old girl. The girl has recently tried to find housing in San Francisco after graduating from college and getting a job, and she found that it would take her approximately 2/3 of her take-home salary to stay in San Francisco. Consequently, she is living with us. And I urge you, yes, I urge you, for my wife's sanity, to please approve this project and take some pressure off the housing stock of San Francisco. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bob Klotz, and I'm the owner of City Lights Lighting Showroom that is on the corner of 15th and Folsom Street, 12th and Folsom, excuse me. We've been in that building for about 25 years. Parking has always been an issue. Coming here today, I wasn't aware that it was going to be student parking, so my fears are a little bit less, but nevertheless, I want to express them that parking is almost unavailable in that area at this point. To add 20 more cars or 100 more cars or whatever, or buses for the academy is going to be a hardship in our business. We've already had to close down our bay lighting down on Howard Street due to construction where Cahill is putting up a big unit. And I understand the city's opposition to, or like to have a unit with no parking, but I'm sure some of the students are going to be driving. There is a parking lot existing there now that could be converted to a parking garage, and I would request that you have a little consideration for some of the tenants that have been in the area for 20, 30 years. And I've also got a question on the environmental report. There says there's a preliminary report. I don't know if there's a final report, and I don't know if it addressed the parking issues and the people driving around the block numerous times to try and find a location to park as it exists now. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Zoe Siegel, and I'm reading a letter on behalf of urbanist Peter Calthorpe, who's one of the founders of the Congress of New Urbanism and the principal at Calthorpe and Associates. Commissioners, you received a copy of this letter earlier today, and there's also a copy on the projector right here. Dear Commissioners, it is no mystery that the Bay Area and San Francisco has a housing crisis. But the real challenges are more specific than just affordability needs and workforce housing demands. The real challenges are to find urban environments that can absorb and benefit from infill and redevelopment. In short, we need to place housing in walkable, mixed-use, and transit-rich places like San Francisco if we are to structurally address our most significant social and environmental challenges. We need to focus housing opportunity in areas that are growing the jobs and taking advantage of the next generation's affinity for urban living. The axis from Silicon Valley to San Francisco has a workforce housing crisis that commuters from across the Bay should not shoulder from an equity or environmental vantage point. And the good news is that urban infill, while helping to balance the jobs housing equation, also strengthens the urbanism that makes cities great. This is why the 12th Street project is so important. It is part of a much bigger solution, one that focuses on housing and lifestyles in urban rather than suburban locations. This project is urban in the best sense. It is parking free, it reinforces street life with entrances and stoops, while it delivers the kind of density cities need to prosper. Most important, it offers small units, an option too long neglected in our housing practices. Courtyards, roof decks, and local places extend the living space of an individual to the shared richness of the community and city. This project is not only good urban design, it is innovative in unit design and radical in its focus away from the car. Sincerely, Peter Calthorpe.
Okay, next speaker, let me call a few more names. David Murick, David Norivian, Ken Coleman, Erica Rippey, Mike Hardcastle, Nina Rizzo, Alex Witt, Isaac Rosenberg, Mark Walls, Alice Somerville, and Wally Naylor. Good.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Yuhan Qi. I'm here on behalf of David Mackel to read a letter of the California College of the Arts. Dear Planning Commissioners, we are writing in support of Panoramic Interests' proposed multifamily development at 333 12th Street in San Francisco. This 200-unit residential project will help create more capacity for a city that is deeply in need of housing. CCA has experience working with this developer, and we are confident that the project they envision will not only be of high quality, but also will introduce new and much-needed ideas for how San Francisco might continue to make headway on our housing crunch. The unit type they have designed, the Micro Suite, is a next-generation version of the corner suites they developed at 1321 Mission, the project we have our students living. This unit type, with 9-foot ceilings and oversized operable windows, has been the surprise hit of our student housing. They have taken the lessons learned on ours and the other urban housing they have completed, and advanced it with rigorous stacking and unit planning that allows them to achieve highly efficient and sustainable construction. We think this is a well-conceived, proven approach by a developer with extremely high quality standards and should result in a positive addition to our housing stock. We respectfully request that the San Francisco Planning Department support the 333 12th Street project. Sincerely, David Mackel, Director of Campus Planning. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alex Witt. I specialize in arranging financing for projects like this. I've worked with Patrick before on 1321 Mission. In addition to providing the much-needed housing and student housing This project, particularly the more efficient units and the student housing use, will require specialized financing, which will come from a union labor pension fund. So in addition to provide the much-needed pension and retirement services for those groups. Thank you, and obviously in support.
Good evening. I'm sorry, I might be speaking out of order, but my name is Devin Brady. I live and work in the Mission, and I'm here speaking in support of this project. As we all know, there's a housing crisis in the city, and I think this project goes a long way towards going to addressing that. Taking a industrial and empty parking lot area and putting housing there, I think is a great use of our very valuable urban space. I think that it's a good thing that there is no parking here. I think it's important to have room for humans and not cars. I went to school in an urban university and lived on campus. It was a very transit-rich area. I didn't have a car. Very few of my friends had a car. I don't think it's going to have a big impact on parking in that area. So close to grocery stores and to campus. I don't think that should be a consideration. So. I strongly support this project, and I hope that it passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm David Naravian with Beckett Capital. I'm a commercial real estate broker, and I'm speaking in support of this project. I've worked with Panoramic Interests in the past, and I've followed their projects at 38 Harriet Street and their 9th and Mission project very closely. Panoramic Interest is extremely creative and thoughtful in delivering high-quality housing product for urban infill sites. They're also one of the few private developers that I know of that is committed to delivering housing to the low and middle-income population of San Francisco. I feel that this project at 333 12th Street is an innovative development that will provide much-needed new housing for the middle class. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Okay, hello, my name is Ken Kelman, and I'm a longtime Bay Area resident and sculptor. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of Panoramic Interest's proposed new housing project. I'm also the sculptor who was commissioned by Panoramic Interest to work on their recent project, the Panoramic at 9th and Mission. You might recall that I presented myself and my aluminum sculpture to you in May of 2015. Today, I'm here to give a professional recommendation for Patrick Kennedy and his team and to advocate for this project, because San Francisco will squarely benefit by addressing San Francisco's affordable housing needs and from gaining another successful and striking public art piece. As you know, each public art project becomes an interactive process which involves artists, architects, community residents, civic leaders, politicians, approval agencies, funding agencies, and construction teams. The 1% for the arts gives people increased opportunity to have more art in their communities for which there is no downside. The 1% projects involve some but not all of the groups I have listed, and because of that, the process becomes more streamlined and fluid. Patrick has a deep appreciation for both architecture and art. He believes in good design. His aesthetic is in tune with the diverse experience of the South of Market area and also reflects back the importance and respect for public art and the experiences it provides for the community. Patrick's a professional person. He surrounds himself with intelligent people with an incredible work ethic. My part in their project was never considered second-rate. I had everything I needed when I needed it. His team is flexible and able to adjust. They were excellent communicators and excellent problem solvers. I highly recommend you approve this new project. The design, the purpose, the art, and the overall outcome will surely benefit both residents and visitors to San Francisco. Our city is rich and textured. It is a forward-thinking city, and this planning agency is a large part of that. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Eric Rippey, and I am representing the Center for Creative Land Recycling, which is a national nonprofit dedicated to providing technical assistance to cities in support of brownfield redevelopment and infill projects. I'm speaking in favor of Panoramic Interest proposed project at 333 12th Street. Infill development is critical to our community and our environmental health. There are many known benefits to infill development, chief among them the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions and improved air quality. By reducing distance between places that people need to travel, infill development facilitates healthy and environmentally friendly transportation like walking, biking, or use of public transit. Panoramic's plan includes off-street secure bike parking for its residents, encouraging active and sustainable transportation. Infill development also reduces stormwater runoff. When rain hits impervious surfaces such as roofs, streets, and parking lots, it flows off in large quantities, carrying various pollutants from those sources. The runoff erodes stream banks, while the pollutants harm plants and wildlife as it flows to the bay. Perhaps the largest benefit this project provides is sidewalk vibrancy and a social connection to the neighborhood. The project has proposed adding stoops, as you heard before me, with setback and below sidewalk entrances. With multiple level entrances, the stoops promote sidewalk interaction and activity. Projects like this will help keep students in the city in the midst of a severe housing crisis. Infill development is critical to our current and future environmental quality. Turning this site into student housing is a good investment that will yield benefits for the neighborhood and the city as a whole. I encourage the Commission to approve Panoramic's project. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Mike Hardcastle. I'm with H&M Fire Protection, and we've had the privilege of working on past projects with Panoramic. We are a San Francisco certified LBE local contractor, and Panoramic provides quality, safe, and affordable housing, and also hires firms like ours and local workers, and I support the project. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Wally Naylor. I'm with Charles Panko Builders. We are a union-based contractor, has been working in San Francisco for over 50 years. We will be Panoramic's builder on this project and intend to use union labor. I think you heard that this is a site-built 7-story concrete structure, and it will not be a modular project. So I wanted to emphasize that. Also, we have teamed with Panoramic most recently on the 1321 Mission Project, and we feel confident that we will team with them again here to bring a high-quality project to the city of San Francisco in a city that is in dire need of additional housing. Thank you very much.
My name is Mark Valls. I'm a senior project manager for Charles Panko Builders. I'm also a San Francisco resident. I was the project manager for the Panoramic, the 1321 Mission Project, student housing that was recently completed. And as a project manager, I can attest to the attention to quality and detail that Panoramic puts into their projects. They definitely put a lot of attention as to how the building integrates with the neighborhood and the durability and quality of the construction. So I support this project. Thank you.
My name is Alice Somerville, and I also work for Panko Builders. And I personally worked on the 1321 Mission Project and saw firsthand the benefits it provides to the city, with the opportunity for students to have affordable housing, and then the opportunity for people like me who have just moved to the city and newly graduated to have, an opportunity to get, houses that would otherwise be taken by students. So I'm in support of this project.
Good evening. My David is named Merrick. I have never spoken in a venue like this before, and I'm terrified. But I could not be here. This man here is an angel. He worked a miracle on the corner of the street where I live. I'm simply a resident of 9th Street in supportive housing on psychiatric disability. from Panco Construction Company, which incorporated me in their construction, allowing me to take 5,000 photographs while they were building the building, to the completed building, which we all think is a beautiful addition to our neighborhood, into our corner. I don't see any reason why we should deny Patrick the ability to extend that to 12th Street. I would like to point out also, even though I live on 9th and Mission, the glasses I'm wearing I purchased at Costco, 1 block away from 12th Street. That's my neighborhood too. Please let Patrick extend this to 12th Street. None of the horror stories we heard before the panoramic went in ever occurred. Quite the opposite. It's brightly lit. It's an addition to our neighborhood. And I was taught as a child that to withhold pertinent information was tantamount to lying. It is pertinent that this is going to be a success. I have taken 100 photographs of the property already because I know you're going to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, let me call a couple more names, okay, real quick. Sorry. Lee Heluna, Josh Peterson, Devin Bradley, Mike K, Kayla K. Walsh, Joe Smore, Josh Tork, Sonia Traus, and Laura Clark.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Terrence Allen. I am the founding president of San Francisco's Entertainment Commission. And while I am long retired, I have a continuing relationship with the venues, especially those venues that have made up one of now San Francisco's premier destinations for entertainment and food, 11th Street. When the Western Soma Plan was in front of this body and we negotiated some compromises, including no more residential construction on that 1 block of 11th Street between Folsom and Harrison, it was done in the spirit of creating an ability of those restaurants and bars to continue their activation of nightlife. Then a year later, then President Supervisor London Breed introduced legislation creating Rule 116, which caused one more stop on the long approval process that said to the developers, go to the Entertainment Commission and make sure you're not going to screw up the entertainment community's ability to exist by putting housing next to entertainment. I am happy to say they went to the Entertainment Commission this week. I was there. There were some comments made. There'll be some additional testing, and I know that they will do whatever necessary to make the one corner of the building, which sort of looks out over the back patio of the Holy Cow, more soundproofed if necessary. If you've been in their units, you close the windows and they've got their own HVAC system for every unit. And so it's quiet. There is an ambient noise that's created by those HVAC systems. And with proper soundproofing in the windows, doors, and walls, I think this is a perfect kind of construction to back up to 11th Street and Norfolk Alley. I wish, looking back, that we had extended the moratorium for residential so that we were not dealing with these 3 big chunks of land, the one across from the Eagle that was approved, this one with this project, and the one that's going to happen when Bay Lighting finally gives up the ghost. But we have them. And so I'd rather be in support of projects in front of you that are good projects and that have respected the process, have listened to their entertainment neighbors, and that I can speak in front of you and say, this is a good project. Let it go through. Thank you. And to the clerk, here are some petitions of some of the businesses in the neighborhood that wanted to sign their names to their agreement that this go forward. Thank you, Commissioners.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Nina Rizzo, Green Trip Planner at Transform. We are a nonprofit organization committed to transportation and land use solutions to achieve more equitable ways to live and get around. At Transform, we believe that all people, regardless of income, should be able to have access to healthy and affordable communities and commutes. So I'm here to highlight how this project has achieved Green Trip certification, granted conditionally until the project is approved and built with the strategies currently included. Green Trip certification recognizes and supports multifamily development, which implements strategies that reduce traffic, parking, greenhouse gas emissions, and keep San Francisco and the Bay Area more affordable. One of our program's goals is to see more housing for people rather than cars. This project has received our zero parking certification because it's implementing the traffic reduction strategy of 100% unbundled parking, which separates paying for rent from paying for parking. There's an exceptionally high level of transit service around the project site, so future residents won't have to depend on a vehicle to get around. Within a 15-minute walk, there's 2 BART stations and Muni Light Rail. Within a 7-minute walk, there's access to over 9 bus lines. Other benefits include 2 on-site car-sharing pods, 40 short-term bicycle parking spaces on the sidewalk, secured bike parking per unit with an additional 125 bike parking spaces, and a shared bike room for a total of 325 bike parking spots. This project will also offer marketing and outreach to residents so that they know which amenities are available to them. We respectfully recommend the City Council members and that this commission support this project and the low traffic strategies that it will bring to the city of San Francisco. And included in the packet that you received, you should see a letter from the Green Trip program announcing the certification and also the project evaluation report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Michael Olson. I wouldn't go so far as to say that Patrick's an angel. I hold a high bar for that label. But he is a man of his word. The reason I say that is I've invested with him for the last 15 years, going back to his projects in Berkeley, and he's always said and done what he promised that he would do when we began those projects. Speaking as a father of 2 sons that are in college in the Bay Area, I'm happy to hear that the local colleges are on the verge of nabbing all those units for their students, because I know the difficulties in students getting those kind of units. But I would ask you if, and I hope you do approve of the project, that you condition him to build these apartments in other places of the city, but not for schools, just for kids that are moving into the city. My boys will probably move into the city, try to get a job like a lot of kids in the surrounding area, and it's very difficult for them to find housing. So I think that would be an appropriate condition for you. Thank you very much. I approve the project.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Leticia Luna. I'm an owner of a property on 11th and Folsom. And I approve this project, and I hope you do too. I know housing is very important in San Francisco, especially for people who are getting out of college. Not only do they have a debt when they get out of college, they can't find a job, nor could they find housing. So I approve this, and I hope you do too. And I do hope that they continue to build more of these houses around San Francisco because the price is right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Josh Peterson. I'm a commercial real estate broker, been in San Francisco for 13 years, working in this neighborhood, the mid-market neighborhood, and seen the incredible transformation that's occurred over the last number of years, and firmly believe the catalyst for permanent change in these areas will be thoughtful housing developments like 12th Street, and in this case, targeted towards the lower and middle income classes, students in particular here. I think it would be a great addition to the neighborhood, a big improvement over a somewhat blighted block now, and I fully support the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Mike Kapersky, the Director of Business Services and Facilities for Golden Gate University. It's a pleasure to come before you this evening. A shortage of affordable housing is definitely affecting our students and our ability to successfully recruit future students to the city. A continual topic of discussion among the students who currently work for me and those who have worked for me in the recent past has been solely the lack of affordable housing and the worries about how they're going to pay their rent. That has affected their studies. Many of them are working additional hours. Many of them are taking on second jobs. And many of them are dropping out just so they can go back and earn some more money to pay their rent. On top of this, they're trying to carry a full workload or full load while in school. Projects such as the 333 12th Street project are exactly what we need in our city and are exactly what we need in the higher education arena. This will make student housing affordable for our students in years to come. And as Patrick mentioned earlier, a COI is pending between Golden Gate University and Patrick, and it's all based upon this decision tonight. So we strongly urge you to approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call the rest of the cards. Daniel Howard, Teresa Imperial, Daniel Camp, Mark Hogan, Michael Olson.
Hi, my name is Kayla Krupnik-Walsh. I'm the Dean of Students for the Business Schools at Golden Gate University, and I want to voice my support for the building project at 333 12th Street. I have visited the existing panoramic site in the city, and I'm very impressed with the quality of the space and how carefully they've considered the needs of the urban students. Our students don't drive. Many of them are international. They're coming without cars. So the inclusion of the bike parking is a really thoughtful addition. We have found basically no other opportunities in the city that truly cater to the needs of our students. So this opportunity is very important for us. As you know, there is a dire need for safe student housing in the city. Over the last several years, we have heard increasing complaints from students about the lack of affordable housing and how it has impacted students' ability to enroll at GGU and to be successful once they are here. Some of those who do choose to enroll are commuting over an hour, sometimes 2 hours to get to school, which impacts their ability to participate in the school community and support networks and career development opportunities, and they become at risk for dropping out of school. The housing issue is one that we need to solve immediately in order to continue to attract students to our university. What we have seen is that other institutions who have a master lease in San Francisco have significantly increased applications and retention. Having this project approved as is will greatly impact the future of GGU and our ability to sustain our enrollment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Sonia Traus. I live at 603 Natoma Street, so I live in this neighborhood. I think this project's a great idea. Obviously, a place for 200 places for people to live is better than what they have there now, which is none. And if it's 18% below market rate, that's 36 below market rate places to live, which is much better than what we have there now. So if we like this project, I don't see what the point would be in postponing a decision about it. If it's a good idea, it's as good idea today as it would be in a couple months. And I'm also really excited to see the state density bonus being used finally. This is kind of a historic day. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Josh York, and I'm here to voice my support for this project. I've been through the nightmare of searching for apartments in San Francisco far too many times. The supply is too low, the prices are too high, so the time to build is now.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Laura Clark, Grow San Francisco. I would like to reiterate what is often the thing that I like to say at these things is we need to figure out how to get projects with such clear benefits sped up through this process. I think that the obvious benefits of this project. You've heard incredible testimony about the environmental, about the economic, about all of the benefits that this project will have for students who are in crisis in our city. I think that there's no reason that projects like this can't move faster through this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Mark Hogan. I'm an architect and a small business owner. I also taught at CCA. So I can see the need for student housing. Housing is kind of more so even than their studies, like the first thing in a lot of students' minds when they come to school in San Francisco. And the flyers that you see in the hall at schools in the city are depressing when you see the situations that students are living in, commuting from Fremont, all kinds of things because there's nowhere to live. Also, I think everyone in this room would agree that housing has become a hot topic in San Francisco, and there's a lot of debate on Twitter and elsewhere, and we hear time and time again, why doesn't anyone build something other than luxury housing? And this is one of the only recent projects of this scale that's not luxury housing. It's a market rate project that's building small units using a lot of good design methods to achieve a project that's affordable by design, and I think we should support it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Danielle Howard. I'm here in support of this project. I work in the city and I work in social impact investing. Two areas that I focus on include education and affordable housing. Although I am not an investor in or a financier of or connected to this project, I'm here as a concerned citizen. I think a lot of important points have been made about the need for high quality affordable housing in the city. I think something else that I would want to flag is the clear devotion and commitment to stakeholder engagement of this firm, whether it's focus on the needs of the students, the needs of the local community, local builders, and a clear commitment to the environment as well. So I'd like to highlight that, and I'd like to put my support forth for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Daniel Camp. I'm a renter in San Francisco, and I also want to urge you to support this project. I'm not a student anymore, but there was a time when I was, and when I was lucky enough to be able to live within relative walking distance of all my classes. Around San Francisco, whenever I run into a student, they usually say that they live out in somewhere like Danville or Walnut Creek or any of the exurban parts of the East Bay. And then they have to drive in because that's their only option for living somewhere and then getting into school. That's obviously terrible for the environment, and it's also bad for their quality of life. So in the interest of helping young people out and improving the air quality for everyone in the Bay Area, I want you to support this project. I also really like how the developers have included what they called, I think, affordable by design. It's still market rate, but it's affordable because it's smaller. I think this is something I would really like to see more of. It's, in fact, how I have afforded living in San Francisco. I moved into a place that's pretty small, and it's actually not as bad as people sometimes make it out to be. I can vacuum the whole place in like 5 minutes. So, it's really not so bad. And also, the developers are including a lot of affordable housing, below market rate housing that they didn't have to. They could have just said, screw it, the fact that low-income families are getting priced out of the city is no skin off our back, but they didn't do that. They included more below market rate housing than they were required to, and I think that's amazing. So please, for all of these reasons, approve this project as quickly as possible. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Commissioners, Joseph Smook with the South of Market Community Action Network and Housing Rights Committee. Okay, let's put a little bit of a stop to this. We need to ask ourselves, what is this project, just fundamentally? If it's truly affordable by design and it's residential housing, not student housing, then it's subject to the 25% below market rate requirement, inclusionary requirement that's in the Prop C inclusionary ballot measure that was passed in June. There was companion legislation that requires 25%. If it's student housing, it's not eligible for the state density bonus. With just this one question alone, you have to continue this project for more study. A couple of more points. What about Proposition X that just passed in November? This site contains a two-story PDR building. That would mean, and it's in the eastern neighborhoods, that means it's subject to one-for-one replacement of the PDR. Next point is that it says that it's exempt from CEQA review because it falls under the Eastern Neighborhoods EIR plan area EIR. The contradiction here is that if it is eligible for the state density bonus and therefore provides 35% more units than had been zoned for this site, then it clearly needs to go through some CEQA review. If you went through a rezoning in order to change the height and bulk for this site, then you would have to go through a CEQA review. It clearly is not compatible and does not fall under the Eastern Neighborhoods plan area EIR. To underscore that, if this project is passed as is, and state density bonus obviously is a tool to use, what other projects are coming, and how is this going to change the nature of the eastern neighborhoods? That all, in terms of its cumulative impact, needs to be studied. You can't just look at this as a one-off. This project raises way too many policy issues. It's not just a project. The fact that it's sidestepping the 25% requirement in the companion legislation to Prop C, the fact that it's sidestepping the PDR replacement requirement from Proposition X, and the fact that it's claiming that it's exempt from CEQA review when it's clearly an upzoning, whether it's legal or not, and that's still, like I said, an open question, and that's because is it residential housing or is it student housing? The CEQA issue cannot be sidestepped either. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Cynthia Fong. I am a tenant organizer with the Housing Rights Committee, and I'm here to speak in opposition to this project. Joseph had mentioned some of the reasons, and just to add to those reasons, earlier this year when the Housing Rights Committee was organizing against the density, or the Affordable Housing Density Bonus Program, we heard from hundreds of, if not many more than that, San Francisco residents who were nervous about this density bonus program threatening resources that were important to the community. In that argument specifically, we were talking about affordable housing and rent-controlled units specifically. But at this site, we are talking about PDR, which is something that Joseph had mentioned. PDR is important to San Francisco residents because these sites often provide blue-collar jobs for folks who may not hold high school degrees or college diplomas. These jobs are really important to keep folks who live in San Francisco, who work in San Francisco here, and able to afford the units that they currently live in. The other thing that I want to mention is that not only does this site violate what was passed in Prop X, which was a one-for-one PDR replacement, but also this site does not achieve 25% affordable housing. And while 18% is commendable, it does not meet that requirement, which is required for developments utilizing density bonus under state law. We are not here fighting or in opposition of this project because we do not understand the need for affordable housing or for housing in general. We are a tenants' rights group. We see that every single day. But what we're saying here is that there is a way to develop in a way that will not exacerbate this crisis. And we've seen that certain developments will accelerate the rate at which folks are being forced to leave. And we see this as being one of those projects, and we highly recommend that commissioners, you review this process or this project a little bit more clearly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Teresa Imperial from Bill Soro Housing Program. As of today, we see in the agenda that this project has applied for a residential project. Therefore, as if it is a residential project, then it should adhere to the Prop C trailing legislation requirement for 25% housing if it's a residential project. If it's a student housing, then it should apply as of today as a student housing. And maybe it will be a question for the planning staff as to what are the requirements for student housing. Should that a letter of intent from universities be sufficient enough? That would say that it is a student housing. And also, I just want to get a perspective when everyone's saying affordable housing crisis or affordability by design. The Panoramic, the developer itself, I know that they are a student housing developer. And if you look into their website, a studio is a 282 square feet that price for $2,400. I mean, is that what you call a student housing or affordable housing? So let's put that in the context, not just use the word affordable because it's lower than the market. Then yes, it is lower, but it's not affordable. Thank you. So continue this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Angelica Cabande, and I'm with the Southern Market Community Action Network. We are requesting that you continue this item. Aside from deep affordable housing needs, there's also a crisis on affordable commercial spaces, which is why in November, 60% of the voters voted to pass Proposition X. This proposition requires developers to provide space to replace any location zoned for neighborhood arts, small businesses, or community services of certain size that were destroyed or disrupted by a development project within the Mission and the Southern Market area. This project will demolish an existing PDR and will disrupt existing businesses in the area. So we hope that, which is why we would like to see this project revised that would include Proposition X, and this is why we don't feel that this project should be passed today with all of the questions that was raised to you today, including including the Proposition X proposition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. Peter Cohen with the Council of Community Housing Organizations. It's difficult to come up here and raise any kind of questions about a project after you've heard a string of superlatives. Sounds like a fine project from a design standpoint and infill. We're in the difficult business of raising the question of affordable to whom, and is the city actually getting as much affordable housing out of a project as possible? That's a basic policy question. And I ask you, as a couple of speakers have said, that you look at this project through the lens of its policy implications, not just in isolation based on its apparent attributes, which evidently it has a lot of them. There are really two issues and stories about this particular project that I ask you to consider, and we've had a fair amount of back and forth with staff and the director and I think the city attorney about this. This is about the state density bonus, and it's about how it intersects with the inclusionary housing policy of the city and how we're in a before and after Prop C environment. This project is a grandfathered project. Under Prop C, it got cut a deal that it cannot have the new inclusionary requirement of 25%, which, as you know, the controller is still fine-tuning, and we're in the process of doing that. But grandfathered projects have, if you will, their old rules. This project, as hundreds after it will, is taking the state density bonus. That's a gimme. There's not much you folks can do at all about it, and maybe that's a fine thing. We're increasing density. But it raises the question about, is there a capture by the city of a public benefit in exchange for that upzoning, if you will, that state density bonus is providing? And in this case, you're not getting it. And we want to sort of point that out as a serious policy implication. If I could have the overhead. And I've provided copies of this too. I just want to walk you through some bottom line numbers so it doesn't become just an abstract argument. On the left-hand side is the project before the state density bonus, 148 units, 18% inclusionary requirement equals 27 units. And then below it is with the extra 52 market rate units that you get under state density bonus law, you now have a 200-unit project still with 27 inclusionary units. What that does is it essentially effectively drives down the inclusionary from 18% to 13.5%. That's what you're getting. You're getting a project with 13.5%. The question is, how and when and by what actions will the city try to recapture that? If you were to try to recapture that lost value, which, by the way, if you quantify is 10 units of inclusionary housing and about $3.8 million worth of value if you feed it out, it would take an increase of 7% in the inclusionary in the base project to get that back. So what you would have is a 25% inclusionary on the base project would get you 18% inclusionary across the project. It's pretty simple math. But this is going to happen over and over, and we just ask you to consider this very seriously. Perhaps continue to consider it more. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. Corey Smith on behalf of the 300 members of the Housing Action Coalition. Thank you for the opportunity. We are excited to see the first state density bonus project come before you. I'm curious as all hell as to what's going to happen with all of this. On the actual project itself, though, the actual bonus is resulting in more beds for students, which I think is an enormous public benefit, as attested by the previous speakers that were up here today. Student housing has been in SFHAC's DNA since our founding 17 years ago. There's 9 schools here in the city, anywhere between 75,000 to 100,000 students, and by our understanding, about 10,000 beds. And that puts enormous pressure on the homes that are currently built in San Francisco because there's increased competition for those units from incoming students. So, if we're looking at 184 homes for students, based on the makeup of 2 bedrooms in this project, we're looking at an additional 380 kids that are going to be able to move to the city and are going to be able to call our city home. This isn't a silver bullet by any means, but it is a significant number. Outside of the students, the rest of the project is subsidized. Roughly 30 more people will be able to move in. So every single person that's going to be living in this project, in this development, is currently being underserved by our housing supply. On the actual project itself, I know the architect talked extensively about it with the urban design and the walk down. We were really blown away during our presentation about the research that went into the project and designing it. It is very common in many of the wonderful cities around the world. And while our Project View team was honestly a little skeptical at first, the thoughtfulness regarding light, regarding views, and regarding privacy absolutely warranted our endorsement. The fact that it's a car-free project makes a lot of sense considering who's going to be living there and where it's located. But curling this all back around, I will have to agree with Peter. This is a lot about the state density bonus program. And when we look at it, before it's 132 homes for kids. We're going to add 52 more, so we've got another 110 or so that are going to be able to live here. The project absolutely follows the letter and the spirit of the state's density bonus program. In our opinion, we don't have the luxury to say no to student housing. Please approve. Thank you.
Evening, Commissioners. Thank you for having me here today. I'm Donald Dusnip, and I'm a resident of the city of San Francisco. And we have a regional housing crisis before us. And the problem is that our neighboring cities and communities are currently ignoring our state density bonus, our state density law altogether. So, and unfortunately, San Francisco is put into a position where we have to set an example to communities like Brisbane, where they say where they can build, well, let's build commercial office space and let San Francisco deal with the housing portion of it and call it a day. Same thing with Palo Alto and other neighboring cities. So this particular project is a great example how we can change the conversation, and shouldn't we allow more student housing here in the city anyway? And also, too, if we just set aside the state density part altogether, you know, if you look at Peter Cohen's legislation on Prop K that was passed back in 2014, we would see this particular project would be in compliance with that because these are rentals. And it states here on page 15 that for any rental project, not less than 15% of the units affordable to households earning 55% of the area median income. If I recall correctly, this particular project is for 50% of area median income, and it certainly complies within that 15% range. So I urge you to please support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Nina Rizzo, Cynthia Fong. Okay. Calling last public comment on this item. Last public comment on this item.
I was just deferring to Nina. Someone's find her. Sue Hester, you've been here since 10 o'clock this morning, and you were dealing with a 10,000 student university. I've been at the Planning Commission raising the need to build student housing about 10 years at least, and it's so good to see the universities and the colleges coming here and saying they're building student housing, and I love them for that. If only everyone did that. But there's some issues that we have still here. and Peter raised them and Joe Smook raised them. We have state density bonus, which requires affordable housing less than we have in San Francisco. We have San Francisco law, which needs to really be clearly applied to this project to make sure we're not undercutting our own affordability requirements in San Francisco. The other thing I'm very well aware of is where the student housing has been built, because I've been at every damn hearing, unlike the other people in this room. And the area around here is not the world's best served by Muni. I worked south of Market. I went to Golden Gate University. There is effectively no Muni service at all between 11th Street and 16th Street. And between 11th Street and 16th Street is a large swath of area of land. The freeway goes over it. In the Eastern Neighborhoods Plan, the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors has adopted a policy of increasing circulation by Muni in the south of Market. And we haven't done that. There is occasional service on a couple lines that go kind of north-south, and there's heavy service on the number 9 and on the 3rd and 4th Street splits. But east-west, not very good, unless you are going on Market Street or you're going on Mission Street. Harrison Street, not bloody likely. So one of the things that people from the planning department and the planning commission needs to be squawking about is circulation on Muni, not more Uber running around. Students can't afford to take Uber. You need Muni service, and it needs to be east-west, and it needs to be connecting these two campuses. So, A, you need to be really focusing on building student housing, which I've been working for. You can't take a 10,000 student university off they haven't been here tonight. 10,000 students, not any building of student housing at all. And I think you need to pay attention to Muni. Thank you.
Is there any more public comment, additional public comment on this item? Okay, public comment is closed. Director Ram?
Thank you, Commissioners. I think it would be helpful if we were to clarify a few issues that, at least as we know them today. So I'm going to ask Rich and Corey to follow up on a couple of things here, just because it is obviously a bit confusing, and this is the first project out of the chute invoking the state density bonus. A couple of things just to clarify up front. What's in front of you right now is not a student housing project. In this particular district, unlike most of the rest of the city, a student housing project requires a separate conditional use. And that is not what is before you today. What's before you is the project that Rich presented, which is a regular market rate project as he presented. And we can go over the specifics on that. Number two, this project is not subject to Prop X because Prop X, for whatever reason, only included certain zoning districts, and this was not one of them. And I can't explain why, but that's the way it was written. Many of the Western Soma districts were not included in the Prop X PDR replacement requirement. The other question then is what typically happens with student housing in other parts of the city is that you approve a project, leases are signed, and universities will then master lease, and that does not require an additional commission action. In this particular zoning district, it requires a separate commission action as a CU to approve a student housing project. So if the developer chooses to come back as a student housing project, it's going to have to come back to you as a CU. Okay? Rich, please correct me anywhere I'm wrong, and please, if anyone else wants to, it's important, I think, up front for us to clarify some of these issues. Whether you choose to act today or not, it's important to clarify some of these issues.
Thank you for clarifying that. Okay, anything else to add? No. Rich, okay. Commissioner Hillis.
So thanks. Rich, a couple more questions on this. So if they came back and did a student housing project, and this may be for the project sponsor also, they're required to keep the state affordable housing units. So you can't lease all these to the schools. Some would remain that 11% that are required under state law.
Correct.
So
Correct. So
Okay.
we're still working, we would still be researching the issue with the city attorney's office to confirm the fact, but for them to invoke the state density bonus law, they would still have to provide the 11% at the very low AMI, basically the 50% AMI. So,
City Attorney.
Sorry, her mic is off.
Deputy City Attorney Marlena Byrne, I can confirm that the state density bonus law does apply to student housing, so that would still be applicable if this project came back as a student housing project.
Okay. And then the affordable housing percentages, because there's a lot going back and forth on kind of what they are, and I think Mr. Cohen had it right, that the 18% that we're talking about, which the developer is saying they're doing kind of voluntarily because of the increase, if you go from 55 to 65 feet, is only on the base 148 units.
correct.
So when you take advantage of the state bonus program, you don't have to do the inclusionary on those additional units. So in fact, it is 13.5%, the total number of affordable units.
Correct. So just to, I guess, break it down, out of the 200 units that the project is providing, 27 of them would be below market rate. We can only apply the affordable housing requirement to the base project or to the amount of units that are as of right, basically, within the zoning districts based on that determination.
And I think that's where, I mean, it is not a planning decision or a city decision. This is actually the application of state law on this. I think it'd be our desire that the entire building comply with the 18% affordable inclusionary percentage, but we can't enforce that. This is how the state density law works and how it was ruled in Napa to work. You can't require that additional percentage on those additional units.
Correct. So based on my understanding, and I might ask one of the city attorneys to chime in, we can't actually apply the affordable, our local program to those bonus units that they get when they're invoking the state density bonus law. So they are allowed to, we determined that the base project was 148 units. Our local inclusionary program can only be applied to those 148, and the extra units that they get from the bonus, from the state density bonus, we can't add additional burden in terms of constructing them.
Right. Okay. Which I think is an odd I mean, it's the way the state law works. I think it's odd that the state's encouraging, using this as an affordable housing tool. You get a bonus for providing affordable housing. Yet in this case, and I think in any case in San Francisco that it's used, you'll actually end up doing less affordable housing and taking advantage of the bonus program. So clearly something's not right about state law, and I think there's two ways you can fix that. You can try to fix state law, which I understand people think is difficult to change, or like Mr. Cohen talked about, somehow adjusting our percentages so that when you take advantage of the density bonus program, you come back to that number we want. Now, you got to work with the fact that some projects can take it and some projects may not be able to take it, and that's kind of a tough thing to figure out. And we spent a lot of time with the local affordable housing density program here. I don't know if that would have worked in this case. I don't know if you would have taken advantage of the city's program if that passed or not. Maybe not. Maybe this is still a better thing, but it's odd. The law has been around for 30 years, yet I think we find ourselves unprepared for applying the law to San Francisco. And I think two reasons. One, we have more aggressive affordable housing percentages that actually exceed the states, and we have pretty progressive density programs where we don't have density limits. There isn't 1 unit per 300 feet of land. It's unlimited density. So it puts us in this awkward position. And I think the good and bad is this project, it's kind of a good project on one part to start, because I don't think it you were able to design it in a way so that the additional units kind of work, I think, on this site. But I can foresee a case where it doesn't work, that 2 extra floors of height in a different context would not be good. But I think, this site and I'd like to, it would be nice to see those top floors set back a bit. I think it's a bit bulky on the front, but I get, if we do that, there's a potential reduction in units, and we could even go higher in order to get the number of units you need. So, but I think we've got to prepare for the time when, how we're going to deal with this in the future on projects that it may not work as well on this. So as far as the project, I mean, I don't think, to me, there's not a big, I don't foresee a big reason to continue it. I think what we need to do is figure out and get the city more prepared for state density projects, because I think others have stated they're coming, especially after this one. It kind of sets the tone and where things are going. We've got to figure out how they work in the context of the city. I don't think there's anything we would do necessarily to change this project. It's grandfathered in at the affordable housing rates that it is. So design-wise, I mean, I would love to see a little more setback on the top units, but kind of recognize, the top floors, that may not be possible. There was that, you brought up the issue of the 25-foot corridor in some cases, or the courtyard area. And if we were to take your recommendation, which I agree, and expand that courtyard to be 25 feet everywhere, what does that do to the project and the number of units? How does that interact with that? I mean, it seems like from looking at it quickly, they could shift around and reduce some of the 2-bedroom units to actually do it.
I'd probably defer to the architects, but I'm happy to offer staff's opinion on the matter. So. Yeah, just to provide additional background, based on past commission actions when we're dealing with interior courtyards, 25 feet is typically the minimum measurement that we've seen in these types of projects throughout. In addition, the 25 feet is also our typical measurement for exposure and rear yard that happens. So we see this same type of measurement consistently occurring throughout other portions of our code. But I'll have the architects address the question.
Get the overhead going. This sort of shows the courtyard. It's a little blurry on the screen there. We should emphasize that the average width of our courtyard is actually 26 feet 4 inches wide. There's 3% of the surface area of that courtyard which impinges upon the minimum 25-foot dimension. And there is just one major point that narrows down to 20 feet. So there is no specific requirement in the code that it be 25 feet wide, but we appreciate the fact that the commission typically has looked at the courtyards as saying, hey, make it a minimum of 25 feet. But this complies with the housing and building code. And, as we sort of described in our presentation, we're also working with the neighborhood, and we made this maneuver to increase the perceived width from 25 feet to 35 feet along Norfolk.
If you go to, will you go to?
That's this portion in red right here, right?
Right.
Portion red. That's
the Norfolk.
That's Norfolk, because Norfolk's it's an unusual alley. It's not 35 feet wide to begin with, which is very common. It's 25 feet. So we pulled that back, and I think I enumerated the benefits of doing that. And the neighbors were very enthusiastic about that. We thought that that was a very reasonable, as sort of our 3% solution trade-off. We're talking about 3% in their interior courtyard that impinges on the 25-foot width. And so if we were to have to push, so this is basically the building wall as it exists today, 25 feet wide across the neighbors. So as you mentioned in the diagram, different ways of pushing and shoving that around, but to require, part of our design is about very, very rigorous unit design. In that way we're able to achieve, optimize construction costs in order to keep rents as low as possible. We're very serious about the affordable by design mandate. You can see the benefits of setting that, getting that 10 feet off the back on Norfolk. And it extends up to the building. Normally, one could build up to the third story and have it project out to 25 feet, and then you do the step back per section 261.1, I want to say, the setbacks on narrow alleys. But we chose sort of listen closer to the neighbors and to set the whole building back at the very, very, very slight detriment, we believe, of the interior courtyard.
If you go to your garden level plan, that I think you outlined the 25 versus 20 foot and show that 26 foot average.
Yes.
Can you pull that up on the, do you have that? No, the one in our package.
There we go. Okay, that's a little bit better. Yeah, thanks, Rich.
So if you kept to the red outline as the 25 foot courtyard, right? So I mean, there's two units that don't have that exposure. We're really dialing in super precise dimensions in terms of bedroom sizes and required main rooms and dwelling units. Bedrooms have to be a minimum of 70 square feet. We're dialing it right in. Each dwelling unit has to have a minimum 120 square foot main space. We're doing that as well. It may seem minor in our plan, but it actually impinges upon 4 stacks of units. So to do that maneuver, trimming off even a portion. It looks like it impinges on 2 stacks, right? The 2-bedroom, the first.
Can I go over and point which stacks it actually impinges upon?
You can do it with the pen. Do it with the pen.
There we go. It's actually that stack, obviously, right there, right here. It's actually clips the bedroom over here. Obviously, it affects this one, and it clips this bedroom here. So it would effectively reduce the density. We would be dropping those rooms down, or those units down to less than 35% bonus.
But if you took that one 677 square foot unit and turned it into a 437 square foot 2-bedroom unit, you kind of get.
We can move it.
You're inches away from it.
Well, here's what went through our mind. This unit here impinges. It's about 24 foot wide, and we thought that the trade-off for the diminution in the setback on that, largely basically that unit of 24 feet, was worth having 150 feet improvement for the entire stretch of Norfolk, which actually benefits not only the residents of Norfolk, but the neighbors across the street. Now,
no, I get the Norfolk, but I get the. I think the design of Norfolk is great. It's important.
Right.
I wouldn't trade off, but I think you may be able to do it without that trade off.
Here's what we can do. We can move this out, but our Norfolk frontage would have to be 8 feet. And if we can do 8 feet, oh, that wasn't what you're asking?
Well, I don't want to mix the Norfolk with the 20 foot. I mean, if you took that unit you had, the one that's most impacted by it, the 677 square foot unit, and turned it into one of your 2-bedroom 487 square foot units, why didn't that do it?
Well, we hate losing bedroom. Well, it could actually affect more than just that one unit, and we are loath to give up any bedrooms for the students because that could be potentially 32 students or 16 students there.
Right.
And we think that the minor imposition here at 20 feet may even improve it a little bit because it provides a little more privacy, it provides a little more rhythm, and it's well beyond actually which is what would be required by code. But I mean, if you want us to, we can move everything 2 feet more into Norfolk. And
I don't think, no, I don't think I would, I mean, I'd propose a change to that unit without, I don't get the Norfolk trade-off. I mean, I know,
We also have really precise square footage calculations where we have a parity between the base square footage of the overall dwelling units, overall residential space, and a 35% increase in the square footage of the bonus, as well as just as close as we can get to it, one-to-one parity in unit types. So we're really trying to maintain that.
Right.
You know, we see the advantage of our 2+ bedroom units versus our two bedroom units, and so we want to maintain that as well.
Okay. But I think it's important too. I mean, that's at the ground level, and we've had this issue come up before at the commission. You know, and they're small units they're small units. People are living, and it adds to that the importance of having kind of access to the exterior and light and air coming in. So I think it compounds it a little, the fact that you've got small units and also reducing the size of that courtyard. I get that, you know, it's great for student housing. We want to kind of make it dense. I like the fact that you're working. There's good things about the project. And I think that the increased density here works where it might not otherwise work. So I'm generally supportive. But that I think is an issue. And I get it. Like, we couldn't set back. I think the upper 2 floors should be set back to fit more into the context of the neighborhood. But I think that's difficult, and would end up losing units that we may have to add back in higher height. So thank you.
Okay.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. So I think we had someone public comment. This chair is so annoying. I've been sitting for like 9 hours in this chair that squeaks and it's short and it's very frustrating, but I'm going to try to pull it together. No, 9 hours later. You didn't bring it up till now? No, thank you. So I like that the student housing, that's a student housing. I love that it's in Western Soma. Great project. It's dense, no parking. Obviously, well, student housing, not capital letter student housing, but there is right now a potential for a lease for students to live in the housing. So I appreciate that. So I think we had a public comment who said, projects like these should be sped through, but I actually appreciate that this one has come to us with this process because there are a lot of ambiguities, many of which that Commissioner Hillis just brought up with the state density bonus law. I will say that I don't think that a lot of the issues that we have are with the density bonus law itself, but with our application of it and how our policies and procedures and our planning code interact with the state density bonus law. And I'm hoping that we can use this. I don't think that this is precedent setting because there's a lot of clarification. So future projects will have more clarity, and I don't necessarily think that we need to continue this project in order to continue working to get that clarity. But I hope to look back on this hearing and be able to point back to this hearing about many things that we've discussed in the future. So to that end, on top of the things that Commissioner Hillis already asked about, I have a few questions / suggestions about things that the commission and the city should be doing to make our lives a lot easier. So the first question is on the affordability. So understanding that the affordability requirements, inclusionary requirements, can only be applied to the base project, and then those units are accounted for somehow in the density bonus project. I just want to verify that the project calculated, so basically where we are is the base project, the density bonus project would have had an 18% requirement. And so that 18% was then applied to the base project to get to a number of units. The project sponsor then opted to provide 14.5%, or an equivalent of 21 units on site, and the other 6 units, or what would have gotten us to 18% in the base project, are being accounted for through payment of the in lieu fee. Is that correct?
Well, it has shifted per today. So in the packet that was provided to you,
just now,
the sponsors, yes, So the sponsor originally intended on providing 14.5% on-site and then paying the in lieu fee for the remainder, which they're permitted to do.
Yes.
Per the new affordable housing affidavit that the project sponsor passed out in the new packet, they've committed to providing all 18% as on-site. So rather than providing 21 units, they're providing 27 units on-site.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, so I guess that's my first question that got answered by the thing that I didn't read. All right, so I guess the next thing then is what does that mean for specifically for the lease for student housing? Meaning, obviously, the units are inclusionary, so they're kept below market rate for some number of years. But during the time period, I'm assuming it's maybe 3 to 5 years. I'm trying to remember the what we just passed, that about the 2 years. 2 years? The lease for the student housing, does the affordability, in all intents and purposes, actually mean anything?
Yes. So for them to, and I'll defer to the city attorney to correct me if I'm wrong, but for them to have the state density bonus and to build up to the height of 80 feet, they still have to provide for the life of the project the 11% of the units at 50% AMI, or at the very low AMI.
Okay, but to whom if the project is leased out to two universities?
Deputy City Attorney Marlena Byrne, I just wanted to clarify that under the state density bonus law, it's only for 55 years, not the life of the project. That
Right,
the
55 years.
units would have to be BMR units.
Yes. Yes, I think I said some period of time, but 55 years. So I guess in 2 years, and I'm getting to if the leases are renewed, I know that at least for one of the one of the universities, they're looking to build their own project, and so this might be shorter term. But I'm just trying to answer that question in case this comes up again. What does the afford? I mean, it's 50% AMI, but if it's a student, the student is paying it as part of their tuition to the university. So who is getting the benefit of a affordable unit if the project is leased to a academic institution?
I'll defer to Kate Connor, our housing implementation specialist.
And just to clarify, Corey Teague, Assistant Zoning Administrator, if it becomes a student housing project, then our affordability requirements in the planning code won't apply to it. The only affordability requirements that would apply are the minimum affordability requirements by the state law. But in that way, they would be required to provide a certain percentage of those on-site units to the students at the rate that's required by the state law.
What?
No, but I'm saying if it's a student housing project,
they wouldn't lease those units. That's my see. Yeah. See how everyone's confused?
That's exactly your question.
That's my question.
Yeah. No, they absolutely could.
Kate Connor, Planning Department staff. So, as Corey was explaining, student housing is exempt from the inclusionary housing program. But if this does move forward as a student housing project and wants to take advantage of the state density bonus, they will still have to provide 11% of those units restricted under state density bonus law. So I would presume that those would not be rented to student households, because student housing typically is rented out, or the master lease is an actual educational facility.
Yes.
So we can also maybe check in with the project sponsor if there's a different understanding.
What's the understanding?
What I just said.
Okay. What did you just say? So the 11% would have to not be part of the lease, you're saying, with the academic institution? It would have to be...
It would not be going to actual students. So it would still be a student housing project, but the 11% under state density bonus that would be restricted under state density bonus law would not be leased to individual students.
So you basically have, let's do some quick math here. 4 units that would have to be not for students, and they would be BMR units.
Correct. Yeah, 16. That would not be for students.
16.
Right, but would be restricted as affordable under the state density bonus law.
Managed through Mo.
All right. And does that now hold, would that be in place for now? Because this is not student housing. This is a residential project that is being leased to an academic institution for Right? No.
No, right now, this is not a student housing project. It would have to come back for a conditional use and receive a conditional use authorization to allow for student housing.
What makes it student housing then? Because it was already presented as part of the.
I think we should clarify what defines student housing in San Francisco. The state law is silent on student housing as far as is my understanding. San Francisco defines student housing as housing that is master leased or owned by an institution and is therefore not required to provide BMR units.
Right. And
But
so
it's master leased or owned by an institution.
Right, but this, we got public comment, not the project sponsor presented today that, right? No. Okay.
Yeah, so,
Mr. Fratton.
so when the, Dan Fratton with Ruben and Junius and Rose for the project sponsor. So as I think we've very clearly established, when this building is leased to schools and becomes qualified student housing, there is an ongoing requirement to maintain 11% of the units as affordable units to low-income households, right?
Yes.
And those would not be student households.
Got it.
That would be operated just as low-income households, affordable at the 50% AMI level.
Okay, so then let's fast forward 2 years, assuming both institutions or however many institutions have moved on or gotten other spaces. This goes back to being residential? And if it does that mean that there are, because you guys are doing all on-site now, 27 units of affordable inclusionary
Yes.
units for 55 years?
That's correct. The way that that the student housing ordinance works is that for the duration of a master lease with a qualified educational institution to use the building as student housing, the affordability requirement under the local inclusionary housing law is held in abeyance. And once the master lease is terminated and the housing is no longer used as student housing, the inclusionary requirements spring back into place for the applicable percentage of the units. And so here you would have, if say both schools left after 5 years, you would then have then the obligation would be to increase the total on-site affordability to 18% as required per the local ordinance.
To be held for 55 years as of that date, that is?
No, actually. So the 18% requirement is under the local ordinance. And under the local ordinance, it's a lifetime obligation. And so under the state, I'm sorry, that's going to make your head explode, right? But but under the state law, your obligation is to provide 11% of the units for a term of 55 years at 50% of AMI. When that 55-year period ends, those state units then become subject to the local inclusionary program, which extends for the lifetime of the project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pratt. Okay, I got that now. I think I'm clear. I'm glad I asked the question because that was really confusing. All right, so this leads to my next question that I will form as a declarative statement. So thank you for clarifying the affordable housing, student housing versus residential, and for this project. That makes sense to me. So the way that this project works, I think we already said this, the number of units are calculated based off the base project. However, there are a couple of factors here that I think I understand, but I want to ask staff about just to make sure that it's clear because I think this will come up. So this is a split height lot, a couple lots that are being merged, 55, 65.
Correct.
And it seems like the base project was calculated with minimum dwelling unit sizes at 55 feet.
Correct.
And then you calculate 18% off of that. And then the project itself has not that much bigger, but slightly bigger units at 65 feet.
Oh, well, at 80 feet.
80 feet, I'm sorry, 80 feet. So my question to you is, and I think I know the answer to this, why wasn't the base project developed with the maximum height allowed. So it's almost like if there were no state density bonus, they would have gone for a CU to be at 65 feet. So why wasn't that considered the base project rather than at 55 feet? Because we want to try to maximize. I think what I'm getting to before you answer the question is we want to be trying to maximize the size of the base project, because that's the part of the state law that is probably not going to change, and I don't even think it makes sense to try to fight that. And so what we want to do is work with and be clear about the base project.
So based on how we calculate the base project, we have to basically look at the project as is, basically. So within the split height zoning districts, the only way that you can go up to the higher height is with a conditional use authorization. So in this case, since the project actually met the criteria of the split height zoning, that's why they're seeking the conditional use for the major development with a height bonus. So when we're looking at the base project, they can basically build up to 55 feet in height without any kind of entitlement and or variance, basically. So the base project had to have a code-complying rear yard. It had to have code-complying exposure, code-complying open space, et cetera. So they had to, since in this zoning district, we don't have density controls by lot area, and the density controls are by the physical aspects, so meaning open space, rear yard, exposure. That was the calculation that we had to use to develop the base project.
Okay, so thank you. So that makes sense to me, and then this actually gets to my argument about why I think this project, we should make a decision one way or the other today, and then just take some certain things under advisement for the future. So this is the first one, and then I have a couple others. I think it doesn't make sense. So under the state density bonus, project sponsors are allowed to ask for incentives, concessions, or waivers against the project, but because the CU remained, the CU was possible with a base project, so they'd come with a base project, forget about density bonus, they could have said, I want to get a CU and go up to 65 feet. And for this project, it was the CU was triggered anyway, and so that's not a development requirement or process requirement that was waived or otherwise not happening. It seems to me that we should have built the base project with the development standards that would have been required with a CU, right? Because that wasn't eliminated from with a concession, a waiver, or an incentive. So what we should do is this project requires a CU, so the base project should have been developed with a CU as well, and then you'd be comparing apples to apples, and then the density bonus project would have gotten other waivers or concessions or incentives, if that makes sense. So to me, that's the piece that I'm missing. I don't understand why the base project wasn't developed as if it would have come with a CU, because the density bonus project came with a CU.
Sure, I can try to address that a little bit, a little more simply. Essentially is that the base project has to be what the project could build to the code that would be principally permitted.
So I understand that, yeah.
Right, and the additional height would not have been principally permitted.
Yes.
Even though there's an option to obtain it without the state density bonus law, it is not, just like you could also obtain rear yard exceptions and exposure exceptions and other ways to expand and enlarge the building. Those things could be possible, and there are avenues in the code, though that was not a principally permitted project. So when we consulted the city attorney on this issue about what is the base, and using the base height limit in the district that is allowed to be used principally permitted is what we use for determining the base project.
Right. I think this is a fine point, but it makes a difference because 10 feet is probably an additional few units if you apply the inclusionary percentage to it. So the reason I say that is I think we are where we are with this project, and I think it's fine. But in the future, that is something that is highly confusing that I think we should seek to clarify. So I know the state law says the base project must be based on the principally permitted zoning, but I think that we can do better to interpret principally permitted, especially when we're talking about LPAs or CUs, where the state density bonus project is not getting out of that. It still needs a CU or an LPA. So you should consider that the base project would have gotten a CU or an LPA anyways. And to me, that's an interpretation issue, which is why I think it's neither here nor there for this project, but it's something that we should consider for the future. The next thing is there are 5 waivers. I want to get it straight, because concessions and incentives require like financial, benefit, right? Waivers do not necessarily. There are 5 waivers here, and one of them's weird, which is a lot merger. And that's not there either now?
Correct. So just to clarify, upon further reflection since publication of the staff report, we determined that the lot merger provision in the code doesn't apply to this. So they are doing more of a lot line adjustment, and their specific frontages on their that provision of the code applies to street frontages, and in this case, they front one street and one alley. And so the alley piece of it would have been the trigger point for the code provision. However, it's not that code provision doesn't apply to alleys. It only applies to streets. So the planning code defines alleys as 30 feet or less. And so Norfolk Street is actually defined as an alley per the planning code. And then 12th Street is a formal street.
Okay. So. Great. Thank you. That was way less confusing than the student housing thing. All right. And I'm really sorry that I didn't read this. I've already read like 15,000 pages for this week. So, okay. So I think that makes sense. Obviously, we're going to have future projects, so I think we should be keeping track of like what things are considered waivers. But that answers the question for this one. I do want to move on. I think finally to talk about getting back to the. No. Track of what I was going to say. What was I going to say? Waivers, lot mergers. Oh, yeah. Back on the base project, I think we should, I kind of spent a lot of time on that CU issue, but we should also be looking at sort of unit size equivalency there. I think it's a little bit odd that you have basically 2 different configurations of units and calculating inclusionary in one and not the other. So I see a couple more people. I want to make sure that I get my last point correct, because I did have one other one, but we can move on and I'll get my thoughts together.
Commissioner Moore.
In the confusion, what the project is in front of us today, I don't know if it's student housing. I got an email yesterday afternoon at 3:52 where the word student housing was mentioned for the first time. Before that, it was a residential project, and for me it still is, because that is the documentation that is in front of me. While I'm interested in looking at this as a student project, I am very perplexed about the great difference in interpretation. I'm going to ask Mr. Cohen to come so that I can ask him a couple of questions. Mr. Cohen, when the issue came up first, you were the first one coming out of the chute saying under state bonus density, student housing is not applicable. And since you spend a lot of time in Sacramento in the battle about the state bonus law, could you take us through that interpretation again, including how we are looking at affordability here, 25%, and what the steps are that are required?
Thank you, Commissioner. I will actually say I don't know the student housing interpretation, and I think it's the gray space that's troublesome here of is state density bonus applicable to student housing or is it not? I'm actually learning as I'm watching this conversation, so I can't actually claim to be the expert on that interpretation. What I can claim to know a lot about is what's happening in front of you, I think, is a very simple story, and it's very troubling, and it's one, frankly, that we had been talking about in the summertime and in your informational a month ago, which is you're now going to see, as a matter of standard practice, development projects will be using state density bonus, and it is a de facto upzoning of every single project. And you can quibble over whether it's the right height or whether there's a CU and all those things, but the fact is it's going to happen as a matter of standard course. And maybe increased density by virtue of state preemption is a fine thing, but it raises the fundamental question of how is that undermining your affordable housing policies as a city? You put those into place based upon a certain set of assumptions about zoning parameters and density and, if you will, kind of a public benefits trade-off with private capital. In this case, the entirety of the benefit by virtue of state law is being conferred to the private developer, and you are left with no tools at your disposal by virtue of the state to capture that back. The only thing you can do is to have a higher inclusionary anticipating that you're going to recapture it. And the provision, Commissioner, that we had pointed out to your staff, and evidently there was an interpretation from the city attorney, which I think, frankly, is just this is a lawyer doing a fantastic job. Prop C trailing legislation said if a grandfathered project uses state density bonus law, both the planning staff and the project sponsor basically got to come to you and pass a laugh test of why they can't do 25% affordable, which is the new rule. That's what the legislation says. That was the intent. It's pretty much of a lay thing. You get grandfathered, you take extra value. Why aren't you doing more? It's the basic question. That didn't happen. My understanding is the interpretation is because they are using a, quote, waiver instead of an incentive and concession. This is semantics, folks. This is legal semantics. The point is, how are you recapturing the value and not undercutting your inclusionary? That's the question before you. And I think it's very troubling to think that this project is sort of a one-off because it'll set the precedent. You have very limited ability to get it again. Thanks.
Thank you. My problem is I am a strong believer that the student housing work done by Mr. Kennedy and his architects are a great example, exactly what we need to do. However, given the overlay and the complications, which just a few minutes got even more complicated, make it impossible for me to sit here and look at this project and approve it, given that there is a housing project in front of me. And if it is a student housing project, I would have a couple of other questions for this project, particularly the common area lounges that we see so comfortably added on the 1391 project. None of that is here. So with the word student housing only being dropped on me yesterday at 3:52, I have a very hard time separating myself and looking at this project in a different way. I ask that we give ourselves time to figure out of what the subtleties are, including what state law, state bonus law says about student housing and the affordability, and have this project have stronger written letters of intent or agreements, and it comes forward as a CU and a student housing project, or it is something that I personally need more information on, because I'm totally confused. I have to be very honest to you. It is very late. We have been sitting here for almost 10 hours, and this is too complicated to just decide it and let it be the first principal project of what we are going to do in the future. I cannot personally do that. And I have all the trust in this particular applicant that he can sort out the questions we are asking here, but I don't believe that they're all answered in the manner that there are simple questions and simple answers. Everybody's kind of guessing and hedging, and again, the project in front of us is not a student housing project to start with.
Commissioner Melgar.
You're complaining about your chair?
Yeah.
I've got to admit that I'm very annoyed that this is we've been looking at this for a couple weeks in preparation for what I thought was a residential project. And, as of yesterday, it's a student housing project. And there's lots of public comment about student housing. And so that annoys me. But to the point earlier of whether If it's leased, it'll be 11%, and if the lease ends, then, it will go up. I have serious questions about the logistics of enforcement about that, because when a building has inclusionary housing, there is a deed that is recorded on the property that ensures affordability for that unit. At the time the subdivision is recorded, right? So how is that going to work if it's attached to a lease, that the lease then, terminates, and then, there's a higher percentage of BMR units? Does that get re-recorded? I mean, the logistics are actually troubling to me, because I don't know how we're going to enforce that, and I don't know how DBI is going to, there's too many questions for me with this, wrinkle of whether it's student housing, whether it's, residential project. And I agree, I'm not ready for this to approve this today. And, it is late in the day. I do think that it's going to, set a precedent, and I want to be more careful.
Commissioner Richards.
So I guess to try to understand what Commissioner Johnson was trying to ferret out, we have a residential project before us today with an effective rate of 14.5%, I believe, 18% local on the base and 0 on the top, which kind of effectively gives us 14.5, I think you said.
It's actually
13.5, okay. So if we approve this project today with those, but you came back for a CU with projects not being built yet, reclassified as student housing, would we be at 0% on the local, because state density bonus doesn't require, we don't require affordable on the local for student housing, but state density bonus requires 11. So that would be a weird position to put us in, where we'd actually be going down in the number of affordable units just by design of these two applications, these two definitions.
So maybe it would be helpful just to do a little bit of background on the way the student housing program works, because I know that some commissioners were here when the student housing program was enacted, and others were not. And so, to be clear, the entitlement in front of you today is for a housing program, for housing development that's subject to an 18% inclusionary requirement on the base project. And the intent is that in the future this will become student housing for both Golden Gate and the San Francisco Art Institute, with an affordable housing percentage of 11% remaining on site during the building's use as student housing.
So we'd go from 13.5 to 11 plus the fee out? I mean, what would the equivalency be?
No, so the point of the student housing program, the idea behind it is that student housing developments should not participate in the standard inclusionary housing program for a variety of reasons. One is that it can be difficult for schools to absorb the expense and the administrative difficulties of renting BMR housing through the inclusionary program.
So, Mr. Fratton, if we were to come back with a student housing proposal, we'd be going through this entire discussion again on the height?
No. So we would, I think a good way to think of this actually is that you often see buildings come to you as core and shell, basically, approvals for an office building, for a residential building with ground floor retail. And then you may subsequently get another entitlement as an actual tenant comes in to fill up a retail space, a restaurant that requires a CU, a formula retail use, or something along those lines, right? And the logical first step for this commission is to approve the building envelope so somebody can get a product out of the ground and actually attract those tenants. And that's really all that we're doing here, except that we have a little bit of a jump start on being able to tell you who our future tenants are going to be. And so I understand that there's a little bit of complication, but when you think of it in those terms, it's really not something that is that outside of the box.
Sure. Give me your take on a waiver versus a concession or an incentive. There's this kind of semantics going on where we're allowing something to not
Yeah. Well, so it's absolutely not a matter of semantics. It's a very clear distinction in the state law between a concession or incentive, which is something that helps the project defray affordable housing costs to make the project economically viable. And that concession or incentive may or may not be a waiver of a development standard. It could be a fee reduction. It could be it could be any number of things that help with the project. And the developer is required, as a condition of asking for a concession or incentive, to demonstrate that it in fact does help with affordable housing costs. So that's one category of things that you can get under the state density bonus law. This project is entitled to 2 concessions or incentives and has asked for none. So that's one category. In the second category, what you have is the state density bonus law that says if you do X% of affordable housing on site, you get X% bonus. And the city is precluded from applying any development standard that would prevent the project from being built at the bonus density.
And the development standard would be such that the 25 feet mid-block alley is a standard, not code requirement.
Yeah, it's things like height, right? You know you have a 55-foot building, and if you're going to build bonus units on top of it, you know that you're going to need an exception from height because the height limit otherwise physically prevents you from realizing the bonus density. And the standard for those waivers of development standards is simply that a project sponsor demonstrate that they're physically necessary in order to build the bonus units, and you don't have to provide an economic analysis for these. And this is something that is clear both in the state density bonus law and has been also upheld in cases Walmer versus City of Berkeley, where this issue was clarified. So I do take exception to the characterization of that as being simply semantics. It's actually the law, and words have meaning, and different words have different meanings, and they matter.
So what is your take on one of the public commenters saying that under Prop C, you should be sitting down demonstrating why you can't get to 25% overall?
Yeah, I think so. Well, actually, if you give me a moment to shuffle through a couple of papers here. Get the overhead, please. Which is really easy to see. So I guess I'd start by just reminding the Commission of its recommendation about the code language in the trailing legislation that spoke to this requirement for sponsors to make best efforts to meet a 25% affordability standard. So your resolution to the Board of Supervisors on this subject said, quote, "The Planning Code should establish standards and requirements and should not have vague language. The Best Efforts Clause may set unrealistic community expectations that are unachievable under state law. State law circumscribes the city's ability to deny a density bonus to projects providing less than 25% affordable housing or in imposing a higher inclusionary requirement on a density bonus project." This was, of course, referring to the context of grandfathered projects that aren't subject to the current 25% requirement, and that is this project. This discussion actually tacitly acknowledged the holdings in the Latinos Unidos case, which held that, quote, allowing Napa County to increase the minimum number of affordable units required for a density bonus would conflict with state law. And that's really exactly the result that this best efforts language is aiming for. It's inviting the city to require projects to provide a higher density bonus than they are required to provide, or than that they can require a sponsor to provide under state law. I'd say, as a last thing last point on that notwithstanding the conflict and the problems with the vagueness of the best efforts clause, the affordability percentage for this project has increased over time. When we filed this application and when the land deal for this project was underwritten, the affordability percentage was at 12%. We're now here asking for an approval with an 18% affordability level. And I'd also remind the Commission that of that, 11% of the units are at 50% affordability rather than the 55% allowed under the inclusionary housing law. So I do think that you have the information in front of you to show that efforts have been made both by the department and the sponsor over the course of the 20 months we've been at this to meet the intent of that provision, however problematic it may be.
Okay, thank you. So where I'm at on this is I'd love a higher affordability percent, but we are getting more than we were going to get. I'd like, Prop X does not apply here. I'd like a 25-foot mid-block alley. Those are my likes. We've got a project that's innovative. It's innovative in its adaptation of an established traditional design with the stoops. I liked the design when I first saw it. Obviously, it's got positive environmental impacts. It creates life in a dead zone. I used to take my husband down to the Eagle in the morning in order to drop off stuff. He worked for the AIDS Foundation, things that were distributed there, leaflets and things. And it was a very scary street, only a year or two ago. So I think the development's going to be good for the street. I think it's a quality project. I think the unit sizes, whether we argue whether they're affordable by design or not, what that means, they definitely serve a segment that's not being served, whether it's residential or student. We're going through this whole student, trying to get more student housing here. And maybe after nearly 10 hours, I'm a bit cranky because I've sat here for hours and hours and hours on the affordable housing density bonus program. See, I'm tired. And, we went round and around and around and around, and we sent this kind of skeletal remains of whatever it was to the board, and they approved what they approved. And part of me says, hey, it's time to move on. Let's move on. If we need to change the calculation on the effective affordability percent, let's tier it. If you don't take it, it's lower. If you take the next bonus, it's higher. Okay, I think there's a time and a place, and it's probably soon if that's what we want to do in order to get the affordability percent up. It also, I think, lights a fire under us to get a real local density bonus program passed, because I keep remembering Tim Colin up here arguing against, punting on this item, saying, hey, at least we have a state density bonus program, and the chickens are going to come home to roost, and here we are, squawk, squawk. So, I honestly, let's move on. I think punting this really doesn't do much. We're going to be arguing this. I mean, do we let the courts decide whether we argue whether or not? I'd like to move this out of here today, and let's use this as a learning experience for everybody. And I think it gets us to move and get things rolling and stop sitting up here talking about the same issue month after month after month. So I'm prepared to move it forward today.
Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you. I agree. I think this is a learning exercise, and then we can clarify things for the future. I gathered my thoughts. I passed cranky like 5 hours ago, so anyways. So to your point, Commissioner Richards, I think that was the thing that I blanked on. We can look at tiering the inclusionary requirements. So if you take the density bonus, then there's one set of requirements on your base project. If you don't, there's another. But I also think that it might be worth looking into I think there was some initial work that Kirsten had done on packages of concessions and incentives that can make providing more inclusionary financially feasible. So I think it's worth looking at how do we package up certain sets of concessions incentives. So it's like if your project is X, either, and we could do it lots of different ways, unit density or number of units or height or whatever. If you opt to take these in concessions incentives, you can provide this level of inclusionary overall for your project, and if you don't, you get the regular program. I think that that's something also worth considering rather than what we will get, which is every project. We don't know what concessions and incentives or waivers we may see up until the day of a hearing. So if we could find ways to put those in a box a little bit more and quantify them and get projects to sort of start selecting packages, we'll have a lot more consistency in terms of what inclusionary we'll see across density bonus programs. The other thing is we haven't talked about it a lot because I think with this project, physically the project, for me at least, it works, the density and all of that. But there were waivers that were requested for exposure and rear yard. And I do think, and you can also make the leap and throw inclusionary in there. I think we need to get super clear as a city what circumstances would we make certain sort of public health and safety findings to request changes to those waivers, concessions, or incentives. Right now, we're kind of in a no man's land. Thank you. In terms of if we really wanted a courtyard that was 5 feet versus 20 feet, what findings will we make to require that? We don't really have a lot. And so that would be my final sort of learning objective for our future work on this, is that we need to dig and find what's going to back up those specific findings. And I do believe that the controller's report that we saw over the summer for Prop C, and some of the work that was done around MAP 2020 can probably inform maybe some health and safety findings around inclusionary housing. And so I think we just need to get really creative. State law is what it is, and I think there's a lot about it that's really positive. So I don't think we should be, running to the city lobbyists just yet to try to get that changed. But what we have to do is clarify our standards and policies and procedures so that we can deal with state density bonus. And with that, I'd like to move to approve with modifications.
What with modifications?
I don't know. Oh, conditions. Sorry.
Conditions.
Correct. With the motion that was provided, the amended motion provided to you, as well as the 18% on-site affordable.
And the 18% is in this amended motion.
Correct. Yes, it's in the several pages of it. Yes.
Yes.
Second.
Commissioner Hillis.
Just a clarification, does that motion include the 25-foot courtyard?
No, it does not.
Okay. So, I mean, I think that one stack of units you can configure to get that, the one stack that's most impacted by it. I think you can figure. Is that fine? Okay, so if we can add that to the motion, that one stack of units, that 2-bedroom, 637 unit that goes all the way up, be reconfigured to allow that unit to have a 25-foot courtyard. I think the other ones, they're slivers, and they kind of look out onto other areas. So,
Or would that
if
be a
that's
modification to the motion
if,
then?
if you're willing to take that as a modification.
But they would still need the variant or the waiver for rear yard for exposure, right? Because they have other units that are like slightly.
That are slightly, yeah.
Okay.
So we
So-
just go for that one stack.
Right. So modifying the waiver for exposure.
So,
Could we get the
They said they're okay. Can you just say,
The overhead, just
Yeah.
quickly, just so we very clearly understand what the area in question is.
right, exactly.
So we're talking about that one stack of units,
Right.
just
That's
to be
most
clear.
impacted. However you do it.
Yes, and if there were an opportunity to make up some of the area over here outside of the 25-foot boundary, that would be amenable to the commission?
Yeah, and you're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think I agree with Commissioner Richards to kind of, I don't think there's anything we can do. It's unfortunate that the application of state law that's to provide more affordable housing actually ends up with less affordable housing as a percentage on a project that we go from 18. You contend you can even go to 9, which, but we end up at 13.5. I think we'd all say that's a little odd, that's how you apply an incentive program that's supposed to provide more affordable housing. So I agree, but that's the way state law applies to this. There's nothing we can do. You can certainly, like you agreed to provide 18% on the base, agree to provide 18 overall, but we know that's not necessarily a requirement. But I think our efforts are better focused on how we make rules and regulations that these apply to the city to get kind of the levels of affordability we all expect, or a change in state law that we all expect. So I'm supportive of the motion. And just to clarify.
So just to clarify, the project sponsor has volunteered to change that piece as part of the project before you.
Right. Okay. And just on the student housing issue, I mean, the student housing will come to us as a CU, correct?
Correct.
Which is discretionary. I mean, we could, at that point, take up kind of some of the impacts that student housing would have here and, and make appropriate changes based on, it's a CU.
Correct, yeah. So we have to make findings that the student housing is necessary and desirable, particularly within this neighborhood and the zoning district. So.
Thank you.
Commissioner Richards.
No, I wanted to make sure that she was okay, the motion maker was okay with the changes.
Approval with conditions with the change for the waiver for exposure to move that, stack of units back.
Okay, can you call the question, please?
Very good, Commissioners. There is a motion that has been seconded to approve this project with conditions that have been amended and submitted to the Commissioners, also requiring that one stack of units be reconfigured to provide for a 25% courtyard. On that motion, Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
No.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 5-1 with Commissioner Melgar voting against.
Get out here. Let's go.
Thought we'd be out of here by
Making
6.
it body rock.
Actually, with the student housing projects have the exact same.
Hard. It's hard to tell. But this is the.
Excuse me, folks. We do still have some additional business to attend to. Excuse me, everyone. Excuse me, everyone. If you mind holding it down, we do have some additional business to attend to here. So if you could leave the chambers quietly, we would certainly appreciate that. Commissioners, that'll place us on item 19 for case number 2015-009460 CUA. Excuse me, folks. Could you take the conversations outside, please? At 830 Eddy Street and 815 Van Ness Avenue, this is a conditional use authorization.
Good evening, Commissioners. Brittany Bendix of Planning Department staff. You have before you a request for conditional use authorization at 830 Eddy Street and 815 Van Ness Avenue. The proposal is to demolish a 2-level accessory off-street parking garage and to construct a new 120-foot tall building of 119,050 gross 50 gross square feet and containing 126 residential units. No. The project requires conditional use authorization per Planning Code Sections 253, 253.2, 303, and 304 to construct a building within an RC4 zoning district in the Van Ness Special Use District that has a frontage greater than 50 feet wide and a height above 50 feet tall. The project is also seeking exceptions from the following sections of the Planning Code as a planned unit development. Provision of the rear yard, the extent that vertically oriented architectural features may project over the public right-of-way, the exposure of 10 dwelling units onto open areas, street frontage as it pertains to 1.5 feet of width for vehicular ingress and egress onto Eddy Street, the provision of 1 off-street freight loading space, and a 2.5-foot extension to the maximum diagonal dimension for bulk. The unit mix of the 126 new residential units includes 22 studios, 65 one-bedroom units, 38 two-bedroom units, and 1 3-bedroom unit. The project is also subject to the city's inclusionary housing program and will provide 14.5% of the total units as on-site rental BMR units. To provide on-site rental agreements, the project requires a Costa-Hawkins agreement with the city, a copy of which was included in the staff report. Beyond the inclusionary housing requirement, the project will also pay approximately $738,000 in impact fees. Since publication of the staff report, the department has received 4 letters in support of the project. One of these letters is from the owner of the commercial condo space, who conveys support for the proposal but stresses the importance of the existing drive-through for their tenant. A second letter is from the owners of 810 Eddy Street, also expressing support. Finally, both the Middle Polk Neighborhood Association and the Cathedral Hill Neighborhood Association have submitted support in writing, specifically after the project sponsor agreed to reduce the proposed accessory off-street parking by 25 spaces. The draft motion before you addresses the initial proposal of 103 accessory off-street parking spaces, of which 63 spaces are dedicated to the site's residential uses and 40 are dedicated to the site's non-residential uses. After meeting with neighbors this past week, the project sponsor is now proposing to reduce the total amount of accessory off-street parking proposed by 25 spaces. This is equal to the amount provided at the lowest basement level of the current project. Should the Commission wish to approve this change, the Commission would need to approve the draft motion with modifications to reflect the decrease in accessory off-street parking spaces by 25. The Department is recommending approval of the project as it provides necessary and desirable housing units at an underdeveloped site, adds to the city's supply of affordable housing by providing BMR units on site, is appropriately designed and scaled for the neighborhood context, and because the project complies with the General Plan and Planning Code. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Project sponsor, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. Michael Yarney, principal at Build. We're a local Hayes Valley-based developer. Thank you for hearing our item tonight. I know it's been a long day. My partner, Lou Vasquez, is sitting behind me, and our architects, BAR, and landscape architect Jeffrey Miller Associates are here tonight if you have any specific questions that I can't answer. I would like to just quickly take you through some of the project design, touch on high points, but before I do that, I did want to say something about the site. For those of you that don't know the site, it is not a particularly scenic or attractive building today. It is a 2-story concrete parking garage that was built as part of the redevelopment plan. I think it was called the A2 Western Addition redevelopment plan at an era when this commission and others were demanding a lot of parking. This parking was built as part of the adjoining office building at 815 Van Ness, which has a Burger King drive-thru in the ground floor. When we came across this site, it was a little intimidating because the title is smothered with conditions and typewritten notes about the parking obligations, and I think a lot of other developers shied away. We actually approached the owners of 815 South Van Ness, Van Ness, the office condominium, and have spent a year negotiating with them an agreement where we're reducing the overall parking. That garage did service that building. We have found a way, working with the zoning administrator and staff, to provide legal replacement parking, but to reduce the overall parking from 62 spaces down to 40. And if we do and are successful in negotiating the purchase of the Burger King, we will eliminate the drive-through and remove those retail Burger King spaces as well. We are still providing some parking for the residential. This is obviously an amazing site right near the Van Ness BRT. And once we learned from the neighborhood associations, Middle Polk and Cathedral Hill, that our parking was an issue for them, we negotiated a reduction that I think is working for everybody. So just to recap, a big ugly garage, neighbors that rely on that garage, I think a complex but reasonable negotiation to replace the garage, provide them some replacement parking, provide reduced parking for the residential, and we hope a beautiful design. This is an image of the proposal. We've gone with a very, very simple, modern expression. You might ask, why do we need an exception for architectural decorative features? One of our goals in this building was to do a simple form, but to have texture and relief. So that macro exogrid is what I think I call it, on the exterior of the building provides some relief. So there's both the inset of the windows, and then there's this grid that altogether provide about 12 inches of relief. So there'll be light and shadow on this building that I think will be quite beautiful. This is the building in its context. This is an area of the city that has a lot of white masonry buildings, and so we've tried to echo that vocabulary. the ground floor, before and after, this charming garage entrance and drive-through entrance, and then what we hope to produce on Eddy Street, which is a really well-lit, double-height lobby, inviting lobby. 2 stoop units that are double height, so you can actually, some residents could actually enter off of Eddy. A pocket park there in front of the building, and then a garage screening, a screened garage entrance except for the drive-through, which would be open, of course, 24/7. This is the Eddy Street treatment, where we've done a series of setbacks about 6.5 feet from the existing right-of-way. We've lined, Willow Street with stoops to create a new alleyway environment. We've then stepped back the building an additional 20 feet at the suggestion of UDAT, or the planning staff. So the building creates some nice air and light along Willow, which could become one day a vibrant pedestrian alley. And this is a close-up of those stoops and how we're attempting to activate Willow Street. This is the site plan, and I just want to point out, it might be hard to see on the screen, but one of our proposals that I think the neighbors have taken really well to is we're proposing to redesign and re-landscape what we call the Burger King courtyard, which right now is mainly where the garbage is picked up. You can go run in and get some quick French fries, and there's a large transformer. Our vision is to turn this into an attractive place for both the tenants of the office building, the visitors of the restaurant, our tenants, and then the adjoining 810 Van Ness apartment building. If we're successful in our negotiations with the Burger King owners, we may have the opportunity to eliminate the drive-through in its entirety, expand the courtyard, and make that an even more inviting place. The big underground garage, we've chopped off a level. It was originally going to be 105 spaces. We've negotiated a maximum of 80 spaces. If we are successful in getting rid of the Burger King, we will have a 0.38 parking ratio. If we can't get rid of the Burger King, we will have a 0.3 residential parking ratio. And this just gives you a sense of the cross-section of the building. You can see Willow Street and Eddy Street and how the garage is tucked underground. You might ask, how do you accommodate a drive-through and a residential building? Well, you do it somewhat creatively. That entrance would accommodate both individuals who want to access the drive-through, but it would also allow people to go into our garage. And then this is just the general floor plan of the building. We have courtyards on both sides of the building, and as many units as possible fronting on Willow and Eddy Street. Finally, we've proposed a pretty dramatic roof deck. This building exceeds the open space requirements by about, I think, 2,700 square feet. We're really excited about the opportunity to create a beautiful view deck on the top of this building. And these are more details about the landscaping plan, which I really think is going to change this block and make it a place people want to hang out in as opposed to avoid. And finally, the infamous Burger King drive-thru that is the attention of so many people in the neighborhood. If we are able to purchase the Burger King franchise, we are exploring the idea of creating a micro-retail souk, as our landscape architect described it. So you could actually walk in off of Van Ness and go to one of these small retail shops, and then we would preserve the larger restaurant space and look at re-tenanting that. I do want to emphasize something that's very important. We do not own the Burger King space. We do not own the franchise. We are not the tenant. We are working with the tenant. We hope to do something with them. This is very important. No matter what, we're preserving their rights. So there is a debate about whether that drive-through is even an easement and a lot of things, but we, taking a more neighborly approach, have said, look, we'll do everything we can to accommodate this drive-through. We've heard loud and clear from every neighbor we've talked to that they prefer it go away. That's not in our power, but what you'll notice is the entitlements have a variant where that is a possibility. And so we're trying to preserve the options. I do want to emphasize we would love to actually get rid of the drive-through if we could. That's not up to us at this point in time. And this is the view of that reformatted, what we call the Burger King courtyard, but this is the space that would be between the office building and our new apartment building if you're willing to approve us tonight. And that's the extent of my presentation. I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you so much for your attention.
Okay, thank you. Opening it up to public comment.
Good evening, Commissioners. Mo Jamil, President of Middle Polk Neighborhood Association. Also appearing tonight on behalf of Marlene Morgan from Cathedral Hill Neighbors, who wanted to be here but couldn't be here. We enjoyed working with Build Group on this project. Our chief concern with their initial plans was the amount of parking. If you take a look at Van Ness and RC3, RC4 zoning, actually no parking is required. So when we approach projects, we start from no parking, and then you tell us why you need parking. And I think that's a fundamental difference of attitude with some sponsors who try to say, how do I get the maximum amount of parking? Here we came to, I think, a good resolution, and we'd ask the commission to support the project with the modification that the sponsor mentioned, a cap of 80 spaces. There will be future projects in Van Ness where we're going to tell sponsors we'd like zero parking, and we think it's possible. I look at the building that I live in. It's a new development just built last year. Most people are taking a cab, taking an Uber, taking a Lyft. They're walking. They're taking the bus. And it's imperative that this portion of the city and our neighborhoods are transit first. Because if we can't do transit first in this part of the city, I mean, then we're really lost because we're definitely not going to do it on the far west side. So we really got to work hard on this, and I appreciate that Build was willing to work with us on this. Also, we understand their limitations with the Burger King, but we really view that drive-through as a danger to pedestrians, to cyclists, and to motorists. And also, we think it's kind of a product of another time. I think the retail souk or micro retail option is very promising, and we hope that the parties can reach a negotiated settlement where everybody feels whole, and that proceeds. And also, as the project kind of goes through construction, where one of the things we mentioned to the sponsor is that transformer, which is part of the office condo, they might be able to actually move that and underground that on Willow Street, which would open up more space. Next to the project site is kind of another soft site. It's kind of a dilapidated hotel. So that might be developed at some point. So you could really have some nice development with affordable units on site, which is really good. So we're very supportive of this, and we are all the groups along Van Ness are working together to have a strategy about community-oriented development that really works. So urge you to support the project today with the modification to your motion for the reduced parking. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. I'm Adam Mayer. I'm also with the Middle Polk Neighborhood Association. I'm the Director of Planning and Design. I just want to reiterate our support for the project. I want to commend the project sponsor for meeting with us on very short notice and being very responsive to our comments and the quick turnaround in his response to our comments. I think this is going to be a great addition to the neighborhood. It's a beautiful building. I think it's handsome, dignified building with a beautiful facade that has layers and depth to it. I like the way that the building steps back on Willow. And I just want to reiterate Mr. Jamil's point about the drive-through. We really don't want to see this Burger King drive-through continue to operate because we really feel like that this is not where the city is going. It's fast food drive-through is kind of a relic of a bygone era. And what the project team has done with the site design in terms of the micro retail along this kind of arcade is really nice. So we hope that we can see that come through. And thanks.
Sue Hester, please listen to Mo Jamil. He did you a service by highlighting the issues around parking. When the Van Ness plan went through the Planning Commission when Paul Lord was staff, there was a lot of conversation by the Commission about eliminating parking in all projects on Van Ness Avenue. Right now, I get at least one email a week about the Van Ness improvement projects. They're changing the lanes, and it's going on for a couple years. So you are doing a lot of projects on Van Ness Avenue. You did KORN about 2 months ago. You have the McDonald's site coming next year, and you have 50 Oak Street, which is the same thing as Oak and Van Ness, very fast. The more parking is provided on Van Ness, the more traffic is screwed up. Van Ness is a state route, and it has enormous problems with traffic that's just going to come down it because of that factor. So there's trucks on that Van Ness, and they're not going to go away. There are cars that are going through the city to the bridge. They're not going to go away. The more housing provides parking, the more rates of the housing goes up. The fact of the matter is you pay for the parking when you buy a condo. So starting with ground zero parking is the appropriate place for the planning department staff to be. And they're not supposed to be the developers. They're supposed to tell developers what guidance you're giving them. Please give the guidance to your staff that says on Van Ness Avenue, no parking. How do you make Van Ness attractive for people that are dependent on transit? There are so many places in the city which you can't go around easily on transit because there's mountains in the middle of the city. That's a fact of life. But Van Ness Avenue, there's no excuse for people living there. A lot of people that are older citizens that need an elevator and need transit, they can be accommodated easily on Van Ness Avenue or Franklin or Polk Street. So listen to Mo. He's telling you good stuff. No parking should be the starting point, and people should have to give a rationale for every parking space beyond zero. Thank you.
Is there any additional public comment? Okay, public comment is closed, and I agree with Sue Hester. that parking on that parking on Van Ness is not necessary with the BRT especially, so that's good. I like this project, BAR. I'm a fan of their style. I think it's good. Curious, the Burger King is actually technically in the building next door, correct? And if the Burger King would be removed, what would happen to the drive-through area that's sort of a alcove cutout vestibule area?
This is I
asked the question because I wouldn't want that to be turned into some sort of little dark dead end alley
actually,
there.
If there's a way to show the image on the computer, it'd be helpful.
If SF TV can go to the computer.
Oh, okay. We have a rendering of of what we would do. This is an elevation of that drive-through. It's actually it's a pretty unattractive place right now. But if it was treated correctly with paint and if you opened up these small retail kiosks on it, and lit it appropriately, and you turn the rear area back into a garden court.
Yep. It's a little L shape, right?
It could, You'd actually it could be actually a pretty extraordinary little space. Mm-hmm. We're also proposing, as you can see in this image, punching a stairwell up to Willow. So that you can't do that today, so that you could, during business hours, you could actually move from Willow through the little courtyard and then into the retail. And once you're down in that courtyard, the retail, aka the Burger King drive-through, becomes a little arcade. Mm-hmm. So it's a great opportunity, and the reason we're even talking about it is because this is a single development site for purposes of the planning code. So our entitlements would be recorded against the 815 Van Ness property as well as the garage property. So they're binding on the entire 2 properties within the development site.
Okay, thank you. I'm supportive and think it's a handsome project. Commissioner Hillis.
Yeah, I think it's a great project. Unfortunately, so much hinges on the Burger King. I feel like it's an 8th Commissioner King. And you better hurry because I think at some point drive-thrus might be historic. You actually don't see a lot of them
legacy
around.
businesses.
Legacy businesses. Yeah. I mean, I have fond memories of my dad taking me through the drive-thru.
Commissioner Hillis, I'm sure you would lead that charge.
Yeah. If they weren't serving poison, it might be a little more interesting. But I think it's a great project, and you've done a lot to kind of accommodate for the eventual loss of the Burger King, which we all hope goes away. And I think the design is great. I echo Commissioner Fong's comments. It's simple, it's modern, contextual, yet transformative. So, I think it's a great project. I move to approve.
Second.
Nothing further, Commissioners. There's a motion that has been seconded to approve this matter with conditions. Did that include the parking amendment?
Yes.
Yes. Reduction, with the reduction of parking.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hillis?
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel?
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar?
Aye.
Commissioner Richards and Commission President Fong?
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes 5-0. Commissioners, that'll place us on place under your discretionary review calendar. Item 20 was continued. So item 21 for case number 2016-005475 DRM at 739 Bryant Street, mandatory discretionary review.
Good evening, President Fong and fellow commissioners. Jeff Spears, department staff. The item before you requires a mandatory discretionary review for the proposed project at 739 Bryant Street. The project requires mandatory review pursuant to Planning Code 202.2 to establish a new medical cannabis dispensary doing business as Four Seasons Care Center. In Suite 205, previously used as an office suite at the second level, the MCD will not be open to the public and will serve as an office for the delivery-only dispensary. No parking is required and no physical expansion is proposed. Suite 205 will serve as a principal place of business for the collective, and activities may include administration, delivery, dispatch, minor storage, and compliance inspections for SF DPH. No on-site sales, no consumption or smoking on site, no cannabis plants will be cultivated on site. Only packaged items for delivery will be stored on site. Commissioners, the applicant has revised the requested square footage from 200 square feet to 120 square feet. And to date, the department has received 6 letters of support, which I've provided copies here today, and 1 phone call from a neighbor expressing general opposition. As the project proposes delivery MCD within space number 205 provides patients an increased level of safe access to medication for their ailments. With no smoking on site, the department finds the project to be compatible with the intent of the district, compliant with the criteria established in Planning Code 202.2, and advances the objectives and policies of the general plan. The department recommends the commission to approve the project as proposed with conditions. This concludes my presentation. I'm available for questions if there should be any. Thanks.
Okay, project sponsor.
Hello, Commission. Thank you for staying with us this evening. We thank you for this opportunity to be heard at this hearing. We're grateful for the chance to come before you today. As described in our submitted application materials, Four Seasons Care Center seeks to be the premier model in home delivery medical marijuana to qualified licensed patients in San Francisco. Four Seasons Care Center has many goals, including providing the best quality product and service to the underserved residents of San Francisco in a discreet fashion, all while conducting a non-disruptive, low impact on the neighborhood, legally permitted business. By operating as a delivery-only MCD, Four Seasons Care Center will have minimal impact on the color and character of their neighborhood. They are located on the second floor and will not maintain any storefront advertising or signage. There will be no increase in foot traffic or vehicle congestion by patients because patients will not be granted access to the unit at any time. There will be no consumption or growth on the premises of any kind. Four Seasons Care Center model aims to be low profile and maintain discretion for safety and privacy purposes. Delivery vehicles will be unmarked, drivers will not wear a uniform, and packaging will display no medical marijuana labeling. A customer code of conduct will be enforced, including assurances that medicine is only delivered to member patients, will not be redistributed to non-patients, will not be accessible to children, and only consumed indoors in private property. Patients will sign an agreement to this, and membership will immediately terminate for any violation. In addition, Four Seasons Care Center will consistently maintain a stock and wide variety of products to cover the spectrum of care options to accommodate all the ailments known to be eased by proper medical marijuana use. They will not just carry popular, trendy, or flashy items, but more obscure, more specifically tailored products to treat all conditions, common and rare. This business model, by design, will primarily benefit the underserved medical marijuana patients in San Francisco. While there's value in allowing patients to medicate on premises, many neighborhoods do not have a brick-and-mortar location nearby, and if they do, many patients are not comfortable filling prescriptions or medicating in public locations. Many patients' conditions confine them to their homes, or they cannot afford transit to a brick-and-mortar. Patients that are able to medicate in their homes will benefit tremendously from this style of delivery-only MCD. About the location, is ideally located to ensure by freeways to ensure speedy delivery and traffic limit and limit traffic impacts. The building is designed to accept and distribute products. It has the infrastructure to accept deliveries via the alley behind it. Transit is available for drivers to arrive at work without using street parking. There's plenty of bike parking available for them as well. Private parking for delivery vehicles will be leased. It will not be street parking. The business model is largely consistent with planning and visions for the Sally District. It is not a retail-type business with people coming in and out. There are almost no residences there on the block. Regarding security, Four Seasons Care Center will install wired cameras at all entrances to the unit and several within the building. They will operate a drop safe throughout the day. Only the manager or armored car will have access to the safe. Alarms will be installed on doors, windows, and a proximity alarm to the safe will be in use in case someone attempts to move or relocate the safe. Cars will be equipped with a dash camera. All employees will be trained in sales, consulting, management, and overall safety and security. Additional lighting will be installed and upgraded outdoors as needed, and there will be keypads on all the entrances. Logistically, all orders will be run through the location. Product will be stored on location and brought in to replenish as needed. Four Seasons expects to employ between 5 to 10 people. Product sales, accounting, and tracking will be conducted via a seed-to-sale point-of-sale system. Point-of-sale system is specifically designed for the medical marijuana industry and will cover patient management, inventory control, point-of-sales, and delivery tracking. Drivers will be operating from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily. Sponsor, Mr. Briggs, has been an operations manager for one of the largest independent master distributors of the food service industry. And sponsor, Mr. Kuryatnik, has extensive background in opening and running day-to-day operations of the restaurant industry. He's helped open and run over 35 restaurants on the West Coast. Thank you. I will be available for questions.
Thank you. Is there any public comment? Okay, not seeing any public comments closed. Commissioner Richards?
Sorry, the microphone's off. I did have questions on the security plan, but you had concerns, but you actually were able to make those concerns diminish them to virtually none. I move to take DR and approve the project as outlined.
Second.
There's nothing further, Commissioners, on that motion to take DR and approve the project with conditions. Commissioner Hillis.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson.
Aye.
Commissioner Koppel.
Aye.
Commissioner Melgar.
Aye.
Commissioner Richards.
Aye.
And Commission President Fong.
Aye.
So moved, Commissioners. That motion passes unanimously 6-0 and places on general public comment, for which I have no speaker cards.
Is there any general public comment this evening? Okay, not seeing any public comment is closed, and the meeting is adjourned. In memory of the tragedy in Oakland and the multiple fire victims.